Uh, Preeti madam, Professor Preeti madam. I think Dr. Chitra madam is here, but
Yes, both the
Dr. Musawwir
chair and
Ahmad,
co-chair both are here.
okay, both are here.
Yes.
Right. A very good morning.
I will
Yes,
send
please.
you the little profile, or maybe they can just introduce themselves and then we can start.
Yes, ma'am. Anything will do. That's not a problem.
Professor Ahmed, sir, if you can just introduce yourself, and Dr. Chitra ma'am, if you can just please introduce. And then our moderator will be announcing the names.
Yes, ma'am. I'm Dr. Chitra. Uh, am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, we can hear.
Yeah. I'm Dr. S. Chitra. I'm from Government Arts and Science College, Thiruvaru. It's a district in Tamil Nadu state, actually. And my presentation, I'm focusing on a Tamil woman writer, Rajam Krishnan. And I'm going to discuss about, I have translated the novel fully, Padayila Padinda Adihal by Rajam Krishnan. And my aim is to just discuss about both the process of translation as well as the feminist tone, and also sort of recuperating the hidden women voices that have been silenced in the pages of history. How this translation helps to do both at the same time. This will be my focus of presenting the paper.
Aksa ma'am, if we
Yes.
can, maybe before beginning the session, if you can have a screenshot, maybe request all the
Yes.
presenters, all the participants to put the video on.
Yes, all the participants to put the video on.
Just for the sake of our record.
Yes, ma'am. Just a minute.
Yeah. Who will be a photographer or
I'll take the picture, ma'am.
academic photographer, Professor Dr. Anita ma'am?
Very good morning.
Good morning.
Very
She's
good
always
morning.
kind enough to click all these pictures, but Srinath sir is also having pictures, right? Srinath sir is having pictures. Okay. So thank you so much. May I now request Professor Musawwir sir to just introduce himself so that we can start the session. So our chairperson today and co-chair both are here. Moderator is also here, and then we will start the session now. Session is also going live on the YouTube. I'll be sharing the YouTube link in the chat box, so you can share with those who are not able to join it.
Good morning. Assalamu alaikum. Adab. I welcome you all to day 2 and session 2 of International Conference on Transcending Boundaries, Translation, Literature and Education, organized by MD College of Arts, Science and Commerce, Mumbai, and Department of Linguistics, University of Kashmir. I thank the organizers for providing me this opportunity to chair the session. So for this session, in fact, will be my colleague, Dr. S. Chitra from Kuthanallur, Thiruvarur, will be, both of us will be chairing the session. And this session, technical session, will start from 9:30 and last till 11:30 for 2 hours. We have in all 12 presentations, so that means for 120 minutes we'll have 12. That means each will get 10 minutes. 10 minutes means 10 minutes. So if you push just 1 minute, you will be trespassing the next speaker. So I request all the speakers to be brief and try to conclude within 10 minutes. It's not important to read all the paper, all the text they have written, just they can share their findings with the audience. So I am Musawwir. I am an associate professor in Department of Linguistics, University of Kashmir. and Dr. Ejaz, Professor Ejaz is my teacher, my colleague, and our head of the department at Department of Linguistics. So, is there a moderator who will be calling the names of the papers? I think it's 9:30, and we should be going. If Dr. S. Chitra, she has already given her introduction.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay. Yeah.
Dr.
Yeah.
Musayed,
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Dr. Musayed, just Aksa Khan is there. She may be moderating the session, perhaps.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm right here. I'm right
Okay.
here.
Okay. Okay, Miss Aksa, you'll be calling. You'll keep track of the time. You'll be calling the names of the presenters, and I think at after 9 minutes, you'll just intervene and say there's only 1 minute left, or rather 8 minutes. We'll keep it. Let's have it 8 minutes, and for 2 minutes for concluding the whatever the paper or whatever it is. So 8 minutes. There will be a
Right.
buzzer, or even you can use your voice and say only 2 minutes left. And in no case will allow speakers to go beyond 10 minutes. Fine. So I think we should start the session. It's already 9:30. So over to you, Aksa. Please call the speaker.
Yes. A very good morning. Let's begin with our technical session 2 today. Our chairpersons and co-chair have already introduced themselves. So we'll begin very quickly. Our first paper presenter here is Parul Kumari Bhati from Nirma University. Madam, are you here? Parul Kumari?
Yes, I am here. Very good morning to all of you, all the dignitaries and session chair and co-chair. Actually, I'm in a duty of the foundation day, but I'm trying to give my presentation through cell phone only. So might be I'm not able to share this screen, but whatever my work is there, I would like to talk here. The title, is it fine, ma'am? Is it fine, ma'am?
Are you sharing your screen? You are not able to see that.
No, I'm not sharing. I'm just joined from the cell phone, so I'm not sharing the
So
screen.
you are just reading the paper.
Yeah, yes. Is it fine?
Okay.
Is it fine, ma'am?
Yes.
Yes. So I'm from the management domain. So here, once we talk about this translation in especially, so my title is Ink and Innovation Bridging Culture in the Workplace. So here I would like to talk on this paper that the profound relationship between culture, diversity, literature, and organizational innovation in the contemporary workplace, drawing from the interdisciplinary research, especially in cultural study and organizational behavior and literacy analysis, as it investigates the role of literature as catalyst of bridging the cultural gap within the organization. Why I thought this topic, the reason is that currently is a Generation Z, and once we talk about the transaction, and lots of, if I talk about in an organization perspective, then there is a lots of change in a workplace itself. So here in this paper, I would like to demonstrate how this newfound cultural literacy within the workplace can lead to the innovative and solution and more inclusive organizational practices. By focusing on an environment of open dialogue and appreciation of for the diverse perspective, Ink and Innovation, we can showcase how organization can harness the collective power of their culturally rich workforce to drive creativity and adaptability. So in short, we can say the cultural diversity is the workplace is not merely about meeting quotas or fostering inclusivity for its own sake. It goes beyond the surface level of demographics and reaches into the heart of innovation. And when individuals from different cultural background come together, they bring with them unique insight, problem-solving approach, and rich experiences. So this diversity can lead to the cross-pollination of ideas, resulting in innovative solution that a homogeneous group might never have convinced. So, and this is a lots of, if I talk about it, then there is a challenges to bridging this culture, because while the benefit of cultural diversity is fostering innovation and clear, it's essential to acknowledge that it comes with the set of challenge. and miscommunication, stereotypes, and conflict can arise when people from different backgrounds work together. This issue can potentially stifles innovation if not addressed effectively. On another way to tackle these challenges is through inclusive leadership. Leaders who value and actively promote diversity can set the tone for their organization, and they create such culture that celebrate rather than suppressed. So to get to transiting this culture, the strategies for the success are, in a short, if I can say, to harness the power of culture diversity for innovation, organization, and the implementation. Several strategies are inclusive leadership, then inclusive leadership, then cross-cultural training, then cultural competencies, where we encourage the development of cultural competence among team members, enabling them to work effectively, then psychological safety, and some diverse problem solving skills. If we see the real world example, and if we talk about a study of McKinsey company, they found that the companies in the top quartile for ethnic and cultural diversity in their leadership were 33% more likely to have a industry-leading profitability. This demonstrates the tangible business benefits of fostering diversity and inclusion in the workplace. And many leading companies have recognized the value of cultural diversity in driving innovation. That like Google and Apple and many other good companies are there, which focusing on that. And once we talk about transition and role of bridging culture, the workplace is in a state of continuous evaluation, and one of the most significant shift in recent year, and because of the shift is because of these following factors, like the globalization, demographical changes, and evolving customer base. Customer themselves are diverse, and organization need to reflect this diversity to better understand and serve their markets. So the role of bridging the course is fostering inclusivity, and it's not enough to merely have a diverse workforce. Inclusively is essential, but bridging culture creates an environment where individuals from all backgrounds feel welcome, valued, and they are heard by their people, by their organization. Second role of bridging the course is that bridging the cultural is that driving innovation. Third one is enhancing employee engagement. Fourth one is building cultural competency. And fifth one is mitigating the conflict. So as we know, after COVID-19, there is a hybrid and remote work environment, but currently it is not there. And because of there, at a time, more automation and technology, but workforce diversity is always there. And after COVID-19, we found that the transition towards a more diverse and inclusive workplace is not just a response to societal change, but is a strategic move that positions organizations from success in an increasingly complex and interconnected world. So bridging cultural is not a one-time effort, but an ongoing commitment to fostering an environment where diversity is not only celebrated, but leveraged for innovation and growth. So in this transit, bridging work cultural becomes the bridge to a bright future for both individual as well as for the organization. So lastly, I would like to conclude that in the world where innovation is a key driver of a success, organization must seize the opportunity by what we can say the present by cultural diversity. By bridging the culture in the workplace, company can tap into a wellspring of creativity and problem solving capabilities. However, achieving this synergy, we can say they require more than just diversity. It demands a commitment, inclusivity, cross-cultural understanding, and very transacting leadership, because leaders have a very various role, and the future of innovation is called by ink of diversity, and those who embrace it are poised to thrive is an increasingly globalized world. And especially as we know that we are dealing in a university with the Generation Z, and there is a different, if we compare with the generation X to Y to millennial, or starting with the baby boomers and now generation Z. So lots of transition is required in organization point of view, also in terms of the leadership, and where this work culture and diversified culture play a very important role. Thank you. This is from my side.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Our next speaker will be Zarnaba Zala. Zarnaba Zala, madam, from Marwadi University. Madam, are you here? Zarnaba Zala, madam, are you here?
We can skip that.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We'll move ahead with the next.
Yeah, so maybe at the end of the session, we may announce again if we are joining.
Definitely, definitely. Our next speaker will be Dr. S. Chitra from the Government of Arts and Science College of Women. Dr. Chitra?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
Yes,
Am I
over.
audible, ma'am? Am I audible?
Absolutely, yes, ma'am. Very clear.
Okay. Okay. The title of my paper is The Unsung Tamil Women Leader, Manalu Maniammal, for a Global Audience. And I'm going to talk about this in the context of I have translated the full novel of Rajam Krishnan's Padayil Padinda Adihal. It is written actually in Tamil. And the translation is from the source language Tamil to the target language English. So, what are all the purposes that this translation had actually served, and how to make such silenced voices of women uh, reach a global audience through this art of translation? So, this will be the main focus of my paper. So, first thing is the silenced women's history. Normally, when we look into Indian historiography or the art of writing history, we focus mostly on the grand narratives, especially when we consider this particular novel, Padayil Padinda Adihal. When we roughly translate the title into English, it is Footprints on the Path. The very term footprints suggests the history, okay, the leaders and what sort of footprints they have left for us, and how we are going to analyze that. But here is a woman leader from Tamil Nadu. She hails from the Tanjavur district, the Delta agricultural region of Tamil Nadu, who had been totally neglected in the pages of history. So the first purpose of Rajam Krishnan herself bringing out this biographical narrative is to recuperate the silenced voice of Manayammal and her history in the pages of, say, Indian history as well as Tamil history. So that is the purpose of Rajam Krishnan. And my translation will, I hope that it will take it to the next level of making Manalu Maniammal reach the national audience across the languages that are there in India when I have translated that into English. And I also expect this particular leader's name and fame will reach the global audience because I have translated the text into English. So this is the purpose. So on the historiographical front, instead of the grand narratives, this translation will put forth the marginalized voices of women, the oppressed voices of women, and we are trying to focus on these subaltern histories of women and give them more focus in the pages of our history, especially the Indian history and the Tamil history. And the second most important point of my discussion will be the cultural aspects of, say, Tamil Nadu, how it gets reflected through this particular biographical fiction, and how it will have, what sort of effect it will have on a global audience, or say the pan-Indian audience. So here we are going to see a leader who the basic the rebel nature of Maniammal is, she is born into a Brahminical Orthodox family, and in the beginning of the narrative itself she's introduced as a widowed Brahmin, and the biographical narrative is set in the pre-independent period, and so we are able to see what sort of orthodoxies had stifled Maniammal as a widow, like say tonsuring the head and wearing a white colored sari with food restrictions. And it is also very shocking to understand that these widowed Brahmin women are not even allowed to wear chappals or footwear. So that is the first scene where Rajam Krishnan introduces the heroine or the protagonist. And the other cultural aspects, these are some of the regressive practices that we are able to see in colonial India, which had later on changed totally as far as uh, the the cultural the culture of Tamil Nadu is concerned, especially even in the Brahmin society, such practices are not prevalent now. And the second most important thing is, because Maniammal, being a communist woman leader, was focusing on the laborers and working for the upliftment of the laborers, we are able to see, say, celebrations such as Pongal, which is totally related to the harvest, because basically it's a harvest festival, and how they had celebrated, say, domestic animals like cows and other things, and how even festivities related to cows are celebrated. All these cultural aspects get reflected. And more so, the most important thing is we are able to see Maniammal herself adorning or attiring herself in the clothes of a man. She presents herself as a man once she had entered politics. And she goes around these villages in Tanjavur only in the, say, attire of a man. It is so unimaginable. Like such a great leader had lived in those periods of, say, the regressive practices, especially from, say the Brahmin community. So we are able to see she learns the martial art, the Tamil martial art known as Silambam, and we are also able to see that she participates in all the local deities of a festival, like they say the female goddesses, Mari Amman, and all these things. She is totally with the proletariats or the working class people, and participates in all the celebrations. So we get a wide cultural perspective of both, say, the upper caste community to which she belongs, as well as the lower caste people for whom she had dedicated her life. So you are able to see the shift from both the perspective throughout the novel, throughout the narrative. So a rich Tamil cultural perspective is reflected through the novel. So when it reaches a global audience, we are able to see how this woman leader had just transgressed all the restrictions, and how she tries to bring out the potential in her. The next, the language part of it, the discussion which I wanted to do is the shift in the language. This is the most technical part I wanted to share with you, because I have translated the full novel. The shift goes this way. Like when we see Maniammal inside the Brahmin household, the Brahminical slang is totally different. And when she goes to the tenements of the lower caste people, which is referred to as the cheri, there the slang or the people, how they talk there is totally different. So for the translator, the two different slangs that exist in Tamil itself becomes a big challenge. In fact, I should admit in this forum that I'm not able to effectively show the difference, because only when I read it in Tamil, I'm able to feel the difference of how, say, the upper caste people they speak Tamil language, and how the lower strata of the society they speak the same language. This uh, I have tried to bring it to the maximum level, but there had been a lot of say issues when we are attempting at the translation. The third type of language which Rajan Krishnan employs here will be the political language which Maniammal uses. Here I would like to share just for a few seconds the background of Maniammal. After she gives up the Brahminical widowhood and other orthodoxies, I told you that she takes up the uh, attire of a male, and she just enters into the say the patriarchal political parties. Especially first she ventures into Indian National Congress, and in fact she even meets Mahatma Gandhi, which is really true, it has happened in her life. And Gandhi only suggests her to join the Congress party and asks her to do Harijan Seva and also alcohol, fight for alcohol prohibition. But unfortunately, what happens is she does both the work, just going into the lower caste tenements, working for those people, and doing all sort of as a upliftment work for them. And also alcohol prohibition also she does it in the boldest manner, because she has to fight against all the feudal lord system that was prevalent in not only in Tamil Nadu but throughout India at that time, the zamindari system. So she's fighting the local big wigs. But when it comes to seeking a post, say for a local leadership in the Congress party, she is denied entry into that. So that is the stark reality, that women are not able to enter into politics, and how even the Indian National Congress had stifled positions to women even within their own parties, who had sacrificed their lives for the sake of, say, serving the people. And this actually makes her shift sides to the Communist Party. And so she leaves the Indian National Congress and she goes to the Communist Party. Here I'm able to see a major shift in a person like a personality like Maniamma. Because in those days, that is when the anti-colonial freedom movement was at its peak,
But the time.
yeah. Just, so she had not chosen the normal path which other women leaders had chosen at that point of time, like say Sarojini Naidu or others like that. But she goes to the Communist Party and works for the upliftment of the poor and the downtrodden. So this itself becomes a major a history related to her, and it is through this translation, I hope that such a bold women's history will come into focus through translating the text into English. So, the language part, when she enters the political arena, when she gives political speeches, totally different language we are able to see. So, again, that becomes a real challenge for the translator. And also the when she works along with the people in the agricultural field, also you get a totally different language over there, because all these are interconnected with the cultural practices of the people who lives in that particular region. So this biographical narrative, I hope like I will successfully, I have presented my sample chapters and synopsis to many of the publishers, and I've submitted a proposal even to Orient Blacksman. I hope if this text comes out it will have a global audience and a national audience, and people will be really surprised to know that such a great leader had lived in this nation. Thank you all for listening to me.
Thank you, ma'am. We move ahead with the next speaker, that is Dr. Anjali Verma. Dr. Anjali Verma.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, definitely.
Yeah.
You may begin, madam.
Yes. 1 minute. Yeah. So my topic is translation studies and research and exploration. Despite having a long history and tradition, translation studies have previously been seen as a mechanical rather than creative process. The art of translation is a supplementary and derivative discipline that is never accorded the respect due to original work. According to anthropological studies, it was present for many centuries in a variety of regional texts and forms, but did not evolve into a separate genre. The field of linguistics has given translation studies a new dimension today, and they are now considered as sub-discipline of applied linguistics. Since the middle of the 20th century, there has been an increased demand for translation at all levels of economic, cultural, and social life. Their study has been the focus of scholarly research, but the majority of translational studies or theories are the result of translators' reflections or perspectives rather than a thorough investigation of the subject. Since the 1990s, translation studies have centered more on critical discourse analysis and functional linguistics, placing the text within its socio-cultural setting. The working conditions of translators have improved more recently as a result of technical development and easier access to the internet, which has expanded the field of translational studies and opened up new avenues for research, such as semiotic research. The current study makes an effort to comprehend the field of translation studies, its range, the type of work completed thus far, and future research directions. And I would like to say here that this study is based on secondary sources, books, journals, and articles on website. So translation, in the words of Coster, is a strange phenomena because it is always two things. On the one hand, a translation has the status of an independent text. Once produced, a translation functions in its own cultural context in a manner similar to that of any other text in that context. On the other hand, a translation has the status of a derivative text. A translation is a representation or a reconstruction or a reproduction of another text. Now, in today's globalized society, it is crucial to comprehend how cultural exchanges are developing and becoming stronger, whether it is for goals connected to science, medicine, technology, business, law, culture, or literature. Today's communication heavily relies on translation, and interest in the topic is growing. That is why. Now, it is new literature, and as A.K. Srivastav claims that in a translation process, it is the metaphoric meter that provokes the problem of ambiguity, even when assuming that the core meaning arrived at by the translation faithfully represents the temper and tone of the original. According to Besnet, all texts that are part of literary systems that are related to and descended from other systems are translations of translations of translations. And each text is both original and a translation of another text at the same time. Since language is fundamentally a translation of the non-verbal environment and then of signs, symbols, and other phrases, no text is entirely original. However, a lot of individuals think that without losing any other validity, all texts are original because each translation is distinct, an invention, and a separate text. Therefore, a literary piece must be translated by a scholar and critic. According to post-structuralism, a literary text has several meanings that are ambiguous and indeterminate, making the translator's job challenging. While performing the work of translation.
Hello.
Yes.
Hello, yeah.
The translator must keep three terms in mind: translation, transcription, and transliteration. Since terms across two languages are non-equivalent, trying to translate them word for word will be fruitless. A literary book written in a language that is very different from target language and target culture is not always simple to translate accurately. There has been influence of linguistics, of course. Without a theoretical foundation, translating tends to be a simply subjective activity, and Monin recognizes the significant advantages that developments in linguistics, particularly the work of Saussure, has given to translation studies. The benefit of linguistics was that it gave it a scientific basis while taking attention away from its intuitive approach. The academic examination of translation, according to Nida, began to mark out the territory in many ways with the more systematic and scientific approach. Cultural studies have their own impact. Accordingly, social, cultural, and communication processes and practices, the cultural and ideological importance of translating and of translations, as well as the external politics of translation behavior and socio-cultural aspects are the main areas of study in modern translation studies. Social phenomena that is undeniably ingrained in culture is the relationship between language and culture. An important development in contemporary global communication is the adoption of English as a common language. The study of translation is related to globalization. It is discussed in the context of evolving economic, scientific, and technological trends that have made it possible for translators to access online data in lesser known languages. This new pattern places new challenges on the discipline, which also helping people learn about and understand other cultures. Translation studies are an interdisciplinary genre because they incorporate ideas and techniques from other fields, including anthropology, sociology, psycholinguistics, communication studies, and sociocultural. Where do we stand and where do we go still remain. The literature is significantly expanding, broadening the field of study. Now, these are the research areas. The recent publications on research methods and trends in translation studies include Unity in Diversity, edited by Osher, and the map by Williams and Chesterman. The map lists 12 key areas of research and suggests possible research directions for each area: text analysis and quality assessment, translation quality assessment, genre translation, multimedia translation, translation technology, translation history, translation ethics, terminology, glossaries, interpreting, the translation process, translator training, the translation profession. The underlying subtopics are all research areas of the contemporary world to work now and in future. And to conclude, transdisciplinary studies are constantly applying new theoretical advancements to their disciplinary subject. We should identify the discipline from which we borrowed ideas when doing so. Research, and in contrast to quantitative research, which gives data for statistical analysis to explore, define, and explain translating phenomena or even predict the likelihood of phenomena occurring, qualitative research's goal is to help people comprehend it. Today, the scope of contemporary translation or translation research methods have widened very much. It is important to teach students and scholars format, mechanics, and research methodology for quality research. Thank you.
Thank you, Anjali madam. Our next speaker will be Dr. Sneha Master. Dr. Sneha Master.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are. You may.
Okay. Ma'am, can I share my screen?
Definitely, ma'am. I think you can.
Good morning, everyone. I am CA Dr. Sneha Master. I work with GLS University, Ahmedabad. I'm a faculty in commerce. I would love to present my views on a role of translation in today's globalized world. I'm sure quantitative research would not have been done on much of the work of translation in a particular area, but I would love to start my speech with a quote of Mr. Vijay Kumar Das. A translator is a reader, an interpreter, and a creator in all in one. We have so many things in the world. We are a Gen Z population, and we have to move ahead with the difference of different world techniques, and that is possible only with the help of translation. If you start with the introduction, it plays a very crucial role in today's globalized world. Normally, the gap of communication between people and different linguistic and cultural backgrounds can be very well bridged up with the help of translation work, because a person will be able to understand better if you make him understand in his own language. So translation is important and crucial in this viewpoint. We go ahead. Translation is not only restricted to the linguistic work, it is for business, governments, individuals to connect and collaborate on a global scale. Talking about diversity, we have more than 7,000 languages spoken worldwide. So we speak like this: if words have to travel the world, we have to go with the translation. Translators are their driving force. So translation ensures the information that can be accessed and understood by the diverse language communities. It promotes inclusivity and allows for the exchange of ideas and knowledge across the linguistic barriers. I'll be able to understand the culture, because if the language is lost, culture is lost. I'll be able to understand the culture and the religion and the maybe their livings with the help of this translation work. It's not only about social that we are supposed to research for, because translation has played a crucial role in a global business. International trade and business transactions are facilitated with the help of translation work, because it's easy for companies to reach to new and targeted customers in a different countries. You'll be able to explore the markets which are there in a different countries with the help of the translation work, because otherwise customers will not be able to reach to the companies. So accurate translation of marketing materials and product information is essential for the successful global expansion. So in order to have the globalized world, we need to go with the translation work. Cultural exchange, if we share, then translation allows for the sharing of literature, art, and cultural expressions. It enables people to appreciate and understand different culture perspectives, which is normally not understood at a regional level. Translated work helps preserve and promote cultural heritage on a global scale. I understand that translation has a limitations also. Many quantitative research work may suggest that the translation work may not be similar to the original work, but yes, to 90% of the things, most of the concepts and culture can be very well conveyed to the global level. Diplomacy and international relations. So translation is vital as far as effective diplomacy and international relations are concerned. In order to ensure accurate communication between governments, diplomats, and international organizations, translation is very important. Many misunderstandings and negotiations, which is very important, and cooperation between the governments can be very well done with the help of translation. It prevents the misunderstanding of the people. Education and research, it plays a significant role in dissemination of knowledge, and there is no boundaries where the knowledge should be there, it enables students and scholars to access information from different languages and regions. Translated academic materials, it contributes to the advancements of knowledge worldwide. We talk about technology and localization. Translation is essential for localization of software websites. We all have witnessed that online phenomena has gone up during COVID pandemic. So software, websites, digital content, all these can be very smoothly done with the help of translation work. That is, technological advancement can be done. It allows users to interact with the technology in their native language. So localization ensures that products and services are culturally appropriate and user-friendly. So many researches have been done with the help of statistical tool during this COVID, so that translation has helped in the development of digital content. Media and communication, I'm sure translation enables global dissemination of news and information. It allows accurate reporting and understanding of events around the world. Translation of media content helps foster the cross-cultural understanding and empathy. So I really believe that it is vital for unfolding of the information, knowledge, and thoughts. I agree that translation, qualitative research work would have been done, but quantitative research work in the area of translation, maybe to the extent of business, commerce, e-commerce, culture, you will not be able to quantify how translation has helped in improvement of all these things. But yes, in the globalized world, it plays a vital role in connecting people and culture. It promotes understanding, collaboration, and inclusivity. Translation will continue to be essential as our world is becoming increasingly interconnected. We all will believe Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, where one language cannot be the barrier for reaching to the next people. So it has to be the translation work, maybe with the limitations of the translator. Certain concepts cannot be conveyed very smoothly, but yes, translation will be very important. It will actually transforms everything so that nothing changes. So we really need to have this great, we need to have words of appreciation for this unsung heroes of translators who are playing the huge role in cultural, economical, and geographical translation to the world of globalized world. Thank you so much, everyone. I think I would love to end my presentation here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sneha ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Our next speaker is from another session, but she's requested, so I would like to invite her next. Chairperson, kindly note, our next speaker will be Mayuri Thakur. Mayuri Ramesh Chandra Thakur. Mayuri ma'am, are you?
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible? Thank you so much for granting the permission to give this presentation. I'd like to share the screen. Am I audible now? Am I audible to you all?
Yes, you are audible. You may start, ma'am.
Okay. Good morning to one and all. I am Mayuri Thakur. Currently, I am pursuing my PhD in cultural studies, and my research area is select works of Mamandai, where I am analyzing the text of Mamandai through culture, society, and history. Some of the aims that I would like to share with you all for this presentation, that Mamandai is a writer who is belonging from the Adi community, which is a tribal community of Arunachal Pradesh. And the Adi community itself is a speech community where they don't have their script. So in a way, the works of Mamandai is conversion, or I would say a translation of her own customs, traditions, rituals, culture, society, all on the literary canvas. So,
ma'am, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but can you please put your slide in the slideshow or presentation mode?
Okay, sure. So, yes, so the first aim is to understand to understand the interdisciplinarity of literature and society with elements of culture and history. To review the history Northeast shown by Dai in her writing with reference to social, historical and the cultural elements, as some of the works called Stupid Cupid or The Black Hill, right, which are based on historical elements of true historical event which was occurred in Arunachal Pradesh. So she is incorporating those traditions, values, customs in her works. So to study the form, landscape and function of action initiating literature. Next is to examine the very nature of society, culture, people and history with their effects on the active readers. As in last to second presentation, ma'am was talking about unsung history of some of the women that she has researched about. Here also, Mamandai is representing a suppressed voice, I would say, as a lioness from Northeast, and she is putting all her efforts to make us aware how the culture is rich, how the people of Adi community are living and all. So to re-examine the importance of socio-cultural changes that takes place through the works in Indian context, as she is Indian English writer. All her works are based on the culture that she is living and that she is observing. Legends of Pensam, Black Hills are the representing the beauty of Arunachal, the landscape, how it is rich in culture and traditions. The last aim is to investigate how Mamandai's work show the culture and historical values, and also to understand which type of cultural and historical incidents can be revealed through her works. So this is all about Mamandai, and she has been a prolific writer as she depicted the experience of her in facilitation manner without compromising the realistic value of what she has been writing. All the aspect of her works are based on the way of living of people of Arunachal Pradesh. So she is one of the greatest writers of India, belong to Arunachal Pradesh, and her works are representation of the culture. So I'll begin with my paper now. So this paper deals with the elements like culture, society and region that have their roles to play in the works of Mamandai. She has written alluring novels, non-fiction works, many poems by which she has complimented the place and people and shows her gratitude towards them. There cannot be a novel without society, and Dai has proved that, as well as her portrayal of characters, especially that of female characters. Adana, all these are the characters from Stupid Cupid, where she is describing the hybridity of the identity which she is facing during her journey from Arunachal to Delhi. So in this paper we are discussing her famous works like Stupid Cupid, The Black Hill, The Legends of Pensam and her collection of poems, in order to get the idea of the main themes that she has used them, along with the portrayal of nature and landscape, which are the part and parcel of her works. So although her works are based on the northern east region, they are having the universal appeal, and that is the reason why they are quite famous among the local as well as international readers. So the first novel is Black Hill. This novel is based on a real incident which was occurred in Kekarmoi, and where Adi community, people of Adi community fought with the intruders of British countries, and they defeated them and they didn't allow them to enter our country. So The Black Hill is one of the finest novel written by Dai, as it deals with the northeast region of the 19th century, where the East India Company, Mississippi, are not happy with its trying to get its hold in this particular region, but the local people of two major tribes, the Abor and the Arrival, as they feel that they would force the slavery upon them, just like other countries, and therefore they are trying their best to keep this East India Company out from that particular area. Moreover, this novel is also famous for its women characters, especially of Gimur, who runs away with cousins are from the Missimi tribe in order to get settled near the Tibetan border. The society and the culture are exposed in its greatest form, which is the USP of Mamantai. And this aspect is very much evident in this particular novel as well. The character of Gimur is one of the most important characters that we can come across in the novel. As the novelist presents this by saying, I quote, Gimur did everything that young girls in the village were expected to do. In fact, she was better than most at household chores, but as her mother always said, she was uncontrollable and daring, more like a boy, whistling and climbing trees and getting into scraps. I unquote. The novel narrates the history from the different perspective, as she has discussed the element of colonialism and the love affair simultaneously along with the social pressures and the free-spirited girl, etc. in one narrative, which is in an certainly depicted in the novel. The second novel that I have chosen is The Legends of Pensam. Pensam means in between. So another novel of Dai entitled The Legends of Pensam, where Maman Dai has talked about the beauty of Arunachal Pradesh and the traditions, customs and the way of living of people of different tribes that she has experienced personally. There are 26 clans of tribes, Padma, Adi, Myong. So she is depicting the customs of all these tribes. This particular novel is famous for how she has displayed the re-establishment of the bond between the nature and the man, as these tribal people consider it the major part of their lives because it brings them their real identity. And the deity of these Adi community are Doni Polo, Doni, right? Sun and moon are their deity. So they, their main religion, or I would say the follower of the Adi communities are they are worshipping those natural elements, and they are strictly following these customs and rituals. So in the modern world, which is full of globalization and reconstruction, the novel works as a kind of criticism and portrayal of Adi life, where the society and nature are not spoiled. There is a strong criticism by Dai as far as the modern way of life is concerned, because it spoils the nature and its beauty. When I visited Arunachal Pradesh, during the Solung festival, which is again a harvesting festival of Adi community, right? They used to follow all the rituals with a particular way, the traditional dress, the way of performing tribal dance, that was really mesmerizing. So if we are just moving beyond those things, moving away from these things, we are forgetting these customs. So this is how Mamang Dai is also criticizing the modern way of living. So the region is known for its beauty, but it is degrading gradually, on which Dai has focused in this novel. So, this novel, I would say, so it is a wonderful novel that talks about such environmental issues along with the age-old issue like society, people, but at the same time it raises the concern of people to save nature. The Time Out Mumbai has praised the novel in its comment, I quote, an affecting work that intervenes myth, history and memoir to record the life stories of the Adi tribe of Arunachal Pradesh. Dai's sensitive, layered narration records the myriad details of life in this rain-drenched terrain. The Legends of Pensam is not only the story of a people, but of their natural world, the world that share. Thus, this novel is also one of the greatest novels written by Dai, as It has almost everything. The readers can certainly enjoy if they have sense of beauty and history. The third novel that I have chosen is Stupid Cupid. It is entertaining, right? The genre of this novel is quite different. It is in a lighter mood. So Mamang Dai's novel Stupid Cupid is the famous novel concerning the women characters that she has certainly portrayed through her experiences and the society around her. Most of the women characters that she has portrayed are from the tribe of Arunachal Pradesh, and Dai has presented them with contrasting images. Right, if you will observe the tribe of Arunachal Pradesh, you will
Really
find
sorry to
the
interrupt,
bold
madam.
personality.
Mayuri ma'am. Yeah, I'm really sorry to interrupt, but you're running
Yes.
out of time. You need
Okay,
to
I'll
wind
just
it.
complete it within half. Yes. Okay. So, right, this is how in Stupid Cupid even she is right presenting the women character where there is a hybrid identity, right, and the struggle of the tribal people in the place where they have never belonged, find themselves in the situation in the intolerable for them. So the character who is moving from Arunachal Pradesh to Delhi is facing certain difficulties where she is confronting new ideas and new rituals, customs of modern society. In her poems even she is describing landscape very beautifully. So in poetry one is always aware of several narratives of community, those of myths, memory, rituals and shared beliefs. So thus in conclusion we may say that the works of Mamang Dai are special in terms of treatment that she has given to each and every element, whether it's culture, society or region. Especially the treatment she is giving to the characters are also very unique, which is with dilemma and the spirit, which is with the speciality of people of Arunachal Pradesh. This is what I have researched and remembered, because nothing is ended, but it is changed. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity.
Thank you, Mayuri ma'am. Till next, we will move ahead with the next speaker. Our next speaker is Dr. Vipul Chowatia. Dr. Vipul Chowatia, are you able to hear me? Mayuri ma'am, can you mute yourself?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Yes, our next speaker is Dr. Vipul Chowatia. Okay, I think Dr. Vipul is not responding. We will move ahead with the next speaker, Dr. Mahesh Thakkar. Dr. Mahesh Thakkar, are you here? Dr.
Yeah,
Mahesh.
good morning.
Yes.
Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, good morning all. Myself, Dr. Mahesh Thakkar. I'm a principal of Kumkum School, Ahmedabad. My topic of presentation is translation as a literally means for creative writing and other subjects. Can apply to technical documentations, legal documentations, or even just social media interactions. Regardless of the goal, it is, necessitates through understanding of both the source language and the target language. Many times, accurate translation also requires translator who are acknowledgeable about the subject matter of the document.
Mahesh sir, you are not audible. Dr. Mahesh Thakkar, you are not audible, sir.
Open up foreign literature to a large audience. Even
Sir,
if
Mahesh sir, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but I think you are leaving the meeting in the middle, and we are missing out on what you are
I don't know, I think it's completely all right from my part. I think there must be some. Let me.
Okay, fine. Yeah, you may continue. Sorry.
Am I audible now? Hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now you are audible.
Provide insights into various viewpoints of experiences. Learning about the other cultures and ways of life through translation can help us see the world from their perspective. This can be particularly helpful when it comes to literary works, which frequently tackle difficult concepts like identity, belonging, and affiliation. Textbooks, articles, and research papers are just a few examples of educational materials that are translated into numerous languages so that students and scholars from all over the world can use them. This can make sure that everyone, regardless of language proficiency, get access to the same high quality content.
हाँ बोलो मैम के पेपर માટે આયા
Sneha ma'am, can you mute yourself? Sneha madam. The chairperson, Chitra ma'am. Ma'am, are you able to hear?
Yes.
Dr. Musawwir Ahmed sir and Chitra ma'am, are you able to hear the speaker? Because he seems to disappear. I cannot understand what's wrong.
In fact, I was about to intervene. He is not audible at all. I'm not hearing.
Yeah, and the speaker just seems to disappear in the middle.
Actually, ma'am, sorry to interrupt. I think he has lost his connection.
It may be the case. He has lost his connectivity.
Yeah. Connectivity is not there. Net is not there. So he is losing his connection very frequently. So he's not able to join it properly. He'll try to join again later on. That's what he gave me message. That's why I on my mic.
Okay.
You can call on the next
I'll
speaker.
call the next speaker then. I'll just keep a note of Mahesh sir. Probably we can invite him later. I would like to request the next speaker to please continue. Miss Shamim Fatma. Shamim Fatma, are you here?
Yes, I am very much here. I have switched off my video due to poor connection. So can you allow me without video? I can present my paper.
Definitely, it's okay. Okay. Over to you.
So here I am. Yes, thank you so much. Here I am sharing my screen. Yes. Very good morning to all of you. Thank you very much to give me this support. Am I audible to all of you? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are audible. You are audible.
Thank you very much to give me this opportunity to present my paper on this platform. I am Shamim Fatma from the Department of Linguistics, Aligarh Muslim University. The topic of my presentation is literary translation in reference to human and machine. In this paper, I have discussed the translation of literary texts and the challenges of it faced by both human and machine. I will demonstrate the issues through the parallel Urdu-English literary data, which I have taken from the Urdu novel Aag Ka Dariya and its translated version, that is River of Fire by Purtul and Heather. The author is Purtul and Heather. I have also evaluated the output of the same data by Google Translate to map the degree of challenges. And my aim here in this paper is to see to what extent literary translation is possible through machine. So the very first question is, what is the nature of language of literature here? So a language of literature is called literary language. It is a very common thing, and which includes novel, diaries, travelogues, historical and biographical accounts, etc. And many more things are included there. And further, every piece of literature have different styles, genres, selection of word, target audience, purpose, intention of the writers, and many more things are there. And further, the character. So every literature have particular characteristics, particular features in it, incorporated in it. That is, it is full of figure of speech, and it has particular style. Cultural information are very much there. Historical information we get, it depends upon the genre of the novels or literature. Aesthetic components are the main purpose generally in literature or novels. Symbolic usage, connotative use of the language apart from the denotative usage. And another very most important thing, choices and intention of the author, and as well as his perception about the source language text which he has perceived by his understanding or by reading the text. So what kind of what happens when he or she tries to translate the literary text? It is translation of literary text is actually very intricate task of expressing the words of the writer in a manner which expresses the original intention of the writer. So intention varies individual to individual. It is subjective matter of completely subjective in nature. So it is totally unpredictable what particular writers is dealing with, or what kind of perception intention he's taking with. we can just assume by reading the text, or we can just guess about it. So translation deals with the complication of literary text, such as the nature of the text, unspecified target audience, their expectation and understanding, and interlingual and intercultural inequality. So at all these level, translator deals with at the same platform. So he has to also see or check he has also considered two main points, that is micro contextual level and macro contextual level. That is micro contextual level includes linguistic aspect of the language, that is the morphology, syntax, lexicon, style of etc. And macro contextual level, that is the holistic view, and overall, apart from that linguistic aspects, he has to deal with non-linguistic aspect also. He has to analyze both of them, and as well as the world knowledge incorporated in that particular text. So as Karimzada and their friends mentioned in their paper, that is a holistic view is necessary, so that the translators work on the translation not only at the micro contextual level, where they make choices in relation to syntax, lexicon, style, etc., but also at macro contextual level, where decision to adhere to overall strategies are made. Am I audible? I'm just confirming. Is my
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Is my PPT is getting shared with you? Is my PPT is getting shared?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes. Okay. So, what is the here, and in other slide I have discussed between the human translator and machine translation in reference to translations. So they behave or they respond totally differently in different situation, or at the same situation. That is the translation by human and machine, and the consideration of the situation or same situation would be totally different with both of them, that is human translator and machine. And what human translator have to consider while translating a text, he involves his comprehensions, ability of interpretation, personal knowledge of the world, cognition, context, and creativity. And most of these properties he or she is born with. But this is not the case with the machine translator. It is totally based on the trained corpora, which we provide to the machine, choices based on the probability which is given there, and the rules which we create or develop for the machine. And these things are not enough to deal with the dynamic equivalence or dynamic aspect of the equivalence. That is, there are two kinds of equivalence generally we have we have been told, that is formal equivalence and dynamic equivalence. Formal is the word-to-word translation, which is completely fine with the machine translator or state of the art of the machine translation these days. But dynamic equivalence and machine translator cannot deal with the dynamic equivalence of a text, but it is possible only with the human translator nowadays. And because he has the world knowledge, so the question every time I'm raising world knowledge, the point is that is very important one, which I will discuss in next slide. So what is the solution in order to deal with the cultural information and world knowledge while translating a literary text? That is, there is only one solution scheme, that is transcription of the literary text. So literary text transcription, why we do in order to overcome these problems, translator or the writer which translate the text or novel or literary text basically. So he or she tries to transcreate the version of the original text rather than simply translating, because it is not possible with the simple translation. We cannot get the aesthetic value and other features and cultural information until we transcreate the text. This is the only possible solution for literary text. But machine translator, as I have already said, can only do the mapping of the words and phrases and their features, hence incapable of translating text. So what is the reason of this untranslatability of literary text, especially in reference to the machine translation, or that is automatic translation. That is we see we have in either in normal text or in literary text, we have basic component. Is this component is the sentence. So sentence is, every sentence is made of two things, basically words and the rule of the structure we have. So in this presentation I will discuss about the information related to information which are incorporated in words. So here, so every word is further composed of two things, meaning and word knowledge. So meaning, everyone know what is the meaning. Meaning, we may have multiple meaning, we may have ambiguity there. These things are linguistic aspect. But apart from this linguistic thing, we have word knowledge, that is non-linguistic aspect. So what kind of things word knowledge may include? That is,
Shamim Fatma madam, I am really sorry to interrupt.
Yes, give me 2 minutes, 2-3 minutes. I'm just completing.
Okay.
World knowledge will have sentiments, common sense, cultural knowledge, and facts about the word. And further, cultural knowledge will have so many aspects: food, animals, plant, clothing, etc. We have. So these information, all these information, a single word may include. I have shown the diagram for the single category, that is noun. A simple noun will have all these four information, that is human, whether it is human or non-human, living or non-living, masculine or feminine, and domain and cultural information. I have taken, but again, these information are not sufficient even for simple text or simple sentences with automatic translation. So that is still, literary translation is still a dream. So context and the order I have shown by example, that is Surya Ghosla bana rahi hai. This translation by Google is it is fine, it's complete, okay. But when the moment I have altered the position of the word, that is now it is Ghosla Surya bana rahi hai, and machine is unable to understand, that is whether nest is a subject or bird is a subject. Nest cannot be subject because it is non-animate thing, but machine is not capable of doing understanding things, getting the idea about it. And what is the difference between word net of different different languages? Here I have shown, that is for English. But for the word honey, I have taken the screenshot of WordNet from English WordNet, and honey is it is showing the different meanings of the word honey, but here there is no cultural information incorporated there. But in Hindi WordNet, we have more information regarding the simple word honey. For honey, we have linguistic information. Further, we have some touch of cultural information, and the English synset is also given there. So comparatively it is providing more information here. So components of what are the components of literary language, as I have already discussed in earlier slides. But here again I have mentioned linguistic knowledge, style and figure of speech, aesthetic components, context, and word knowledge. So what kind of things are I'm showing the data which in order to show how many these information are there in the particular single sentences. So that is original Urdu sentence I have taken. इतने में उसकी बीवी आटा दाल ले आई जो गौतम ने अपनी चादर फैलाकर उससे ले लिया था. So author has translated this text as: the old householder's wife came out with a cane tray full of rice and lentils, ground barley, and piece of jaggery. The scholars received the offering in his cloth bag. So what is the difference here? I have shown it in this table. That's the linguistic nature of the original structure is complex, but translated version is of different kind. It has multiple sentences and there in translated version, but in linguistic we have only one sentence for the and one sentence. And Google translation is completely fine, but what is lacking there in Google translation? That is cultural aspect. Here it is showing in translated version cane tray. Why author has mentioned cane tray but in translated version, but it is missing in Urdu version original text? Because cane tray, that is, it is part of culture, earlier Indian culture. So if there's no need to mention it in original text, but while we'll translate into other language, we have to mention what kind of tray is it. Grain tray, rice and lentils, dal and atta dal. So here in the Indian culture, we don't generally give only atta dal to a person to eat, but we add something like chutney, achar, and another sweet desserts, etc. So here it is mentioning in English text rice, lentils, ground barley, and piece of jaggery, etc. And cloth bag, again cloth bag, generally priests have taken, used to have with them. It is made of cloth, so it is necessary to mention the cloth bags. But in Google translation, we see it is word to word, or this it is word to word or phrase to phrase mapping is there, so it is not showing all this cultural information. So, similarly, these are the further data which I will share my PPT if you will ask about it. So it has been seen that people are working on the automatic translation of literary text nowadays.
Ma'am, the time is already up.
Just 1 minute. Just 1 minute. People are working that is on literary text, automatic translation of literary text, and it has been found that those translation of those literary texts which are closely related, literal translation between two closely related languages somehow possible, or it gives good result in comparison to the literal translation between more distant languages. Yani ki more distant language means Urdu and English, Hindi and English. They are more distant language. But I will translate Urdu and Mathli, Urdu and Hindi, Urdu and other Indian languages. So it would be closely related. So to some extent, literal translation by a machine is with possible. Human assistance is possible, and people are working there. As advanced, I have shown, I have given the two references for it. That is, Torre and Bay worked on the novel or translation of the novel, and they said that MT can be useful to assist with the translation of novels between closely related languages. And Cabra and et al. Mentioned that each languages rely on cultural and regional concepts of figurative expression, with the highest overlap between languages originating from the same region. He's saying the same thing. So what are the sources we are having these days? We have the corpus. We have number of usage of this like NLP for the development of NLP tool, machine translation, speech technology. We have corpora, and the information incorporated in word frequency, collocation, grammatical pattern, extraction of word and phrases, semantic pattern, pragmatic aspect. But what is missing there? Actually, information, cultural information, and other literary aspect is still missing in the text. Let me show you the one example. For here, I have taken the database, a screenshot of database of word sketch, and it is showing for the word handsome, use or different usage of handsome, but there is no cultural aspect is incorporated there. It is purely linguistic aspect is having. If it include the proverbial use of uses of handsome in proverbs, etc., then it may to some extent work on it. With the literary translation. So WordNet, we are having what kind of information in WordNet? That is noun, verb, adjectives, and class and semantic information. Cultural information actually is still not included. That it is Urdu WordNet, and I have earlier shown the WordNet, Hindi WordNet screenshot for the word honey. And so if some though Hindi WordNet is having or is working towards the incorporation of the cultural aspect also there, and some relevant aspect or social related to social belief, etc. There. So there is in future there is possibility for to cover the challenges of literary text, not for all, but to some point, at some point or some level. That is, aesthetic is still very complex there. So thank you. Thank you so much. Hello? Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I'm done with my presentation. Thank you so much. Nice.
Thank you, Shamim ma'am. We'll move ahead with the next speaker, that is Dr. Kajal Bharat Rao.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are.
Okay, ma'am, I'll try to share my screen.
Yes,
and if not visible, I'll just discuss the major points from the another device, right? Because there is a problem of electricity and net as well, right?
Yes, ma'am. We request you to stick to the time frame. And
definitely,
yes.
Definitely, ma'am. Good morning, all. I am Dr. Kajal Rao. I am a faculty in Anand Commerce College, and I am presenting a paper on cultivating common business communication sessions to interactive sessions by applying innovative multilingualism and multiculturalism techniques for commerce undergraduate students. Is my screen visible, ma'am?
Actually, no, we are not able to see your screen. I'm able to hear you, but not your screen, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. So I'll be reading from the another device, ma'am. No worries. Teaching English to commerce undergraduate students is a big challenge because they are less motivated for the language as they treat, and as it is given in the syllabus and curricular pattern, it is subsidiary subject. How can a teacher as a motivational speaker or as a motivator can use multilingualism and multiculturalism is the topic of my today's presentation. For that, I have targeted a group of 30 students, and in control group, there are also 30 students. I tried my best to take the random samples, and then my medium of instruction was English and Gujarati both, as most of the students in our area come from the Gujarati medium. So I took short stories which are there in the syllabus, and I tried to teach them with the multilingualism approach. So initially it was a very difficult task because the students were not motivated, and at the same time they were having a fear of presenting the words in target language. So initially, by using communicative approach, I tried to motivate them. I tried myself some of the words in their own language to just boost their spirit and to just help them to overcome the fear. And by modified communicative approach, gradually the things worked. The SOP for the same was the teacher started each class with greetings and 1-minute meditation with SWOT analysis. So that was the initiative by the teacher by asking questions about daily today life and then festivals, days of celebrations, and their likes and dislikes. So gradually there was a rapport between the students and the teacher, and they tried to speak some of the words in English language. However, they were very reluctant to use the full sentences. There were a lot of troubles. So a demonstration by the teacher was giving by using some visuals of the same story. For example, the gift of the Magi is the story in their syllabus. So I've shown them some of the pictures related from the net for the story, and also correlated the story with the story of Indian culture, where the gifts are given to brothers and sisters on Rakhi, as well as on Eid and other festivals. And then try to explain them the meaning of gift of Magi, how the gift became Magi. And with the help of PPT and audiovisual aids as well, and some of the role play techniques, gradually they tried the level best to come up in this, let's say, on the stage to share some ideas. And when the friends joined in different group activities and in different group discussions and pair works, they tried to read the stories themselves. And at each time, the teacher was asking them questions, whether you are enjoying this or not. The feedback was also given to them in the form of questionnaires and in the form of oral presentation. Also, in written feedbacks were given. So some of the major parts highlighted were in the all progress or process. So the students found out that now the comprehension was easier because they were allowed to speak some of the words, some of the sentences in their own language, and they could relate the stories with their own culture. So writing final answers for the internal test as well as for the mid test, they were able to write the answers and they enjoyed. So this was the treatment given to the experimental group, while the other group was just given the stories as normal traditional pattern, and the teacher was the same, the students were different. So I just there discussed the story in target language only. Then we focused on some of the basic questions of comprehension. Then I helped them to write themselves. So the major difference is found where the students who were given the treatment of multilingualism and multiculturalism were easily participating in peer group and group activities, not only for English, but for also Gujarati, and on the stage for overall other cultural activities as well. Now they were using the language in the garden, on the campus, and at the family functions as well. Now the language barriers and socio-psychological barriers have just they've just gone. They are not visible now, and the difficulties they had in speaking and reading are somewhat managed. Now there is no fear in the students, and they were sometimes lack of motivation was there. Sometimes there was lack of confidence, but then they tried the level best to participate. Now they are self-motivated, so they are demanding more stories, and they are now confident and participating in other activities as well. While the control group had some differences, they just answered the questions, but they don't enjoy the stories. They couldn't relate the stories with the real life stories. And when they saw the performing of the students in experimental group, they also requested that, ma'am, can we go for the same or not? So by this, we can say that if the teacher is self-motivated, if he or she takes initiative, if he works something extra, because for this I had to take 6 lectures extra. And if we are using these tools, right, multimedia, audiovisual aids, and projects and other things, and discussion, if we involve them, they definitely learn the language with the help of multilingualism and multiculturalism. The oral and written feedbacks are received. Their suggestions from the students were that these activities should be continued. And this is how I implemented, as Jack's Dwellers said, that learning is not just to score marks or to get placement, but learning is to be, to become, and being, and then harmonize with the universe. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, madam. We now move ahead with our next speaker, that is Preeti Pathak. Preeti, madam, are you there?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Yeah, Preeti, ma'am, you may start.
Is my screen visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay. Thank you so much. Firstly, a very good morning to everyone present. And I would like to thank GAP and MD College, my guide, Dr. Sangeeta Kongre, for providing me this opportunity. As you can see, the title of my study is Angry Indian Goddesses. It is a study of the tradition of worshipping women in the Hindu culture in theory, but not literally in practice. So Hindu religion is one of the few and the foremost religions in the world to worship women in the form of female deities. Very rarely we see this tradition being followed in many religions across the world. But this tradition seems very much available or practiced only in theory. Because we see that, Indians only respect these divine forms of women and not actually respect or accept women in the society at large. We have seen the situation of women in this society since times immemorial, since even the early ages, where how women or girls are deprived of basic facilities like food, shelter, education, sanitation. And this situation has gradually improved over the years, but we still find it very prevalent in many of the remote parts of the country and even parts of the world. The primary text under this study is the title, which is Hindu Goddesses, Vision of the Divine Feminine in the Hindu Religious Tradition. It's written by David Kinsley, where he mentions the origins and the stories of these goddesses that are worshipped in the Hindu tradition. The primary objective of this study is to focus on how the people in the Hindu society worship the female deities, but oppress the women in their family and in the society at large. The main themes of this paper are to study the culture, the religion, the treatment of gender, and the translation and study of scriptures, because as the name suggests of the author, David Kinsley is not an Indian author. He's a Canadian author, and he is a renowned scholar in the field of religion and Hinduism. his major contribution towards this Hindu religion has been the exploration of the divine feminine. And he argues that the goddesses represent both the creative and the destructive aspects of the universe, and that the worship of these goddesses is essential to the Hindu religious traditions. The women in the Hindu sect we see are deprived of their basic necessities just because they are sexually different. This gender bias is very clearly visible and is statistically proven time again. We have seen atrocities like female feticide, female infanticide. They have been prominent and had been practiced in the tradition for a really long time, in spite of the government programs and awareness drives that have been taken. We have also seen killing or suppression of women just because they give birth to female childs. In the next slide, you will be seeing a data. This report was published in the newspaper Mint. It is a daily published in India. It shows the statistical data of a survey that was conducted by the World Economic Forum about the gender gap in 156 countries, and India ranks at the 140th rank among the 156 countries. So you can imagine the wide gender gap when it comes to various fields like economic participation or the kind of health facilities, the education facilities, or even political empowerment for that matter. Now, I would like to move on to some of the deities that have been mentioned in the text that I studied. The first and foremost deity, apart from a few that were mentioned prior to this, is Prakriti, who is the mother or the creator of this universe. According to the traditions, Prakriti or the mother goddess gave this divine vision of creating earth and the life on earth to the trident gods that we pray to. Now, Hindus consider Mother Earth as their mother goddess and worship it as, this goddess provides to them whenever they need something. It gives them the food, it gives them the water and everything that they need. But do these same people worship their mothers or the mothers of their own children in the same manner? It's a question that we need to ask everyone, not just the men, but also the females in the society. The next goddess that he explains is Lakshmi, who is the fulfiller. She is considered to be the goddess who gives everything in abundance. She is the one who gives her devotees all that he or she desires. She also acts as the convener between the devotees and Lord Vishnu, because she is the one who is seen always trying to speak to Lord Vishnu in favor of his devotees. Now, in the Hindu tradition, we consider the woman who enters the home after marriage to be the Lakshmi of the house, the one who brings prosperity to the family. I want to pose a question. Is this just in terms of the dowry that she brings with her? Because if we pray to the goddess, then why do we upset the Griha Lakshmi by just overlooking her desires? The next goddess that he mentioned in the text is Sati or Parvati. Parvati is considered to be the reincarnation of Sati after she was killed in the yajna that was performed by her own father. Now, goddess Parvati is always prayed alongside with her consort, who is Lord Shiva. And Lord Shiva and goddess Parvati form the concept of Ardhanarishwar. It is a very prominent concept in which Lord Shiva and goddess Parvati appear to be one, as one side of the human body is a part of God Shiva and the other is goddess Parvati. She's always considered to be someone who is a householder, and she's the one who engages Lord Shiva's energies into the Grihasthashram, which is otherwise feared by all the gods, that, the kind of penance that he is performing or the aesthetic isolation that he performs will destroy the entire world. So in order to contain that energy, they provoke or they guide goddess Parvati to get in touch with or to perform vrat in order to get attention of Lord Shiva so that she can get married to him, and so that the two of them can curtail the kind of energy that Lord Shiva has within him. She respects Lord Shiva and she functions at the command of her Lord. in the Hindu tradition, we see that it is, it is a one-way action where women are expected to function at the commands of their husband, but husbands fail to acknowledge her desires and her contribution. We see Lord Shiva, on the other hand, loves and respects Goddess Parvati a lot. Moving on is the mention of Sita, who is the Pativrata, or a devotee of her own husband. She is shown to be a goddess who's considered herself as the devotee of her husband. She has always been considered to be the epitome of faithfulness towards her husband, because she is always given as an example in the Indian society or the Hindu society at large to girls, that, you have to be like Sita, someone who follows her
Preeti
husband.
madam, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but your time is, you're running out of time here.
I have just one more slide. Just give me one more minute. And so I just wanted to question that, does Lord Ram deserve the kind of respect that she gives her for asking her to prove her chastity, not just once during the Agni Pariksha, but twice when he invites her back to Ayodhya? And why always only the women have to provide the evidence of being chaste? Next, we have Radha. Radha is the lover. She is the only woman who is, as a goddess, prayed, who's not the wife of a lord. She's just the lover. And in various scriptures, we see Radha has been married to someone else, but she is so much in love with Krishna that she is prayed as a divine form. And Krishna and Radha have this equal longing and love for each other. And the society, I see, tries to bind the women under the shackles of marriage, where they are mostly not interested. And this leaves them to be unhappy. The last goddess that he mentions is Durga the warrior. The tradition says that, Durga was created by combining the energies of all gods when they prayed to goddess Shakti to protect them from the demon Mahishasur. She is considered to be the creator and the destroyer of this world. She's the only goddess who's prayed independently without the protection of any male by her side. And I would like to conclude by saying that, the Durga resides in each woman, and her power should not be controlled but celebrated. Finally, I'd like to conclude by saying that, may Goddess Saraswati bless all of us with wisdom and knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you, Preeti. I would now like to call upon the next speaker, that is Miss Yashi Bajpai.
Yes, ma'am. May I start, ma'am?
Yeah, sure. Please move ahead.
Good morning, everyone. The title of my paper is Recollections and Reveries, an Exploration of Nostalgic Politics. The paper strives to examine Aga Shahid Ali's anthology, The Wheel Suit, as a memory narrative engaging with cultural memory and the collective consciousness of the poet, who had relocated away from his homeland, yet the desire to return persisted. It examines the dilemma of an Indo-American Kashmiri poet, while also foregrounding the notion of politics, culture, nostalgia, and identity that collectively influences the poet's existence. Foundation of the inner turmoil resides in the poet's memory. Through a close analysis of the poems and the feeling of alienation that has inspired the verse, this study demonstrates how the anthology emerges as a spot where the cognitive and political potential of the verse help refurbish as well as self-contemplatingly engage with historical materiality. Using the memory studies framework, this study particularly tries to accentuate the private memories and recollections, which are intergenerational. The ontology and the conversance that is wheeled are explored from Himalaya to America through the production of literary verses with the politics of foregrounding, rejection, and remembrance. The article thus draws attention to how tragedies caused a lasting effect on the diaspora. The chief distinction between human beings and non-humans is that they have a mind to think. This process of thinking originates with their capacity to remember, recall, and forget, which is cheaply termed as memory. That is extremely social, yet egomaniacal. Memory has long been seen as an essential prerequisite of consciousness by psychologists. who have developed a wide range of complicated models of individual remembering. It is a vicious circle where remembrance creates a loop. Contrary to the popular notion that only good remembering capacity can help in achieving conscious mind, it is extremely important to forget in order to create a sound balance. Memory is classified as individual as well as collective, and both these complement each other by together forming the environment for humans to live. This is precisely where literature addresses the vast arena of memory studies. Literature is endowed with power of expressing the hidden processes by staging them as fictional minds, or in the words of Rohan, transparent minds. The anthology produced by Aga Shahid Ali constructs the illusion of an authentic memory, to quote, by delivering Indo-American historical and contemporary events from the standpoint of mediated memory. Aforementioned mediation is an evaluation of cultural memory generated by objects, images, representations, where in addition to the illusion of witnessing into the past, critical reflection upon process of representation is supplied. Poetry evolves as an engaging spot apt at transmitting numerous perspectives of a socially shared past. It empowers the reader to interpret past times as a dialectical process of memory and forgetting experienced by individuals and society. As an artist and creator of poetry, Aga Shahid Ali's poetry traveled a trajectory through his life from sense to sound. This was in the words of Ali Kazim. The anthology, in consonance with Woodland, the poetic diction of Shahid Ali, embody two stances towards the thematics, one dominated by nostalgia and desire for return, one dominated by anti-nostalgic acknowledgement of cultural hybridity. The verse he writes is about memories' despotic relationship with Kashmir, as well as with his continual journey of remapping his cultural identity in order to relocate back to his homeland. Though surface politics does not form the major event in Ali's poetry, it will not be far stretched to say that politics works as a major background in some of his renowned pieces, especially The Country Without a Post Office. The background of the poem is the 1990s Kashmiri Pandit genocide. This led to the community leaving the place and curfew in the area for a long time. It seized the mode of life. The framework of Aga Shahid Ali's poetry, A Country Without Postcard, contains recurring images of longing and desire to return home, as it begins with a description of Kashmir's devastated culture. Again, I have returned to this country where a minaret has been entombed. Further, the displacement of culture heightens the dilemma, as culture is made up of people, traditions, and monuments. He says, empty, so many fled, ran away. He further writes, the house was swept about like leaves for burning. The inner fire is the fire of being the numerous identities he has developed as Indian-born Kashmiri, and he was ripped apart by the war in Kashmir between two communities, empathizing with both sides. We are inside the fire, looking for the dark. These are his words. The effect of the politics on Kashmir issue was reflected as absence of self. A loved one home in a monsoon note on old age, which presents metaphors of helplessness in the lines from the poem. This is 50 years later. I sit across myself, folded in monsoon sweat, my skin shriveled, a tired nudge, aware only of an absence. Aga Shahid Ali never shied away from writing about socio-political issues of Kashmir, and his works included political poems, or what might be accurately called poems about injustice. Memory sites are places where culture crystallizes and can include archives, museums, and memorials, notions or practices such as commemorative ceremonies, artifacts, or as emblems or manuals and symbols. This is what Whitehead has observed. In Vacating an Apartment, the lyric, I am moving out with my tombstone in my hand, contrasts going out of an apartment with the past events of loss of home and loved ones. When the poet leaves the flat, he feels the same agony and loss as he did before. Normal moving out of a flat elicits the same intense reaction as pathological memories of leaving Kashmir, the house do. As a result, whether it is leaving the city or vacating an apartment, every traumatic occurrence elicits the same response, and these metaphors of loss, such as death, tombstone, and ghost, are repeated in his works, which intensify the death of culture, which will live forever in Ali's memory. The metaphors of death spider, ghost station, and lost train again signifies impossible journey back home in the poem, a wrong turn, hinting towards a hopeless longing for home, while also implying a psychological acceptance or reconciliation with the reality that there is no going back. Similarly, in the poem Poetry, Leaving Your City, the phrase, its lights dying in my eyes, as well as the phrase, make everything new, clean as death, portrays nostalgia and loss of our identity. Several poetries of his portray this mingling of longing and reality. His poems are filled with horror, bloodshed, and remembrance of lost people. He writes in the last section, remembering the forgotten days. I will look for any sign of blood in captions under the photos of boys, those who by inches after the April flood were killed in the fluted waters. While multiculturalism and multilingualism shape the texture of Shahid Ali's identity, his profound feeling of loneliness and dislocation inspire inventive survival techniques, such as the fetishization of exile or the haphazard desire to assimilate into the culture of new home. With this, I conclude on Ali. In a conversation with Amitabh Ghosh, disclosing his final wish, I would like to go back to Kashmir by thereby inheriting a tradition of nuanced desire, of fatalism and separation, imagining kind of nostalgia, debarring his ultimate union with the divine. The wheel suit is full of memories which Ali was never able to separate, and thus gave us some of the memorable pieces to cherish through his lenses. Okay. Hello?
Yes, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
With this, we have finished all the participants for the speakers for this particular session. But before I end this session or conclude, I think we should. I would like to call upon those presenters who were unable to present earlier. So I would just like to call upon three names. If they are there, we'll just have them or we'll have their presentation. May I ask for Zarnab Zala, madam? Zarnab Zala, madam, are you here? Zarnab Zala, madam, are you here? Okay, doesn't look like madam is here. The next speaker will be Dr. Vipul Chovatia. Dr. Vipul Chovatia, are you here, sir? Dr. Vipul? Okay, Dr. Vipul is not here. And the third speaker that was left out was Dr. Mahesh Thakkar. Mahesh Thakkar was unable to present because of technical issues. Dr. Mahesh, are you here, sir? Okay, I don't think the presenters are here. So yes, we would conclude the session, but I would like to request our chair speaker, our chairperson, Dr. Musawwir Ahmed from the University of Kashmir, and our co-chair, Dr. S. Chitra, to give their concluding remarks and their comments about the session. Over to you, Dr. Musawwir, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think we are well in time. We, in fact, three of our participant speakers, they made this quite easy because they couldn't present and we have around 5 minutes time. I thank all the presenters. We had some wonderful presentations with serious insights about translations. I heard about people talking about metaphors, the cultural element that always we question about that whether the cultural element, when you translate a text, cultural element goes with it or not. These are the questions I've been asked since earlier times, whether it's only the language or it's the meaning or this whole context that will be translated. There are different viewpoints about it. So, but by and large, I could see that translation as a successful enterprise and people support the view, even if Google translation is just a technical kind of a thing, but still you'll say there are so many people who benefit from these works of artificial intelligence. By and large, we had some insights, some good insights. Hopefully, the organizers they put these talks in on paper and come up with the proceedings of the international conference. I thank my co-chair. I thank all the speakers. I thank the organizers. I thank you. You wonderfully moderated. Aksa. Aksa. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ijaz Saab. Thank you, people from the people at Mumbai. Thank you from people at Department of Linguistics, University of Kashmir. Thank you very much. The next session will be probably from 11:30.
That's right, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Musawir. Thank you for your time, and the co-chair also. As a co-organizer, I should thank you for giving the time. Very long session and very good one. Over to Aksa.
Yes, sir. I just wanted to ask if Dr. Chitra has any comments or any inputs about the session. Chitra, madam.
Yes, ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed the session and I found it very interesting that it was a combination of both faculty from commerce management. They were trying to present their views on translation and how cultural diversities in the globalized era can be better focused on through this process of translation. That was really an eye-opening for me because basically I'm a literature person. And at the same time, I was also very happy to listen to papers like, say, Mamang Dai, because those were areas which are really related to me. Talking about women's voices and even about women goddesses. I absolutely enjoyed each and every paper, Aga Shahida Ali's paper. Whenever it comes to literature, I was feeling very close to the presentations. The paper which attracted me most was the analysis of the human translator and the machine translator. That was really done well, but I think uh, it was a very long presentation and the scholar was not able to do a full justice, but it was a very good attempt because as a translator myself, many a times when we are doing literary translation, what she mentioned was exactly correct. We find very difficult to bring in words into English, especially from Tamil to English. No, we find it very difficult. Even when you go to Google Translator or any other thing, you are not able to find the right word. Ultimately, you yourself have to say transliterate, put that word, and then give the meaning embedded in the text, or you have to give a glossary separately. So the untranslatability is one of the most great challenges for literary translators like us, and that paper was really done well. It was a very good paper, and also I think Shamim Fatma was the presenter of that.
Yes, ma'am. It was
Paper.
Shamim Fatma, madam, and I would like to apologize because, madam wanted to continue, but then we were
Yeah.
sort of running out of time and we had to sort of.
Because she was talking about the practical difficulties that we as translators face when we come across local words from, say, our regional languages, and we are trying to put it across into English. That was really focused well. I also enjoyed the paper of Preeti Pathak, who was talking about women goddesses, and also
I would like to thank you so much for a wonderful compliment, ma'am.
Yes, because the struggle which I face as a as a translator was well exhibited in your paper. And I have, in fact, for the translation of the novel which I have completed just now, I have given a big glossary even for the culinary things, like say the preparation of certain items in the Tamil tradition, whatever it is, the snacks or the sweets and all, everything we find it very difficult to put into English. Okay. So that part of it I really like the law. And also I would like to appreciate people who are doing commerce and management, trying to understand the globalized scenario and seeking the help of translation as a means to project say to a multicultural audience, or to do more businesses, and how to create a viable atmosphere for doing more business. And that was a eye opener for me, because I understood how translation helps in various fields, including commerce and management. I thoroughly enjoyed the whole session. Thank you so much for GAP, University of Kashmir, and MD College for giving me this opportunity to co-chair the session. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much for your comments and your words. With this, we conclude the technical session number 2, and we'll quickly proceed towards the technical session number 3. And we are right on time. It's 11:30. We are just on time with our for our next schedule. So let me quickly invite the chair and the co-chairperson for this event, for this technical session. The chair would be Dr. Sangeeta. 1 minute, at the 11:30. I'm so sorry. The chairperson would be Professor Adil Amin Kak. Professor Adil. The chairperson for the next session, technical session 3. Professor Adil, are you here? Okay. And the co-chair would be Dr. Mangesh Gore from Polladpur. Dr. Mangesh. Professor Adil and Dr. Mangesh, are you all here? I think Professor Dr. Mangesh Gore, I am able to see him. Mangesh Gore, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, yes. A very good morning, sir.
Yes, yes. Same to you, ma'am. Thank you.
And the chairperson, Professor Adil Amin. Adil Amin, sir, are you here with us? I am not able to see him.
Ms. Aksa, please, maybe he will be joining. He had told me he may be somewhere. He will be joining. Meanwhile, you can ask and the co-chair to continue, and you are there also.
Yeah, sure. Okay, thank you, Professor Ejaz. Our co-chair person here, Dr. Mangesh Gore. I would request you to kindly introduce yourself as a co-chair person for this particular technical session.
Yes, okay.
Dr. Mangesh Gore, sir. Yes.
Okay, okay. Thank you, ma'am. I myself, Dr. Mangesh Gore. First of all, I'm really thankful to the organizer, MD College and University of Kashmir, GAP, for giving me this opportunity. I'm presently working as head of the Department of English at Sundarrao More Arts, Commerce and Science College, which is situated in Polladpur, Raigad district, and affiliated to University of Mumbai. I have done my PhD on the diasporic sensibility of in the writings of Jhumpa Lahiri, and I have 25 years of teaching experience. Again, I am really thankful to you for giving me this this opportunity, and I would like to request you to kindly begin the session with presenters which are present over here. Thank you, ma'am. Over to you.
Yes, thank you, Mangesh sir. I think our chairperson, Professor Adil Kak, is also here. Yes. A very good morning, Adil sir. I request you to please introduce yourself as the chair here, sir. Sir, we are unable to hear you. No, sir. Yeah, I can see you. I think you should disconnect your headphones, sir.
Adil Sahab, you are on mute. Please unmute yourself.
No, he is not on mute, sir. He is unmuted, but I think there is this
Connectivity problem. Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
when you
Okay.
connect the device.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
There
Yeah,
seems
yeah,
to be
you-
some problem with
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
microphone. So, who are our presenters? Are all of them present? Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We are able to hear you. We request
Okay.
you to just give a brief introduction about yourself, and then we can begin with the other.
Okay. Fine.
Aksa, I will. Professor Adil is a senior colleague in our Department of Linguistics, and he has been head of the department for 2 terms. He is currently the Dean of the School of Arts, Language and Literatures. His areas, he has done a commendable work, especially in the areas of social linguistics, syntax, and computational linguistics. He's also at present chairman of a reputed, rather I will say director of one of our reputed centers in the university. That's called as Sheikhul Alam Center. And very dynamic, very active, and playing uh, I can say contributing immensely to the corporate as well as academic uh, atmosphere of the university. This is very brief. If you see his CV, it is quite long, but due to the constraint of time, I believe it will suffice. Over to you.
Thank you, Professor Ejaz. We are extremely honored by your presence here today, Adil sir, as a chair. Thank you so much for chairing this session. And also, we are extremely glad Mangesh Gore sir is also here with us. So, since our chairperson and our co-chairperson both are here, with your permission, may we begin with the next session, sir?
Please go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. So our first presenter will be Niyati Ben Patel.
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Yeah. Okay. Ma'am, you may begin with your session.
Yes, ma'am. Just I'm audible, ma'am.
Yes, you are audible. Yes.
Okay. Good morning to everyone. Myself Niyati. I am from Sabarmati University. I am PhD scholar. My topic is innovative translation, transforming words into creative masterpieces. From the canon of English literature, Iliad, there are many types of literature. For example, Iliad, the Epic of Gilgamesh, Odyssey are the best translation, and translators' work can be seen. But creative translation work is an art, creativity of creator, called a translator, a timeless and captivating power of innovative translator who makes masterpieces of tagline. For example, advertisement, text, words, contracts, that all are included in the masterpieces. My research article aim is to explore the difference of a translation and translation, elements of innovative translator, approach of translator writing, introduce techniques for innovative translation, significance of creative writing, techniques for masterpieces, meaning of translation. Translation means an act, process, or instance of translating, such as rendering from one language into the another. Also, the product of such as rendering. Creative writing is also different from the translation. Creative writing is any writing that goes outside the bounds of normal professional, journalistic, academic, or a technical form of literature. And transcreation. What is the meaning of transcreation? Transcreation is the fusion of words Translating and creating. It describes copywriting content in a source that needs to be a more coherent, relevant, etc. In a new language, sometimes transcreation is also called a creative translation, namely because the content isn't translated word from the word, it is the creative translation. There are a difference between translation and transcreation. Translation means a basic process, and transcreation means that is a creativity and art. Translation is a focus on a cultural nuances, and rather than transcreation is focused on the cultural sensibility. Translation is a focus on a context. Another side, transcreation is a modified context and emotional appeal. It touch up of a linguistic level. Translation uses of translation is a legal papers, technical manuals, academic materials, and all that. And the uses of translation are advertisement, creative literature, movie title, tagline, etc. Translation is a strives for accuracy. In front of transcreation is a strives for a resonance. Sometimes by machine is a done by the translation, but translation is a depend on a human creativity. Translation is a memorize are useful, but transcreation entails producing original and a unique text each time. There are more elements of an innovative transcreator. Be bilingual and a bilingual. Be creative. Be adaptable.
Niyati, excuse me. Is your slide moving? Are you moving your slide?
Yes, sir. I am moving my slide.
Niyati, you've not presented, as in you're not sharing your slideshow. I think you need to start your slideshow, madam.
Now it's another one. The slide has changed.
No, I think you should start your slideshow, madam. I think
Okay.
then.
Yes, my slide is visible, sir.
Yeah. Right now it's visible.
Okay,
So can you
now
change
it's
to the next slide? This is right now elements of innovative transcreation. Yeah. It's
okay.
moving now. So you have to. Yeah. Now it's moving.
Okay, sir. There are many types of elements of an innovative translator. If you want to be a innovative translator, there are elements for that. First is a bilingual and a bilingual. Be creative, be adaptable, be collaborative, or have a relevant experience. There are some techniques for the innovative translator. For example, if you want to be a best translator, you must have the potential of a forward thinker, cultural immersion, audience analysis, adaptable of idioms and metaphors, wordplay and puns. There are many types of techniques. Another is a collaborative, creative, cultural concerns, iterative feedback loop, testing and evaluation, ethical consideration, emotionally evocation languages. There are too much for the approx also for the transcreative writing. Emphasis on a cultural nuances, creative redefinition of a content, preservation of a message and essence, integrative of a creativity elements, emotional resonance, adaptation for a divine context. Collaborative approach also needed for the translate and writing. Flexibility is the most IMP. There are a little bit significance for the creative writing. Translator are artistic. If you want to be a best creative writer, then we must have a potential of a artistic work. Translator are artistic. Translator have a personal translation style also. Translators cannot connect the dots. Translators see below the surface, and translators have an eye for a binding. There are many techniques. For example, good communication across the culture, enhanced branding and a market penetrates, preservation of a culture richness, engagement and a emotional resonance, cross-culture diplomacy and relations. By outpouring, my finding is transforming word into creative masterpieces needed a innovative transcreator, elements of innovative transcreator, approach of transcreator writing, and techniques for the innovative transcreation. Significance also needed for the creative writing, and there are many more techniques for the masterpiece. Thank you. Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Niyati ma'am. We now move ahead with our next speaker. That is Reem Rustam.
Good morning. Yeah, good morning, ma'am.
Yeah. Niyati ma'am, can you stop sharing your screen? Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. This is Reem Rustam, a research scholar from Jain deemed to be University. I am from Syria, and I am about to complete my PhD soon. My major is simultaneous interpretation, and that's why and in my research, I'm comparing the human simultaneous interpretation with the machine one. So my topic in this paper is about the evolution of machine translation and simultaneous interpretation. Yeah, international and inter-ethnic communication can be accomplished on a basic level through translation. Translation has always been a bridge to connect people from different countries with different languages.
Excuse me,
translation. Yes, sir.
Don't you have a presentation? Do you have a
Yeah, I'm sharing it. It's not there?
Actually, sir, Niyati ma'am has yet not stopped her presentation.
Ah, okay.
Niyati ma'am, you need to stop presenting. Actually, I do not. Okay, Niyati ma'am, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, I tried, but ma'am, just a second, ma'am.
You just need to cancel your, just click, the share screen. You need to
Yes,
close.
yes, ma'am. Just a second, ma'am. Sorry for disturbance.
Yeah, okay,
I think
you.
I can
Thank you, Niyati ma'am. Yes, Reem ma'am,
Yes.
you may present your.
Is it visible now?
Yes.
Yeah.
Go to the front
so-
page topic. This is the introduction, no?
Yeah, introduction. Yeah. So as I was saying, that translation has always been like a bridge that help people to communicate with each other, especially the ones who speak different languages. And translation can be either written or oral. Simultaneous interpretation or conference interpretation is one type of oral translation that requires so many skills. Okay. I'm unable to move the slide. Sorry for this. I'll share. Yeah, technology develops daily, and new tools and applications are created to facilitate communication at all levels. Machine translation is one of the communication techniques that are utilized in social media, tourism, language learning, businesses, and conferences. And it's the practice of translating text from one natural language to another using computer software. Translation used to be only one word-to-word correspondence, and it focused on form and content, which were their primary concerns. Then much research was done on extra textual components and extra linguistic components that affects the quality of translation. NIDA in 1991 talks about several, let's say, elements that affects the quality of language. He talks about language components, the author's intent, cultural distinctions, communication problems, content variations, and the context itself. Now I move to talk about simultaneous interpretation, which was in the beginning known as telephonic interpreting in 1920s. Then it becomes televised, later utilized in conferences through primarily though it was consecutive rather than simultaneous. It was like the speaker was talking and the translator was translating after him. But after that, it becomes simultaneous. The speaker talks and the interpreter translates immediately, concurrently with him or with them. But it was thought to be of lower quality than consecutive interpreting in the beginning because the interpreter doesn't have time to revise their translation. The source text creator speaks as the interpreter in simultaneous interpretation improvises the oral translation. It is an interlingual communication process. It's also an interaction between the speaker and the listener through the interpreter. The interpreter must concurrently listen, understand, reformulate, translate, and produce language or do numerous activities. This is all about human translation and simultaneous interpretation. Then comes machine translation, which was originally established in the 30s. And more research was conducted in 50s. It was in the beginning inaccurate, risky, expensive, and word-for-word translation. But it was less expensive and largely human-aided in the 80s. Online MT services started to appear in the 90s, but still post-editing was still needed. It wasn't that accurate. There are lots of linguists who have different views about this. Hutchins investigates the reasons that increase the interest in using computers in translation industry. Also, Al-Qudsi Omar Shakir claimed that it's challenging to find a machine translation that corresponds to human needs. Machine translation could or might not be able to satisfy people's requirement when it comes to retrieval speed or accuracy of translation. Akbari also claims that a machine translation has a variety of problems that occasionally make it unreliable, and there is a very big list that Akbari covers in his paper or study. Also, Pokala asserts that human translators may no longer be genuine translators, instead serving as editors. Peng also discusses the benefits and drawbacks of machine translation. When it comes to simultaneous interpretation, we have also lots of studies. Sifok says that spoken words rather than written words count in machine interpretation. Fantolini outlines two developments in simultaneous interpretation technology, the wired gadgets and the internet. These are two developments. Then he predicts a third improvement as well as a new technology approach. He asserts that three essential areas, computer-assisted interpreting, remote interpreting, and machine interpreting, will be crucial in this technological shift. Brown also adds that Google and Microsoft have published various apps that provide automated interpretation with relatively real-time auditory and written output. Sligerman also notes various programs trying to build industry-specific technologies. Horvath draws the conclusion that machine interpretation has less of an impact on the interpretation career than machine translation does on translation profession, because there are no independent subtasks for translation, such as post-editing or text preparation for translation. So he was differentiating also between machine translation and machine interpretation and the difficulties there. To wrap up, machine simultaneous interpretation may soon be competitive with human simultaneous interpretation, according to certain researchers and linguists. To enable machines to offer correct translations in particular settings, programmers are focusing more on various aspects of languages, pragmatically, semantically, morphologically, syntactically, and phonologically speaking. And here is a list of references that I used to conduct this study. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Reem, madam. I would like to call upon the next presenter, that is Nandini Barua, madam.
Hello, Aksa.
Nandini Barua, madam.
Am I audible, Aksa?
Yes, yes, yes.
Nandini Borua madam has got an election duty, so she has to leave for that. So kindly excuse her name.
Okay, fine, fine. Thank you, Sangeeta madam, for informing. We move ahead with the next speaker, and that is Kokila Mohan Chandran. Sorry, I'm sorry. Kokila Mohan Chandran, madam.
Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, I can. Yes, Kokila madam, you may begin.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I am Kokila Mohana Chandran, postgraduate scholar of Bharati Women's College, Chennai. My paper is titled Translation Ethics and Challenges. The objective of this paper is to analyze the role and the need of ethical codes in translation, the challenges of a translator conference, and the means to overcome them to ascertain the creation of translation in closeness to the original text. Translation can be defined according to J.P. Postgate as an art of rendering the writing of one language into another language. The art of translation lies not merely in translating the literal sense of one language into another, but of translating also the feeling, thought, and character of the work, so that the finished translation is equal in quality to the original. And translation ethics refers to a set of accepted rules or principles adhering to which a translation should be done, ensuring the genuineness and authenticity of the translated work. The three important codes of ethics of translation discussed in this paper are fidelity, neutrality or impartiality, and linguistic and language competency, where fidelity refers to being faithful and accurate to the original, while neutrality or impartiality refers to the translator being neutral towards the text and author. So it can be said that the work of a translator is to reproduce what the author says and not what he means. Linguistic and language competency of a translator is significant in the process because only when a translator is competent bilingually, he will be able to create a good translation. The most common challenges faced by a translator, which are analyzed in this paper, are cultural difference, problem of equivalence, and untranslatability. The issue of cultural difference arises when the culture involved in SL text is completely different from the culture of TL readers. The problem of equivalence deals with the difficulty in translating idioms, phrases, or proverbs because a literal or direct translation of idioms, phrases, or proverbs is always harmful, as they always have an inner meaning which is not what it means at the surface level. The next challenge often a translator encounters is untranslatability, which is of two types as classified by Catford. First one is linguistic untranslatability, and the other one is cultural untranslatability. According to Catford and Popovic, on the linguistic level, untranslatability occurs when there is no lexical or syntactical substitute in the TL for an SL item, whereas the cultural untranslatability is due to the absence in the TL culture of a relevant situational feature of the SL text. Based on the issues, the means to overcome them differs, which are also dealt with in this paper. However, in this present digital world, the significance of translation has gathered momentum and translators have a great scope, especially in a country like India, where many cultures are practiced and many different languages are spoken. And so, to produce good translations and to overcome the challenges faced during the process, a translator needs to adhere to the ethics of the translation deliberately. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
Thank you, ma'am.
We move ahead with our next speaker, and that is Ujala Shamnani. Ujala Shamnani.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, yes, you are. You may start, ma'am.
Okay. I am sharing my screen right now. Sorry, I'll. Can you all see the screen?
Yes, yes, it's visible.
Yeah, and am I properly audible?
Yes, you are, ma'am.
Okay, okay. All right. Good afternoon, one and all. and thanks a lot for providing me this opportunity. Without wasting time, I would quickly start with my presentation. Um, the title of my paper is Critical Evaluation of Translation Studies as a Subversive Agent in Shaping Indian Modernism. The objectives and what I would like to explore in the paper are, the paper aims to probe into, just a second. The paper aims to probe into the complex interrelationship of three fields, that is world literature, Indian modernism, and translation studies. It attempts to investigate the ways in which these three disciplines converge and intersect with each other. Secondly, it attempts to underscore the pivotal role played by anthologies of world literature in dissolving the distinction between the categories of national or international or Western modernism and Indian modernism. The paper highlights how translation studies acted as a powerful weapon in facilitating Indian poets to clear a space for alternative trajectories of modernism. It explores how Indian modernist poets selectively embraced the Western poetic idiom, keeping in mind the internal dynamics of their own traditions. Now let's look at what does the famous theorist David Damrosch has to say about world literature. David Damrosch provides the threefold definition of world literature as world literature is elliptical refraction of national literatures. The second definition foregrounds the role of translation and at what levels translation contributes in increasing the variability of readerly response. So translation, according to him, gives a new life to the work. The third definition, which focuses on the reader, declares world literature not a set canon of texts, but a mode of circulation and reading. Genesis of modernism in the East. So how can we relate world literature with Indian modernism? And this section would help us explain that. The term modernism signified a literary artistic movement that was characterized by a desire to subvert traditional modes of representation and express new sensibilities. The wrestling with all the new assumptions about reality and culture generated a new permissiveness in the realm of arts. The agenda of modernism in the East was markedly distinct from the agenda of modernism in the West. The philosophy of modernism in the West had a transnational outlook, while the modernism that unfolded in Indian literatures did not share the metropolitan worldview of the West, which comfortably eliminated the existence of categories of local and national. So the socio-cultural setup and the ideological orientations of Indian modernism were strikingly different. The objectives and goals of Indian modernism were inclined towards giving preeminence to regional cosmopolitan traditions due to its post-colonial location. Now, if we relate the earlier slide the definition of world literature with modernism in the East, we can understand the fact very clearly that the definition of world literature does not give importance only to Western literature, but it includes and gives importance to national literatures and considers it as part of world literature. Now I'll be discussing certain important anthologies of world poetry, which explain the fact that how regional poets have contributed a lot in forming the forum of world literature, and how translation has played a major role in bridging the gap between world literature and Indian modernism. So the first example is the anthology titled Na Simai Na Duriya, which is an anthology of a world poetry written by Kunwar Narayan. Kunwar Narayan was one of the few Hindi poets who believed in the universality of indigenous poetic experiences, and imagined himself as an essential part of great brotherhood of world poets. This collection was published in the year 2017, and this is an important anthology because it includes 30 poets around the world, and I have listed down certain names like Homer, Shakespeare, Dante, Vasco Popa, Ezra Pound, Pablo Neruda, Latin poet, D.H. Lawrence, Walt Whitman, Gunter Grass, Derek Walcott, and many other poets which I have not mentioned. The second example that I would cite is Roshni Ki Khidkiyan, which was edited and translated by the poet, renowned poet Suresh Salil. Now, these are translations. The earlier one, Na Simaye Na Duriyan, and this one. These are Hindi poetry translations of world poets, poets around the world. Now, this anthology, which is titled Roshni Ki Khidkiyan, translated as Windows of Light, was published in 2003, which includes 112 poets and 31 languages. This anthology includes Hindi poetry translations of prominent poets around the world, such as Ezra Pound, Anna Akhmatova, Pablo Neruda, Vasco Popa, Wallace Stevens, Boris Pasternak, Robert Frost, and several others. Examples of translations of foreign poets into Hindi. This volume, as discussed earlier, reminds us of several initiatives of translating foreign language poetry into Hindi taken up by poets and translators like Chandrabali Singh, Shrikant Verma, Prabhati Nautiyal, Vishnu Khare. So Vishnu Khare, a renowned poet in Hindi, has translated T.S. Eliot's Wasteland when he was merely 19. In the same way, the eminent Hindi poet Nilab Ashk has translated poems by Pablo Neruda and Ezra Pound, apart from translating Indian writers such as Jivnananda Das and Sukanta Bhattacharya. Coming on to regional writers of Gujarati language. In Gujarati, Suresh Joshi, a major poet of Gujarati modern poetry, published a landmark anthology of modern world poetry in translation titled Parkiya, which means other man's woman. In the year 1975, which translates important modernist poets such as Pablo Neruda, Charles Baudelaire, Boris Pasternak, and other Chinese, European, and Indian poets. Prominent poets such as Suresh Dalal, Jaya Mehta, and Jaswanti Dave have translated the eminent poems of Russian poet Anna Akhmatova, and the book is titled Ketlak Kavy. Now, these are all important modernist authors of Gujarati language who have taken the pains of translating important modernist poets from Western poetry into Gujarati. Niranjan Bhagat, a very renowned Gujarati poet, has translated poets such as Stephen Millam, T.S. Eliot, W.B. Yeats, Virgil, W.H. Auden, and many other poets around the world. Now, why are we reading these examples? What are the questions that come into being when we read such anthologies of world literature which are translated by Gujarati and Hindi authors? So the question arises, why have Gujarati and Hindi writers taken this initiative of translating a substantial number of poets from various languages in their anthologies? How does this interaction contribute to and enrich the study of world literature? Now, these Gujarati and Hindi writers have not translated 5 or 6 poets around the world, but they have taken a huge number of poets in their anthologies. So let's come on to the answer that why have they taken these pains? Identifying the role of anthologies of world literature. It is interesting to know that the anthologies of world literature prepared and compiled by Hindi and Gujarati poets validate the fact that Indian writers have put in great efforts in refashioning and formulating their own styles and techniques by undertaking the mammoth task of translating as well as transcreating the poets of different cultures and languages.
I am really sorry to interrupt, madam, but we are running out of time.
All right, just 2 minutes. I'll finish it up quickly. Okay,
Yes,
I'll come
yes,
to my last slide. Yeah. Okay, do I have 5 minutes?
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to inform you that yeah, we are running out of time. So yeah, you can wind it up. However,
Okay, fine. So I would come to the main focus of the paper, where the paper tries to convey the fact that translation is a subversive tool. Translation was the primary tool that aided non-European writers in tactfully discerning which Western or foreign elements are required to be woven into the fabric of Indian tradition, which turns certain writers into trailblazer of modernist trend. The Hindi and Gujarati World Poetry Anthology enable us to comprehend and chart the struggle of Indian poets to equip themselves with an idiom that will articulate the subtle shades of conflict inherent in his or her socio-historical context, while simultaneously taking in the essential models of Western philosophies and theories in order to probe into the self-sufficiency of a long-established poetry. To end my presentation, I would just give you an example of a poem written by Charles Baudelaire, which is titled Fountain of Blood. And the Hindi translation is done by Madan Pal Singh. If you can all see the screen, this is the Hindi translation of the poem of the father of modernist poetry, Charles Baudelaire, The Fountain of Blood. So such examples help us understand how the translations of modern Western poets ruptured the predominance of existing literary sensibilities and poetic modes and opened up possibilities for a new poetic discourse. And these are the sources that I have referred to. If there are any questions, I have attempted to present on a topic which is relatively unexplored, and I would end my presentation on this.
thank you so much, madam.
Thank you, all of you.
Yeah. We would move ahead with the next presenter. We have Shripad Sampan.
I should stop my screen sharing.
Yeah, yes, ma'am. Please.
Okay. Yeah.
Shripad Samant. I think Shripad Samant sir had put up a message. I'm not sure if his issues are resolved. He had put up a message that he's facing some sort of an issue. Shripad sir, are you available for presentation? Shripad sir, are you available for the presentation? I don't think so. There is no response. So we move ahead with the next presenter, that is Dr. Suparna Chakraborty. Dr. Suparna Chakraborty. Dr. Suparna Chakraborty. I think ma'am is also not available right now. So we move ahead with the next presenter. Okay. Chairperson, kindly note Mayuri Thakkar has already presented in the earlier session. She wanted to leave early, so she has already presented earlier. We move ahead with the next paper presenter, and that is Dr. Devendra Kaur. Dr. Devendra Kaur.
Yes, good afternoon, ma'am. Am I
Hello.
audible?
Yes, ma'am, you are. Yeah.
Okay, ma'am, my laptop has broken, so I am only reading my paper.
Sure.
Okay. Good afternoon, one and all. Myself, Dr. Devinder Kaur, Senior Assistant Professor in Education from Government College of Education, Jammu. My topic is cultural exchange through translation. What is cultural translation? The discipline of translating while recognizing and displaying cultural distinction is known as cultural translation. This style of translation addresses cultural issues such as dialect, gastronomy, and architecture. The major difficulty that cultural translation should solve is translating a text in such a manner that it reflects the text cultural differences while simultaneously honoring the original culture. Cultural anthropology, a branch of anthropology that focuses on cultural variables among individuals, is used to study cultural translation. Through cultural disparities, the discipline called translation into question. Translation studies, in fact, are focused not just on language concern, but also on the cultural circumstances among the individuals. An ethnographic cultural translator must deal with the difficulties between the source and the target languages. That is, he must respect both the cultural sources of perspective and the target culture. Some anthropologists are against the cultural translation. Culture, according to these experts, seeks a certain consistency seen in human thinking and practice. In this scenario, a cultural translator needs have far more expertise than the text itself. Furthermore, cultural translation may be less effective than it should be since some cultures and civilizations are more dominant than others, limiting the ability for cultural translation. Translation's involvement in cultural interchange includes the preservation and revival of endangered or minority languages. Translators work to preserve the life of lesser known languages and cultures by translating books, songs, stories into more generally spoken languages. The background of this study is that this article is based on the premise that Indian translators have contributed to changing the terms of cultural transmission and defining the space occupied by various literatures, both foreign and Indian, on the translation scene in India through their choices of text, a well-defined translative project. Indian translators have typically not been bothered with the issue of accuracy. In order to answer the urgencies of the period, alterations were and continue to be extremely prevalent. So what exactly is translation? In the 20th century, many challenges used by the Indian translators to render major epics and masterpieces have resulted in a voluminous nomenclature. The process has been described using terms such as translation, transcreation, transference, tarjuman, anukarn, bashantar, rupantar, code switching, or recodification, reproduction, or reconstruction, savikarn, sansarazan, domestication of the other or foreign, rewriting, etc. In some circumstances, the phrase refers to the external reality, that is Bashantar, in the form chosen, that is Rupantar. In others, it refers to how the most complicated thoughts and sentiments are conveyed, that is Bhavnuvad, or the production of a new text, that is transcreation. In fact, the history of translation and writing in India is littered with the adaptations. Sanskrit epics and Puranas have been narrated, retold, altered, subverted, appropriated, and translated without regards of authenticity to the source text over the millennia. Indeed, the countless translations of Sanskrit classics into Indian languages have had a unifying effect on the Indian mind. As translation of the Sarath Chandra into Telugu, Tamil, and other languages show, this pattern persisted far into the 20th century. Each translation is an alteration of the original to better suit the mood of the period and locally. During the colonial period, translations of plays, particularly from European languages, were commonly referred to the translations, despite the fact that the majority of them were at the best modifications. However, it may be claimed that in the colonial era, Indian translators had to choose between native and foreign elegance, especially because they worked under the control of the colonial master. Mahadev Shastri Kolhatkar's Marathi version of Shakespeare's Othello and G.B. Devil's adaptation of the same play as Junjrao and V.V. Shirvadkar's translation all show that perspective and strategies are heavily influenced by the cultural pressures that the translator is subjected to at the time. What should be noted here is that while it may have been easier for a Shastri to translate from Sanskrit into his own local or regional language under alien patronage, translating from English into a vernacular under the same patronage was a very difficult task, given the politics and the tug of war between loyalties influencing the translator's decision. When it came to translating Indian writings into English, the issue of integrity took on more importance. Now, self-sufficiency and translation. In independent era, India, the translator's social obligations and translations tasks were grown in prominence. Individual translators and translation sponsors must now carefully consider their reasons for picking documents to be translated, the translation approach to be used, and the target language to be used. Satpal is an excellent example of an individual translator who took on the monumental task of translating Shri Aurobindo's foundational book Savitri into Urdu with full awareness of his responsibilities. Satpal explains why he opted to translate Savitri. He says the target language was chosen to satisfy two fundamental desires. That is, first, the desire to be able to effectively participate on the side of tolerance in the Mandir Masjid disputes of the late 1980s. And second is to make Savitri accessible to a very large section of the society that understand Urdu and is likely to be called upon as a major social segment in India to smoothen the sharp edges of Islam. Because Savitri is a modern epic with timeless global dimensions, the translator ruled out both transgression and tactics commonly implied by the Indian poets. Suman Venkatesh, who has translated into English 2009 French papers ranging from 1781 to 1796 and linked to the history of Mysore. In another example of Achyutya in choosing of the materials to translate in modern India. These records are a part of communication between the rulers of Mysore at the time Louis XVI, King of France, as well as between French troops stationed in Mysore and their hierarchical superiors in France. The Rabindranath Tagore did himself a grave injustice by translating his Gitanjali from Bengali to English after winning the Nobel Prize in Literature. The author-translator may or may not be as inspired as he was when he wrote it. The new text will undoubtedly differ from the original, but the bilingual human brain will compare the two and hunt for and regret loss in translation. The author should better leave his work to find a translation for itself in various times and ages, as well as adapt to his emotional and social demands. These observations apply not to translators who are translating other people's work. Tagore's biggest criticism, especially now, is that he took too many liberties in translating his lines into English, depriving his poems of their original depth in order to make them palatable to the European sensibilities. In essence, the criticism is directed at his rewriting of his Bengali originals in English rather than translation. Translation and criticism. The widely disparate reviews of subsequent translations of Tagore's poems by Western critics on the one hand and the Indian critics on the other hand. For example, Richard Casley's review of William Radice translation of Tagore's poems versus Khushwant Singh's review of the same translation show that in English translation of Hindi, Tamil or Bengali writing is likely to elicit a more critical response from an Indian reader unfamiliar with the original language. A poet's translator generally obtains the finest result by transcreating, that is keeping the magical web of meaning and imagery of the original, but still following the requirements of the target language. As a result, the following question must be addressed. Is there an ethical translation criticism? What are the translation critics' responsibilities? Do critics understand the history and act of the translation well enough to properly recognize the obligations held by the translation they criticize? The expanding globalization of culture as well as the accompanying surge of in literary publishing have aided many post-colonial writers, whether writing directly in English or translating into English, is successfully marketing their works. However, not one minute. However, not all translations done in India make it clear to the former colonizers. In the end, I want to say that cultural translation enables the production of information that all parties involved can comprehend while respecting both the target audience and the source language. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Dr. Kaur.
Thank you, ma'am.
Our next speaker will be Shubham Yadav. Shubham Yadav.
Yes, ma'am.
You may begin, Mr. Shubham.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, thank you, ma'am, for this opportunity. So title of my paper is Bridging Literary Boundaries, a comparative study of animal representations and its implications. Literature has long served as a reflection of society's evolving beliefs, values, and ideologies. Among the myriad themes explored in the world.
Shubham?
Yes, sir.
Don't you have a presentation?
Sir, actually, due to some technical issue, I won't be able to share.
Okay. Just wanted to ask.
Okay, thank you, sir. So, among the myriad themes explored in the world of literature, the representation of animals has garnered significant attention. These representations extend beyond mere depiction of fauna. They serve as potent symbols, metaphors, and conduits through which authors convey complex ideas and emotions. In the comparative study, this paper delves into the multifaceted realm of animal representation in literature, dissecting the implications that these portrayals hold for our understanding of the human-animal relationship. This paper seeks to illuminate the interplay between literary artistry and societal perspectives, revealing how writers have harnessed the power of animal imagery to provoke thought, evoke emotion, and challenge established norms. As we traverse the pages of literary history, we will encounter renowned theorists such as Donna Haraway, whose concept of the cyborg blurs the lines between human and non-human entities, reshaping our very conception of identity. Through a meticulous analysis of selected literary works, the paper aims to decipher the nuanced ways in which animals are woven into narratives, enriching the texture of storytelling and transcending mere symbolism. Donna Haraway, a trailblazing thinker in the realm of posthumanism, challenges traditional notions of human exceptionalism. Her concept of the cyborg, introduced in her influential essay, A Cyborg Manifesto, serves as a vital theoretical cornerstone for our study. Haraway's vision of the cyborg, a fusion of the human and the machine, provides a lens through which we can examine the dissolution of boundaries between the human and the non-human in literature. Moreover, Jacques Derrida's influential work, The Animal That Therefore I Am, provocatively challenges our understanding of the divide between animality and humanity. He contends that, I quote, "The question of the animal is inscribed in the question of the world, the question of the other." unquote. Derrida's deconstruction of this boundary prompts us to rethink our ethical stance towards animals, arguing that the perceived separation between humans and animals is a construct that needs to be critically examined. This paper explores how Derrida's insights into deconstruction and the other contribute to a broader understanding of animal representation in literature. Another significant theoretical perspective guiding our study is eco-criticism. Emerging as a response to growing environmental concerns, eco-criticism offers a lens through which literature is seen as deeply intertwined with the natural world. Scholars like Lawrence Buell and Timothy Morton have explored the ways in which literature engages with ecological issues, including the representation of animals. This framework encourages us to scrutinize not only how animals are depicted, but also how these depictions relate to broader ecological themes and challenges. Literature, as a reflection of society's evolving values and beliefs, has woven the threads of the human animal relationship into its narratives since time immemorial. To understand the implications of animal representation in literature, it is imperative to delve into its historical context and appreciate the multifaceted ways in which animals have been depicted in the written world. Throughout history, animals have occupied a prominent place in storytelling across cultures and epochs. In ancient mythology, animals often assumed the roles of deities, heroes, or symbolic creatures, such as the cunning fox in Aesop's fables. In these early narratives, animals functioned as allegorical figures conveying moral lessons and reflecting societal values. Animals have served as powerful symbols in literature, embodying a rich tapestry of meanings, from the majestic lion symbolizing courage and strength to the cunning serpent representing deceit. Animals have been imbued with cultural and symbolic significance. This symbolism extends to religious texts where animals are frequently used to convey spiritual teachings and divine attributes. Moreover, animals have functioned as mirrors reflecting humanity's aspirations, fears, and desires. In George Orwell's Animal Farm, the transformation of farm animals into political allegories is a striking example of how animals can embody complex socio-political ideas. The allegorical nature of the story enables readers to explore themes of power, corruption, and revolution through the lenses of animal characters. Through the centuries, animals have been cast as companion, adversaries, and everything in between. They have been anthropomorphized to elicit empathy and relatability, as seen in the enduring popularity of characters like A. A. Milne's Winnie the Pooh and his animal friends who navigate the challenges of friendship and life's lessons. In contemporary literature, the portrayal of animals have evolved to reflect changing attitudes towards nature, conservation, and ethical treatment. As such, it becomes evident that the representation of animals in literature is far from static. It evolves in tandem with societal shifts in perception and values. J.M. Kutji's novel Disgrace serves as a poignant case study in the exploration of animal representation set in post-apartheid South Africa. The story delves into the ethical complexities of animal treatment with the broader context of societal upheaval. Through the character of David Lurie, Kutji declares, I quote, "You can always tell what a society is going to do to its animals by the way it treats its humans." Unquote. This section explores how Kutji's narrative mirrors societal attitudes and highlights the interconnectedness of human and animal welfare. It underscores how literature can be a powerful tool for critiquing and reflecting on ethical issues related to animals. Virginia Woolf's essay Flush provides another dimensions to this paper. Wolf delves into the inner life of a dog, shedding light on the often neglected perspectives of animals. Her assertion, I quote, "If we look at them attentively, the animal become transparent. But of course, we are not used to looking at animals attentively." Unquote. underscores the need for a more attentive examination of our literary representations of animals. Wolf's exploration of the consciousness and experiences of animals challenges the conventional anthropocentric view of the world and invites readers to empathize with non-human beings. This section examines Wolf's contribution to our understanding of animal consciousness and potential for literature to bridge the empathy gap between humans and animals. Through comparative lens, informed by these theorists and literary works, this paper elucidates how diverse narrative can influence our ethical considerations regarding animals and the environment. It underscores the capacity of literature to bridge boundaries, challenges anthropocentrism, and foster empathy for non-human beings. By examining the diverse representation of animals in literature, we can highlight insights how these narratives shape our perception, attitudes, and ethical responsibilities toward the natural world. Literature often invites us to contemplate the inner lives of animals, raising questions about their emotions, instincts, and behaviors. By collaborating with experts in biology and ethology, we can gain a deeper understanding of animal cognition and the accuracy of literary representations. For example, how do the actions of animal characters align with scientific knowledge of animal behavior? Literature often reflects cultural attitudes toward animals, including their roles in myth, folklore, and religious symbolism. Collaborating with anthropologists and cultural studies experts.
I am very sorry to interrupt, Shubham. Shubham sir, it's
Yes, ma'am, I'm just concluding within a minute.
just running out of time. So yeah.
In conclusion, this paper has contributed to the ongoing discourse on literature's role in shaping our ethical perspectives regarding animals. It advocates for a more compassionate and interconnected world where animals are not mere literary props but silent, sentient beings deserving of consideration. By bridging the boundaries between human and animals in literature, we are prompted to reevaluate our ethical stance, ultimately working towards a more harmonious coexistence with the natural world. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Shubham sir. We request our next paper presenter, that is our co-chairperson, Dr. Mangesh Bore sir.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. I myself, Dr. Mangesh Gore. I would like to request you to allow me paper present oral form as my battery of the mobile phone is fastly draining. So kindly give me permission. I have prepared PPT, but somehow it will take more electricity. So the title of my paper is Food Imagery. Am I audible, ma'am? Am I audible?
Yes,
Hello?
sir. Yes.
Okay,
You
okay.
are.
Thank you. The title of my paper is Food Imagery, Reflection of Nostalgia and Identity in Jhumpa Lahiri's Mrs. Sen's. Jhumpa Lahiri's short story, Mrs. Sen's, appeared in her debut short story collection, that is Interpreter of Melodies. It beautifully captures the theme of nostalgia through the use of food imagery. Jhumpa Lahiri employs vivid description of traditional Indian cuisine to evoke feelings of longing, memory, and a sense of belonging for Mrs. Sen, the immigrant protagonist. This paper aims to explore how food imagery acts as a reflection of nostalgia in the story, highlighting its significance in Mrs. Sen's quest for connection and the preservation of her cultural identity. In this story, Lahiri successfully presents a narrative of the hardships of the new immigrant woman whose husband is preoccupied professor in an American university, leaving her to suffer isolation and boredom alone at the home. Food again occupies a central role in this story. This particular story reflects Mrs. Sen's struggle to maintain her Indian Bengali identity in an alien land. Mrs. Sen physically lives in the USA, but on a psychological level, she still lives in Kolkata. Throughout the story, she is unable to shed her Indian identity. She is proud of her Indian identity. She set the border of her sari where it raised obliquely across her chest. Clothes dress reveals her Indian identity. Her act of clothing herself with the 9-yard fabric is a way by which she insists on her Indian identity. Food also becomes an important cultural identity maker in this story. Throughout the story, Mrs. Sen's cooking becomes the primary means through which Lahiri sustains her connection to her homeland. Lahiri meticulously describes the ingredients, cooking methods, and aromas associated with traditional Indian dishes. This attention to detail underscores Mrs. Sen's longing for her native culture, using food as a vehicle to bridge the geographical distance between her new home in America and her past in India. With Mrs. Sen's longing for fish in a land where chopped and canned fish items were generally favored, back home she had grown up eating fish twice a day. However, in America, Mrs. Sen did not get that much and that kind of fish which she used to eat back in the home. The metaphor of food is an important aspect of this story. Kolkata, again linked with her permanent social identity. Mrs. Sen always longs for Indian Bengali identity. Letters and fish become two main symbols of her longing for the motherland. She would like to become a typical middle-class Bengali lady who always remains busy in her household work and shares her experiences with friends and neighbors while her husband is engaged in his job. From the story, the reader can assume that she lived a happy life with her family and neighbors before coming to America. Unlike her husband, she cannot follow any professional life in America and also is not able to cope with individualized American culture. Mrs. Sen's interest in letters received from the home and recorded conversation, which she often heard, portrays how memory recaptures the past and plays a crucial role in the lives of immigrants by making the pain of living amidst an alien land manageable. Mrs. Sen prepares meals in the same manner she used to do in her homeland. She hacks cauliflower and cabbage in one go with the help of the blade she brought from India. She could easily peel off potatoes and onions in seconds. Later on, she is shown buying fish from the supermarket. She is elated to find fish in the market and recalls her time in India when she had fish 2 times a day. She even narrates the stories of her native culinary practices to Elliot. When Elliot's mother comes to pick him up, Mrs. Sen serves her tuna croquette and expresses her dislike for foreign dishes. As we know that diasporic authors often employ food imagery to represent a particular culture and its tradition. They metaphorically equate national identity with various traditional food products. Native food is the only object which symbolizes Indianness for Mrs. Sen. She puts an effort into preparing traditional Indian dishes, which can help her to reduce the pangs of dislocation to some degree. Mrs. Sen seeks reconnect to her past and culture through native culinary practices. She prefers to rely on native vessels for food preparation. She uses a blade brought from India to cut vegetables into slender strips and squares for dinner. The blade that curved like a prow of Viking ship, this is the quotation that I quote from the original text, allows her to feel comfort of her native place. She narrates to Eliot how the sharp vegetables like cucumber, eggplant, and onion during a wedding in the family. These stories of food thus reflect her longing for native culture and family members. The native dishes she prepares could be seen as an expression of the essence of her Indian identity. She had company of females gossiping during the feast in the Indian household, whereas abroad she could hardly find any friend to share her thoughts. Although she tries to communicate with Eliot's mother by offering her foods like a glass of bright drink, yogurt with rose syrup, breaded mini cement, and raisins, and a bowl of semolia halwa, the latter would try to refuse the food. Eliot's mother feels uncomfortable with the foreignness of Mrs. Sen. Therefore, the Indian foods offered by Mrs. Sen also appear alien to her. As thus, this food imagery not only fuels Mrs. Sen's nostalgia, but also evokes her memories and instills a sense of identity. Lahiri repeatedly utilizes sensory details to engage the reader's sense, describing the flavor, textures, and scents associated with Mrs. Sen's cooking. These descriptions transport not only Mrs. Sen, but also the reader back to her homeland. triggering a flood of memories and emotions. The aroma of cardamom and cinnamon, for example, envelops Mrs. Sen's kitchen, transporting her to her mother's house in India and conjuring a vivid sense of nostalgia. Mrs. Sen's meticulous approach to food preparation reflects the importance of culinary rituals in her life. The act of kneading dough, grinding spices, and arranging dishes on a thali, traditional Indian platter, becomes a powerful means of preserving her cultural identity. Through these rituals, Mrs. Sen keeps alive the memories of her past, reinforcing her place in the cultural heritage that she deeply cherishes. The process of sharing food becomes a bridge between her present and her past, heightening the sense of nostalgia and pervades throughout the stories. Thus, this food imagery in Jhumpa Lahiri's Mrs. Sen served as a reflection of nostalgia, providing readers with a profound insight into the emotional world of Mrs. Sen, an immigrant striving to maintain her connection to her cultural roots, like navigating a new and unfamiliar environment. Through vivid description of traditional Indian cuisine, Lahiri underscores the power of taste, scent, and rituals in triggering nostalgia and preserving cultural identity. Food becomes a unifying force both for Mrs. Sen and for the readers, emphasizing the universal longing for connection and the significance of cultural heritage in shaping one's sense of self. So this is what I would like to present in this paper. Thank you for giving me an opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah, we move ahead with the last speaker of this particular session. That is Miss Hania Khatija and Huda Fatima. Hania Khatija and Huda
Yes,
Fatima.
ma'am.
Okay, fine. Yeah,
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible to you? Are we audible? Okay. Okay, ma'am. So first part of the presentation is done by me, and other part will be done by Hania. Okay. Hello.
Sure. Yes.
Okay. So I will share the screen.
Yes, please.
Its screen is visible. Hello. Hello. Am I audible to you?
Yes, ma'am. Your screen is visible. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good morning. I'm Huda Fatima, post-graduation student from Farouk College, Calicut, Kerala. We are here to do a combined presentation on the topic Translation as a Tool for Cultural Exchange and Analysis of the Work in the Pupa Quran environment. The first half of the presentation will be done by myself and the rest by my friend Hania Khadija. Here I would like to discuss about translation and the role of translation and to give a brief summary of the work that we choose to do the paper on. For this paper, we have selected the works of Bashir to analyze whether the translated versions of his works act as a tool for cultural exchange and how the Malabar culture is portrayed through his work. Bashir is famous for his quotes, and when we analyze any of his work, we could find many quotes and many phrases that have any sort of a different sort of relevance in any context. Okay. In the age of globalization, here translation plays a vital role in bridging cultural gaps and fostering understanding between different cultures. And it encourages multiculturalism and variety, enabling people to develop a deeper understanding of and respect of cultures other than their own. It also contributes to the survival of lesser known languages and cultures by converting different forms of literary works into English, lingua franca of the modern times. Now, if we analyze the works of the Malayalam writer Vaikam Muhammad Bashir, there we can see the clear depiction of a Malabar region or a Malabar culture. The work Indupupa Quran and Darno by Vaikam Muhammad Bashir is translated as Me Granddad Had an Elephant by R.A. Asher, Ronald E. Asher in his collection. First, he published it as it just as the story, a translated work, and later he published it in his collection, Me Granddad's An Elephant, Three Stories of Muslim Life in South India. And the book is filled with pleasant humor and anecdotes from Muslim religious law. The story delineates the Muslim community, its beliefs and superstitions in colloquial Mapla dialect. Okay, and we could even find a great difference in the language because the language used by Bashir was a exact translated word for many of his words, and in the case of any translators, we can find that it is really hard to translate the works of Bashir because he had used such a freedom in language, just like Shakespeare does. And now we can go through a slide. I will explain about the writer whose works we had taken for this paper. Okay. Vaikam Muhammad Bashir, he was also referred as Bipul Sultan. He was a famous writer in Malayalam literature. He was a writer, humanist, freedom fighter, novelist, etc. And the way of his writing was very much unique. Okay, he was noted for his path-breaking, down-to-earth style of writing. He never used a standardized form of writing, and he even was not ready to translate or make his work more standardized in a standardized language. Okay. And his notable works include Baligala Sagi, Shabdangal, Patumeradada, Indupu Pakaran and Darno, etc. And many of his works are translated to English by many authors. And here, when we analyze the text, Indupu Pakaran and Darno, it was published in 1951 in a Malayalam weekly. And even the book starts with a forward note by the author by saying that he even mentioned that this is his favorite work, his personal favorite work among his all other works. Also, here the title refers to the people boasting of the past glories, their grandfather's elephant, to hide their present shortcomings. That means even though they are not as much as rich as the past now, they are living by saying or talking about their past, their ancestors, etc. The story is filled with humor, pleasant humor, and anecdotes from the Muslim religious world. We can see a clear depiction of Malabar culture and Malabar Muslim culture, etc. throughout the story. The central theme is the conflict between the traditional cultural values and those of the educated people. Okay, in the story, we can find two types of people: those who follow the tradition, those who follow the traditional value or believes the traditional values more than anything, and those who are educated, who have a different point of view on their lives. The central characters of the novella Kunipatuma. Anamakar. Anamakar is there is a place named you are the granddaughter of the granddaughter of Anamakar, and he had an elephant that is named Pupa Quran and Darno. Even from the first chapter, we can analyze the representation of the word Ana. The theme of Ana is Ana. That means elephant is the author has discussed about it in his first chapter. And here Kunipatuma, Anamakar, Vattanadima is her father, and other characters are listed below. The main characters are listed below. And when we analyze the full plot of the story, plot of the novel is divided into 11 chapters, and each of the chapters has its own significance. That means everything, some elements of humor, some elements of cultural identity, cultural representation, cultural exchange, etc. We can find everything in each of the chapter. In the first chapter, the very first chapter is named as Pagimarago, and in that chapter, we can see the mention of the term elephant, the elephant, that is Ana, and other terms. And here they are boasting up. Even we can find Kunipatuma's mother was not ready to send her to play with other girls by saying that they are kafiringal. And when we analyze many things, we can find many words that we have that words are only familiar for the Malabar region people. And by translating these works of Bashir, I think that some of the words can't find, many of the words can't find an exact translation, and it had to, it also had to the exchange of Malabar culture. Okay, and the rest of the details about this will be said by my conveyed to you by my friend, that is Tania Khadija. So I would like to invite her for the rest of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So Huda has already mentioned about, let me just share my screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes, ma'am. It's visible, but
Okay.
you've not yet
Okay.
started with the presentation. Yeah, it's visible now.
Okay. Okay, so my friend have already mentioned about the plot and characters. So I'm going to talk about the examples, the cultural representation examples seen in the Enterpopaganda novel. So the very title of the novel itself, The Elephant, it acts as a metaphor to symbolize the long lost glories of the family. So here the elephant is used to show that cultural superiority. The characters in the stories boast about the elephant which they owned prior to 2 generations, and even though now they have lost their glorious wealthy past, but they still find a happiness in boosting and gloating about it in the present time also. And there is a clear differentiation, the clear differentiation of class the family maintains with other minority groups. The child is restricted, Kunipatuma is restricted from playing with kids of other culture because they are not as wealthy or powerful as the family of Kunipatuma. And many other representation are also seen. An example of that is Medieri. It's a kind of sandal which was worn during that time by only the elite class. And we see her mother wearing this sandals all the time, just to convey to others that she is culturally superior and more powerful than the rest of us and the rest of them. And the text is written in Mapla dialect, Bashir have not used a standardized version of Malayalam to write the text, and by that he have clearly conveyed the Mapla cultures, their dialect and their cultures, and many attempts were made to standardize the text in Malayalam, but Bashir was against it because to portray a community, we should use the language of that community itself. Then only the cultural exchange, then only the people can understand the culture as it is. Then during that time, girls were forbidden from going to schools. They were not educated, and these lack of education, they have named it under the they have done it under the name of a religion, but the reality is not that. The religion doesn't stop someone from being getting educated, but their culture was something in which people were not educated, and because of this lack of education, they were backwards in civilization and development, and they didn't even have the basic elements in their life like toilets. And it takes an educated man like Nisar to educate them, to talk to them that there is a need for toilet. You can't just defecate and urinate in others' fields and roads. So even that basic needs were not known to them because they lacked education. And because of this lack of education, there is many superstitious elements coming in their life. Then there is many irrational beliefs and actions which they does in the name of a religion, but it is actually superstitious because they lack that education. We have the elements of witchcraft in the story. It is known as referred as Mandravadi, and we have many other slang terms which is authentic to this culture, authentic to the Malabar Mapla people, and for which there is no word-to-word translation or an exact translation in English or in any other language. There is Kafrichigal, which is referred to the educated people, the people who doesn't who get education, who doesn't cover their hair. All these people who have broken the stereotype or conventional beliefs are termed as Kafrichigal. Then we have Mantravadi coming to exercise the main character Kunipatuma, and we have many other slang terms used by Bashir, which doesn't find an actual translation in the translated version. And since Bashir have filled the novel with many culture-specific terms and beliefs, the translation of such a work is all the more difficult because these exact meanings, there's a lack of exact meanings, but also this lack of exact meaning helps for this cultural exchange, because people get the culture of Malabar Bapla people as it is, even though it is translated, and the readers can analyze and know about cultures other than theirs, and all characters in the story is used as a tool to convey different cultures, and everyone has a role of their own in enabling this cultural exchange. And through the translation, Ronald Asher has done a great job in enabling this cultural exchange, because he has not tried to make it as a standardized version or a purified version. He has tried to maintain the dialectical, the Malabar dialect in his work also. And through this translation is the only means by which cultures of a minority group like Malabar Muslims is getting a wider aspect, and understanding. And today we have taken this book to talk about the cultural exchanges seen in cultural exchange, which is enabled due to translation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hania Khatija madam and Huda Fatma madam. Thank you so much for your presentation. Chairperson, kindly note that we've come to an end of the list of presenters for this particular session. But before we move ahead towards anything else, I would just like to call upon the speakers who were unable to connect earlier. So we had 3 speakers whom we were unable to reach. I would just like to call them out and just check if they are available. So we have Nandini Barua madam. Nandini Barua madam, she was unable to present. Yes, I think Sangeeta madam had informed me about it earlier. Then Shripad Sampad Samant. Shripad Samant sir. Sir had messaged because there was some technical issue. Is that sorted, sir? Shripad Samant sir. Okay, there is no reply. The last speaker would be Dr. Suparna Chakraborty. Dr. Suparna Chakraborty, are you still available? All right. Yes, Professor Adil Kak, sir, I think we are done with this particular technical session. I would invite you to share your comments and views about this particular session. Over to you,
Thank you.
Adil, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
It was really a pleasure, especially when you try to look at how exactly these different speakers had, envisaged translation. And what I really like is that the research scholars, at least they're attempting to come forward and present their papers, which is really appreciable. And we had different aspects also. We had innovative transcription, we had evolution of machine translation, we had translation ethics and challenges, critical evaluation, and one of the papers, food imagery, it was sort of different, how exactly the author was trying to look at Jhumpa Lahiri's imagination of this. And what is very important is that overall, when we look at translation, uh, there was one from MSU Baroda. She had a very, very strong view about translation. Let's see.
Yes,
I
sir,
think it
that's
was
me,
Shubham
Ujala
Yadav.
Shamnani.
Acha, Ujala Shamnani. Okay. So,
Yes, I am PhD scholar from MSU Baroda.
yeah, who are you working with?
Yeah,
Who's your
I'm
supervisor?
working with the Dr. Sachin Ketkar, sir.
Okay, fine. So,
He's my PhD guide, yeah.
but one of the things was that you challenged a number of things, which was really appreciable. Though I would not agree, absolutely with it. But the thing is that at
Yes.
least you had the courage to challenge something that was appreciable. But overall, all the papers were good. I only wish, they had more time and we could have some sort of, question answer session. But overall, I'm very happy, the way all of them presented their papers and, and how they looked at translation. The thing was that it was not one particular aspect that they focused on. They focused on a number of aspects. Another thing, I just remembered one of my friends, an old friend, he's a Mapla, and so we had this Mapla paper also by Hania Khadija and Huda Fatima. Again, how they looked at the whole thing was really good. So I think the session went on well. Only thing is that I wish, but see the number of people who had to present their papers. Keeping that in mind, we couldn't give them extra time, or else we could have a question answer session, and they said this would have been even more fruitful. But thank you, everybody.
And thank you, sir, for your compliment.
Thank you, Adil sir, for your comments and appreciation. I would now like to request our co-chairperson, Dr. Mangesh Gore, to share his views and his comments regarding this particular session. Dr. Mangesh. Okay, looks like Mangesh sir is unable to connect. I'm not very sure what the problem is.
No, his phone was on. He already didn't.
Right. He had mentioned that
Yeah, he mentioned that.
lack of electricity or some problem there. Anyway, with that, we have come to an end. We've concluded this particular technical session here. And since we finished way before time, we will take a break of 20 minutes and we will all join back again for the last session, that is technical session number 4 at 1:30. We will all join with the same link at 1:30, and then we will start with technical session 4. So I request the participants, you all can take a break of 20 minutes and we will meet again at 1:30.
Okay, thank you,
Thank
Aksa.
you so much, Adil sir, for sparing time from your very busy schedule and being here and giving very positive feedback and appreciation for the paper presenters. Thank you so much, sir.
Okay.
I believe our chairperson is there, Dr. Sangeeta Kongre.
Yes, sir. I'm very much
Okay,
here.
okay, great.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, man. Good afternoon. Our co-chair this time is Dr. Saima Jan. If she's there, please.
Yes, sir, I'm
Dr.
here. Yes, sir, I'm present here.
Okay, okay, that's great. Okay. Aksa has joined. Over to you, Aksa, the chairperson.
Yes, sir. Just give me a couple of minutes, sir.
We have got Dr. Sangeeta also there and Dr. Saima.
A very good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dr. Kishan Pawar, sir. Sangeeta,
Good
madam.
afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I have just logged in here. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, sir.
Our chairperson for this particular session is Dr. Sangeeta Kongre, madam from the Department of English at MD College. Welcome, madam, to this session. And
Thank you.
I just wanted to ask, should we wait for other participants to join or how?
I think there are 20 participants. Can we start just or shall we wait?
Sir, what do you think? Do we have to wait for some more time or can we begin?
If please check if some the paper readers are there, 2-3 paper readers, then we can start straight away.
Okay. A couple of paper presenters I can see here.
Yeah, Deepna is there.
Yeah, right. Shaileja madam is here.
Deepna
Madam is here. And I think, yeah, only two and then Supreet. Supreet ma'am is not here. Dr. Shamun.
Ma'am, I'm Shaileja Wadikar, madam.
Sir, I can see 2 or 3 of them, and I am also here, so I think 4.
4 are there.
But we have total of 12.
Ma'am, there is one participant called Dr. Shilpa Shendge, and she says she doesn't have the network there. She is in the remote area somewhere. Her college belongs to a remote area. She is in the college, and so she may not join, or she may join in between somewhere.
Okay.
So we can, I think, start with Dr. Shaileja Wadikar, madam, as she has joined.
Yeah, I think so. That would be.
Yeah.
Okay. So a very good afternoon to all the dignitaries. We are here for the technical session 4, which will be chaired by Dr. Sangeeta Kongre from Maharishi Dayanand College, and it will be co-chaired by Dr. Saima Jan. Dr. Saima?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Right. Dr. Saima, would you please introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good afternoon to all the participants present over here, either as an expert or presenters or as an audience. So I'd like to introduce myself. I am Dr. Saima, working as an assistant professor in the Department of Linguistics, University of Kashmir. My major areas of specialization includes sociolinguistics and psycholinguistics. And yes, I would like to thank Grand Academic Portal and Department of Linguistics, University of Kashmir, and of course, MD College of Arts, Science and Commerce, Mumbai, for providing me an opportunity to co-chair the session, which is scheduled for next 2 hours from now. As I can see, we are having 12 participants in the row. So without taking much of your time, I would like to pass the turn back to our moderator, Ms. Aksa. So over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Saima madam. Then with your permission, Sangeeta ma'am and Saima ma'am and Ejaz sir, should we begin the session then?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah, of
that's fine.
course,
You can
of
go ahead.
course. Because we have a valedictory also at 3:30.
Absolutely. Okay. Thank you so much,
Sir
sir.
is already there, so nice of him
Absolutely.
that he's
No doubt.
right
There's
the
no
session.
doubt about it.
Yeah.
Yes. Right. Okay, then we'll proceed with this particular technical session. Our first speaker will be Dr. Shaileja B. Wadikar. Yes, Shaileja madam.
Very good afternoon to all of you. Honorable Chairperson of this session, Dr. Sangeeta ma'am, Dr. Ejaz sir, Principal of MD College and the Kashmir University, the convener of the program, Dr. Kishan Pawar sir, my friend Sangeeta Patil ma'am, and all others in this session. Myself, Shailaja B. Wadikar, Professor and Head, Department of English, School of Language, Literature and Culture Studies, SRTM University, Nanded. The title of my paper is Barriers in Translation. Before going to the paper, I want to mention here that the paper is written keeping in view the translated plays of Vijay Tendulkar. A translated version of a literary work tends to be variation rather than an imitation or presentation. It is at once both imitative and creative, faithful and free in redoubling or restructuring a given pattern of meaning. That is why a translated work is never an exact replica of its original, but has to be a variation of it. An ideal translation cannot be expected to be too faithful to or too free from the original. If it is too faithful, it suffers in readability and aesthetic appeal. If it is too free, it ceases to be translation at all and becomes adaptation. How to transmit the culture of one language into another is a great problem with the translator. According to Gate, the real dilemma before a translator is to choose either of the two alternatives, particularly when the languages involved in translation are genetically dissimilar. I quote, one demands that the author belonging to some other nation should be brought over to us so that we can regard him as our own. The other demands of us that we should go across to the stranger and accustom ourselves to the circumstances, his manner of speaking, his peculiarities, unquote. According to Richards, meaning comprises four elements: sense, feeling, intention, and tone. So far, a vivid, just So far, a total grasp of meaning, a literary translator needs to have dual competence, linguistic and communicative. Therefore, a translator needs to keep in view scope, focus, emphasis, and tone of the words and sentences. The translation of the play invites problems on the part of a translator since a play is at once both reader-oriented and performance-oriented. It is impossible to separate a dramatic text from its performance as the theater consists of dynamic relationship between the two. All these aspects, linguistic, communicative, and dramaturgical, present a number of problems for the translator. Dialogues in a play are characterized as much by rhythm, intonation, volume, pitch, and intensity as by informality and colloquialism. They have an intimate relationship with the situation. Robert Corrigan points out, I quote, all times the translator must hear the voice that speaks and take into account the gesture of the language cadence, rhythm, and pauses that occur when the written text is spoken. Vijay Tendulkar, a Marathi playwright, has been one of the pioneers of contemporary Indian theatre. On being translated in English, he has won international recognition in the post 1970s. Most of his plays are of controversial nature. All his major plays, such as Silence the Court is in Session, The Vultures, Encounter in Umbugland, Sakharam Binder, Ghanshiram Kotwal, and Kanyadan, have been translated into English, Hindi, and other major Indian languages. The first four of these are Priya Adarkar's translation in English. Sakharam Binder is translated into English by Kumud Mehta and Shanta Gokhale in collaboration. An English version of Ghanshiram Kotwal is again a collaborated translated work of Jayanta Karve and Eleanor Ziliet, and Kanyadan is translated by Gauri Ramnarayan. The translators have tried their best to remain faithful as far as possible to the original text and to recapture the spoken mode and accent of the Marathi language in their English renderings. Some of the difficulties involved in translation process are related to the areas indicated in the paper as below. Proverbs or sentences having proverbial ring. Na stri swatantra marhati, which is translated as woman is not fit for independence in silence the court is in session. Meli komdi agila bhit nahi, translated as a dead hen doesn't fear the fire in Sakharam Binder. Here, the translations appear structurally weak and part with some of the flavor of the original. Idiomatic and slangy expressions. Idiomatic and slangy expressions are found almost untranslatable. The vagueness in the meaning and the emotive appeal create difficulties for the translator. For example, see the words and expressions enlisted below. They are translated into English, but they lose their colloquial touches. Tukar, which is translated as decrepit in Encounter in Umbugland. Damdi Chor, which is translated as lick penny in The Vultures. The slang exclamatory expressions are sometimes untranslatable. Are, are, which is translated as oh in Ghanshiram Kotwal. Che is translated as a in Kanyadan. Doublings. Doublings are hardly realized in translation. If they are realized, they result into ridiculous attempts. Naukari Beukari, which is translated as earn enough in silence the court is in session. Maga Pudha, which is translated as there is no stopping in Sakharam Binder. Vocatives and kinship terms present difficulties while they are translated from Marathi into English. The words showing honor or intimacy do not have exact equivalents in English. For example, aho, tumhi, ya, the translation fails here because it is incapable of conveying the feeling of honor in English. So far as kinship terms are concerned, we use uncle for both kaka and mama, aunt for maushi, kaku, and atya. The English kinship terms showing relations are not so distinct or discriminating as the Marathi ones. They are inclusive. Humor, sarcasm, irony, pun, allusion, and echo. This is not the place to enlist any more examples to show how subtlety of humor, irony, sarcasm, and echo are partially or wholly lost in translation process. There are innumerable examples of these in the various plays of Vijay Tendulkar. To conclude, it is difficult, if not impossible, for the translator to translate the informal tone and retain the emotive qualities of the words and expressions. That is why certain idioms and slangs are found almost untranslatable. Similarly, the Marathi doublings have lost their emphasis in English. The translation of the play Kamala seems to be absolutely successful for the simple reason that slangs, abusive terms, tabooed words, etc. are hardly used in it in comparison with the other plays. So far as the Vultures, Sakharam Binder, Kanyadan are concerned, the translated version lack the changed language and emotive intensity of meaning of the original ones, since the plays are full of slangs and abusive terms. The loss of meaning is usually inevitable in any translated work, but the gain is as much important as, or perhaps more important than the loss. The translation of Ghanshiram Kotwal by Jayanta Karve and Eleanor Ziliet may be seen as an ideal rendering in English of the original with its racy vigor and musical charm. It makes the production a hit on the stage. It goes to establish a notion of standard translation for the dramatic text is evolved out of the source language users, that is Marathi speaking Jayanta Karve, the best endeavor in translation, a creative rendering into a target language that is in English in collaboration with the native user of the target language that is Eleanor Gilliard here. That is why the words of A.K. Ramanujam are as much encouraging to the translator as to reader. I conclude my paper with the quotation of A.K. Ramanujan, where he says, "The best in this kind, that is the best translation, are but shadows, and the worst are no worse if imagination amend them." I again thank the convener of this program and all of you for giving me an opportunity to share my ideas on the topic barriers in translation. Thanks, one and all.
Thank you so much, Shaileja madam. We will move ahead with our next speaker, and that is Dr. Deepna Rao. Dr.
Hello, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Yes, a very good afternoon.
I am audible.
Yes, yes, very clear.
And also, how much time do I have for the presentation? Just
Initially, we were giving everybody 10 minutes, madam. So, yeah.
all right. I will just share my screen.
Sure.
Is it visible?
Not yet. Not yet. Not yet.
No. Okay, 1 minute. Share. Is it visible?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Visible now.
Yes.
From the beginning. Yeah. Okay. All right. Good afternoon, Chairperson and respected members and from the academia. Today I'll be presenting on a paper titled "A Look at Digital Translation in the Wake of India's National Education Policy 2020, Potential Resources and Challenges." Now, to begin with the national education policy, there has been a paradigmatic shift in terms of not just curriculum design, but also with respect to pedagogy and the teaching of translation. There is also, we see a focus on interdisciplinarity and multilingualism. And translation studies have a lot of scope within this framework, as they are both interdisciplinary in terms of studying multiple languages as well as the literatures in multiple languages, as well as bilingual and multilingual, depending on the type of translation. Overall, English is a language that has been made compulsory for higher education at the undergraduate level. And it has been made compulsory under the rubric of ability enhancement course. That is the term that is used. And we also see that modern Indian languages have also been made compulsory. This is with respect to the schedule 22 languages, that is the 22 languages that are scheduled languages. Now, there are foreign languages such as French, German, Italian, Spanish, which have been ignored largely in this framework. And these are not compulsory. They could be included under open electives, but as such, there is no means to actually incorporate these languages. Now, there is a need for a vocational skill course in every program of study that is matched with the qualification packs of various jobs mentioned. And of course, translators and translation is such a skill which is being incorporated and being also given encouragement with respect to this new education policy. Now, as educators, we face the challenge of having to carry a balance between these different focal points of foci and bridging the gap between the industry and the academia. There is less than 10% of India's population that speaks English, and that is a remarkable statistic, but it is true. So the global dominance of English and the colonial heritage argument do not really hold, because there is a need to actually incorporate the other Indian languages and regional translation as well. Now, and yet we see that urban India and the rise of OTT platforms, as well as the rising numbers of the Indian diaspora communities, also require knowledge of the global languages. So India, as such, has to also face this challenge. We also see that challenges are posed in terms of finding communities and avenues despite the demand. And there's also a problem in finding proper resources for translation. And then it also has to be free and open source as per this new education policy to be accepted as something which we can take as educators and incorporate that in teaching. And of course, the pandemic changed the situation as well, as digital resources were also required. And now digital teaching has been accepted as one of the quadrants within the new education policy. Now, there are two types of digital translation. There is, of course, computer-aided translation, which has a certain human factor. And there's also machine translation, which is auto-generated. But it is essentially just translating word to word and producing text. So CAT, which is computer-aided translation, produces quality translations even with idiomatic and complex language, whereas machine translation provides fast and rigorous translations for routine text. That is the basic advantage of both. But both are expensive and also require post-editing for quality and accuracy. Again, CAT does have suggestions that can be customized for fields such as legal translation, medical translation, and even technical translations, with glossaries and terminologies. But, and there are lots of examples of software such as MateCat, SmartCat, Trados Studio, and WordFast. And there are, on the other hand, machine translation, which is Google Translate and DeepI Translate, which are essentially machine translation softwares, but are free. Now, when we come to foreign language translation, there are a gamut of resources that are available. So you can see that there are, and all these are, of course, proprietary software, but they can be purchased by a college if they have resources. So there's SDL Trados Studio, there is Lingui. Lingui is also useful because it works with Google Images and memes. So you can translate quite a bit. There's Microsoft Language Portal, there's MadCap Flair. There's also Fluency Now. And there are also online community forums such as Translator Software. And there's WordFast Pro, where you have customer support, which is provided. And DeepL, which allows you to translate a full document. On the other hand, there are also cloud-based solutions, and these are useful because these are freely available. So there's MemSource, there is Zanata, there is ProZ, Smart CAT, Sistran Translate, and there's also a Paytm and Moses, which are MT tools, and there's the free dictionary, which also allows a word-to-word translation as well. So these are resources that are available for foreign language translation, and there are plenty of resources, as you can see on this slide. But on the other hand, when you come to India, the resources are rather limited, and despite grants by the government right now, we also see that there is limited potential for these resources to develop, because mostly they are being developed by IIT Kanpur and other institutions. There is also University of Hyderabad, which is developing them. but they are developing, and you will see that the situation is a little, constrained in terms of this. So there's, of course, Google Translate and Shabdakosh. There's also Kanaja and Baraha, which are online web repositories. There is Devanagari.com, which is a website on which you can do document interpretation. And there are lots of, softwares where, you are having Hindi to English and English to Hindi translation, such as Anuvadak, Angla Bharti, Matra, Translexgram. And there is also Shabda Bodha, which is a Sanskrit lexicon, and Mantra, which is machine-assisted translation tool. It is basically an acronym which is for machine translation. But again, as you can see, these are word-to-word translations and not interpretative. They don't have any scope for interpretative translation. So the resources that are very limited in terms of how much of this lexicon is developed, and the lexicon is still being developed by these web developers for these particular translation softwares. Again, the other ones are iLeap, which is internet-ready Indian language word processor. There's Web Dunya, which is a spell checker. Saranshak, which is a summarizer. Anukriti, which is basically translating India, and it is also part of the National Translation Mission. And there are certain, agencies such as Central Translation Bureau, which is located in Pune. There's also ILS, which is the Indian Language Syndicate, which is also located in Pune. And there's a Translations Initiative, which is of Azim Premji University. These are places which are putting in their funds for translation, and they are also working to give jobs to translators to organize the work. And then, of course, there's Media Wiki, which is Wikipedia's.
I am so sorry to interrupt, Deepna madam, but we are sort of running out of time.
Yes. I will just be finishing.
Yes.
So these are this is Wikipedia's auto translate feature and translate to text to translate features, which are there for these developers. So now there is, of course, a need for alternative frameworks. The curriculum design and syllabus framing needs have to navigate the challenges of incorporating the trade-ready hard skills such as language proficiency, grammar, fluency, accent, as well as soft skills such as media skills, teamwork, and cultural awareness. There's also a need to provide language service providers and localization services. And there is a need for also incorporating cognition within the translation of video and computer and mobile games, websites, even news. And finally, there is also a need for web-based pedagogies, such as telecollaboration, the translation of tweets maybe, even translating YouTube videos, and of course, online communities where you can discuss all of these. So this is what I have given as suggestions for alternative frameworks wherein we deal with these issues of having to navigate translation studies within the national education policy. So thank you, and that's the end of my presentation.
Thank you so much, Deepna madam. We will now proceed with the next speaker. That is Miss Sanobar.
I need to stop
Sanobar
sharing. 1 minute. I just need to stop sharing.
Yeah, you need to stop sharing. Sanobar madam, are you here?
How do I stop sharing?
Okay. Sanobar madam, are you here? Okay, I don't think Sanobar ma'am is here, so we will move ahead with the next speaker, Sukhpreet Kaur and Professor Dr. Manju. Sukhpreet Kaur and Professor Dr. Manju. Okay, I do not think both of them are here. So I'll move ahead with my presentation. Is that okay, madam?
Yes, that's fine. You can go ahead.
I'll quickly share my screen here. Just give me 1 minute, ma'am.
Sure.
Are you able to see my screen?
Yes. Yes, that's fine.
Okay, 1 minute. All right, a very good afternoon to everyone. Dr. Sangeeta and Dr. Saima is not here, but a good afternoon to everybody else, participants present here. I'm here to present a paper on my topic is literary exchanges and environmental narratives across cultures, special reference to Girish Karnad's play Hayavadan. Okay, that's my topic. Ma'am, am I clear enough?
Yes, dear. Yes.
Okay. I'll continue then. First of all, I would just like to speak about some interesting facts about this particular play and explain as in why have I selected this particular play, for translation conference. So Bhayavadan is a very famous play written by Girish Karnad in the year 1971, and it was originally written in Kannada language. Now, Karnad or Girish Karnar is a very prominent figure in the Indian literature and theatre, and he is known for his contribution to both Kannada literature as well as English literature. The play is based on Thomas Mann's novella titled The Transposed Heads, which is originally inspired by a story from the 11th century ancient collection of tales in Sanskrit, that is Katha Sarita Sagara. Karnar, what he has done is he has adapted and transformed man's story into an Indian context, and he has infused it with elements of folk tradition, mythology, and other social cultural issues. Now, this play is known for its symbolic use of the horse head, which becomes the central motif. This symbol represents the theme of fragmented self, as well as the complex interplay of human who also has animal instincts in them. In this play, we also observe interplay of languages where the play seamlessly incorporates multiple languages, including Kannada, Sanskrit, as well as Marathi, reflecting the linguistic diversity of our country. This linguistic fusion adds to the authenticity of this particular play written by Karnar. Now, moving ahead with a brief introduction about this particular play. Hayavadan is a very famous play, as I already spoke about. It's an outstanding example of how storytelling can transcend cultural barriers, and this play also very beautifully weaves environmental themes into its storyline, and that is something that I would like to speak about, and that is something of my interest in this particular play. The environmental themes and the environmental narratives that so beautifully is spoken about in this particular play. Now, this study or this paper explores the play's comprehensive examination of nature and environment, and it also sheds light on how Karnad very skillfully combines indigenous viewpoints and enduring ecological concerns as well. Also, this place, is an example of cross-cultural literary exchange. Since cross-cultural literary exchange refers to sharing of literary works and ideas between different cultures, and as I already spoke about in my previous slide, that this particular play is an adaptation from a Western writer's novella, Thomas Mann's work of Transposed Heads. So this is a very good example about the cross-cultural literary exchange. That is how I justify my title. Now, especially when you speak about Hayavadan, you notice the exchange is particularly important because the play draws on both Indian and European literary tradition as well. Okay, the play, for example, explores the identity and the search for wholeness, which is influenced by both Indian and European literary tradition, which makes it a very different and a very unique piece of literature. Now, moving ahead with understanding what this particular play is about. I'm not going to get into the entire story, but there are certain things that that needs to be shared about this particular play. So, first of all, the title of the play Hayavadan is it has a significant meaning, where Haya means the horse / body, and Vadana means the man or the head. The play is about a strange horse-faced man who wants to get rid of his strange life, and he wants to become a complete human. Okay, that's the central plot. The central plot of this play intertwines with the subplot, which revolves around the relationship of the central characters, that is Padmini, Devdatta, and Kapila. There is also a very surprising situation that is created by the exchange of bodies and the heads of the two friends in an abrupt situation. This love triangle spirals into series of events that ultimately leads to characters questioning their own identity and what it means to be human. And some of the popular themes of this particular play is the quest for identities, and a quest for I would say love, and are the popular themes that are highlighted in this particular text. Moving ahead, like I said, my area of interest is the environmental narratives that are spoken about in this particular text. So I've highlighted a couple of environmental narratives that this particular text very beautifully highlights. The environmental narratives are an important part of this particular play, as they reflect the cultural beliefs and attitudes of people towards nature. For instance, in the play, Padmini has a dream of a tree growing out of her womb, okay, which symbolizes the inseparable connection of human beings with nature. That is, of course, one example. Another example we could observe in the character of Kapila, who is a forest dweller. Okay, again, it represents a harmony, a certain positive relation or a dependency of humans on nature. Now, his love for forest and its inhabitants, it's evident when he sings praises for trees and animals around him. These examples demonstrate how environmental narratives can completely change, and it can definitely transcend cultural boundaries and can be used to convey universal themes more beautifully. Another important example I would like to speak about here is the character of Padmini. during the play, she regrets the loss of forest and wildlife due to human intervention. In one particular scene, she describes the sound of how the sound of crickets have completely disappeared from her village, which again symbolizes the disappearance of nature because of constant, I would say, human intervention, science and technology, and different ways how humans have intruded into forest or have destroyed nature. So these are some of the popular these are some of the environmental narratives I would like to highlight. And finally, in conclusion, I would like to say that in this particular paper we've tried to explore the importance of cross cultural literary exchanges, of course, and also I have highlighted environmental narratives in Karnad's play. Through our analysis, we've seen that how these themes are interconnected, as in the plot, characters, themes, and the other aspects of the play are all connected to one another. And by examining these environmental narratives across this particular play, we have gained, or we have a deeper understanding of the play's message and the relevance to the contemporary environmental issue. Karnad very beautifully brings out, of course, there is a storyline which is an adaptation from a Western text. But at the same time, Karnar very beautifully puts in Indian mythology, and he also puts in very beautiful themes about searching for identity. Then there is this particular point about the horse human body, where the play tries to highlight how human beings also have an animal side to themselves, and how there is this constant search, or this constant need to change, or make ourselves into a better version. Okay, all these things are very beautifully woven together in this particular play. And additionally, we see how cross-cultural literary exchanges can enrich our understanding of literature and culture as a whole. So with this, I would like to conclude my presentation.
Good, Asma.
Okay, I'll just request the next speaker to continue. Our next speaker is Sampriti Bhattacharya. Sampriti Bhattacharya is not here. Sampriti Bhattacharya is not here. Dr. Shoma Burman. Dr. Shoma Burman is, again, I do not see her. Okay. Ikra Raza and Sadia Husna. Ikra Raza is here. Okay.
Yeah, I'm here. Just a minute.
You may start, ma'am.
Okay. I'll just share my slide. Is it visible?
Yes, it is visible.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
And am I audible? Sorry.
Yes, dear, you're audible.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Ikra Raza, research scholar from Department of Linguistics, AMU. And I will be presenting this paper, which is titled Role of Translators' Ideology, a comparative study of selected translated verses from the Holy Quran. This is a joint attempt by, and my co-author is Sadia Husna Hassan. And I'll be proceeding with it. Please do tell if I am not audible or anything like that. Okay. See, in this world of cultural diversity, translation, as we have seen since yesterday also, it has played an integral role as a means of communication, and it thereby has bridged the gap between different languages and cultures. As Herman's 1999, he advocates translation as a linguistic cultural activity, which involves at least two languages and two cultural traditions. Moreover, 1992, he has described this process as rewriting of an original text, which is done by using a target language. Therefore, the crux of this activity, which is translation, is basically transferring of a text from source language to a target language, keeping the original meaning as precise as possible. Now, when we move on to the next slide, we see translation of religious text. See, the translation of religious text, it plays a critical role because it conveys a sacred message, and the necessity to translate them, it originates from the fact that these texts are a guide for people of different languages and cultures. But religious text translation is one sensitive area, as these texts are dominated by themes and they are open to endless interpretations due to complexity of language. The language, it gives multiple meanings. And here in this paper, the focus will be on Quran, and the Quran revealed, it was revealed in Arabic and it has been translated by different scholars to make it easier for non-native speakers of Arabic language. But past studies have shown that most of the times translators involve their ideology while translating the Quran into target language. NIDA argues that no translator can avoid certain degree of personal involvement in his work. Almost all the translations of the Quran, they exhibit significant linguistic variations, and the most crucial source for it is the translator's ideological and sectarian bias. According to Hatim and Mason, 1997, and one day, 2008, ideology refers to beliefs and value systems shared by social groups, which can affect their worldview and can be realized linguistically too, whether by a writer or a translator as one who rewrites. Alvarez and Vidal, 1996, argues that behind every one of the translator's selection, that is what to add, what to leave out, which word to choose, and how to place it, there is a voluntary act which reveals his history and the socio-political milieu that surrounds him and his culture. Now, the objectives of the study is keeping the important role that translators' ideology has in translation in general and Quran translation specifically. The objectives are to uncover the nature of meaning in the Urdu translated text of Quran. And the second objective is to explore the effect of translators' ideology in translating Quran from Arabic to Urdu. My methodology is the study deals with a comparative study of selected verses from two Urdu translations of Quran. It employs a descriptive comparative approach to analyze the lexical choice of translators. Since the focus is on translators' ideology, the chosen translators belong to two different schools of thought. They are, first one is Muhammad Taqi Usmani. He's an Islamic scholar who belongs to Deoband. It's a school of thought in Islam. And the other translator is Muhammad Tahir al-Qadri, who is again an Islamic scholar, and he belongs to Sufi, which is Barelvi school of thought. Now, the first verse that I have taken is from chapter 53, verse number 1, which is "Wan najmi iza hawa." The phonetic transcription is given below, and the translation by Taqi Usmani says, "Qasam hai sitare ki jab wo gire." This is in Urdu. And the second translator, Tahir al-Qadri, he says he writes it in this way: "Qasam hai roshan sitare Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam ki jab wo chashme zadan mein शब मेराज ऊपर जाकर नीचे उतरे." So while we focus on to the word najam, which in literal terms mean the star, in Usmani's translation, Usmani has translated the word najam as star only, sitara, while in Tahir al-Qadri's translation, we see he has translated this term while giving a direct interpretation to Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. The direct interpretation of star with And the enhancement of the status of the Prophet Muhammad in Khadri's translation is a characteristic of Sufi school of thought. Therefore, it presents the reflection of ideological and sectarian influence of the translated text. Now, we can see the similar interference in another case, which is verse number 27 from chapter 72, which is إلى من ارتزى من رسول فإنه يسلك من بين يديه ومن خلفه رصدا. The word we are going to focus in this is Rasulin. I have boldified it. Now, in Usmani's version, the translated version says, सिवाय किसी पैगंबर के जिसे उसने उस काम के लिए पसंद फरमा लिया हो, ऐसी सूरत में वो उस पैगंबर के आगे और पीछे कुछ मुहाफिज लगा देता है. The word in Usmani's translation for Rasulin has been given as पैगंबर. Now, Tahir al-Qadri's version for translation is, सिवाय अपने पसंदीदा रसूलों के उन्हीं को मतलाल गैब करता है, क्योंकि ये खासा नबूवत और मोजज़ा रिसालत है. तो बेशक वो उस रसूल सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम के आगे और पीछे इल्म गैब की हिफाजत के लिए निगहबान मुकर्रर फरमा देता है. Again, we see the meaning of the word Rasul. In literal terms, it means messenger or apostle, and they are many in number. Okay, this number varies according to different scholars. We see in Taqi Usmani's translation, this word has been translated as Payghambar, which is synonymous to Rasul. And in Tahir al-Qadri, on the other hand, he has translated this word as Rasulo, which is followed by a specification strategy as he mentions the name of Prophet Muhammad. Therefore, again, we see a reflection of ideology in translation. The study concludes that the translated Quran must be faithful in giving the original meaning without adding or clarifying any related any relation to the opinion of the translators, which indicates the ideology. The translators, they must adhere to the characteristics of being invisible with their ideology in terms of translating sacred texts and being faithful to the source text. Thank you. Just a minute. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. I'll just stop sharing. Wait.
Our next speaker is Dr. Shaifta Ayub. Dr. Shaifta Ayub.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Yes, good afternoon.
Ma'am, basically, I am facing some network issues, so I won't be, I cannot keep my video on. Kindly excuse me for that.
Okay, okay, ma'am.
Okay.
So you be speaking without presenting.
The title of my paper is Gendered Translations, Analyzing Short Stories, translated by M. Asaduddin and Tahira Naqvi. In my paper, I am engaging in a comparative analysis of English translations of the Urdu writer Ismat Chughtai. Her stories were translated by M. Asaduddin and Tahira Naqvi. What I am trying to do, I am minutely analyzing and comparing these stories. The short stories which I am taking for this study are Garwali, Chauthi Ka Joda, Til, Tanha Tanha, Genda. The sample of English translations by M. Asaduddin is taken from the volume Lifting the Wheel, Selected Writings of Ismat Chughtai, which is published by Penguin in 2001. And from the other translator, Tahira Naqvi, she has her collection Vintage Chughtai, a selection of her best short stories, which was published by Women Unlimited in 2013. The Urdu short stories, the original text is taken from the volume Urdu Ke Tera Afsane. Coming to the methodology, as we know, translators employ different strategies and techniques in their translations, starting from the basic task of choosing the text to be translated and developing a method to translate. We know that when we look at the translations, there are many factors that govern a translation. They range from sometimes the translator's personality, his gender, his ideology, cultural factors, sometimes audience consciousness, and the politics of publishing. For close textual analysis of these stories, I have applied the translation model of Vinay and Darwell-Net, which was proposed by the theorists Jean-Paul Vinay and Jean Darwell-Net. These theorists have basically identified two methods of translation, that is direct or literal translation and oblique translation. In this model, 7 procedures of translation, which are classified under the broader rubric of direct and indirect translation, are as follows. In direct translation, we see borrowing, we see calque, we see literal translation. And in oblique translation, we see transposition, modulation, equivalence, and adaptation. In this paper, I have analyzed strategies like borrowing, calque, transposition, and basically I am problematizing if we have true translators and one is a male and other is a female, does it make a difference? And if it does, how can we identify those differences? So the basic idea is of having a translator and a translatrix. Translatrix, a female translator. We know that translation has been identified sharing a unique relationship with women. As we know, both are marginalized. They are considered inferior and secondary. That is why we have the sexist formulation. Translation like women. Translation is like women. If they are beautiful, they are unfaithful. And if they are faithful, they are ugly. Feminist translation theory also identifies, they say that there is a parallel between the status of translation, which is often considered to be derivative and inferior to original writing, and that of women, who is often repressed in society and literature. We know that in the world of academics, in the world of writing, it is only translation which provided women a participating platform in academic activities. We know that translation as an intellectual activity, it was considered it is appropriate for women because they are incapable to author a work. During Renaissance, we know that they started with translations, and we have the coming of translatrix or female translator or a translatress. She entered the academic field with this kind of project in mind. Otherwise, they were not given a serious air. We know many women writers have contributed in the field of translation, like Ephra Behan, Madame de Stael, Margaret Fuller, Marx. We have Helen Lowe Porter. They have proved their competence, and they have also rescued many male authors, for that matter, from anonymity. So we know that women translators or women in academics, they were powerless to voice their viewpoints directly. So they, in translation, in feminine translation theory, we say that translation provides them a camouflage for involvement in text production and an opportunity for some degree of creativity. So when we look at the stories which are like written by Ismat Chugtai, herself a female writer, and then being translated by a male and female, can we see some differences? Yes. We know that Ismat Chugtai's stories, they were populated with female writers, their chats, their gossips, and their behaviors. So the male translator, somehow we see that he has failed to capture that kind of that color, that kind of the femininity in the translations is missing. So I have whatever analysis I have done in tabular form. We have many tables related to different strategies. The table related to translator versus translatress, I have identified the male translator as T1 and the female translator as T2. There is a story called Chothi Ka Joda. It is basically a story where a woman in Jane Austen style, she is desirous of marrying her daughter, but somehow she fails to marry her off. And she, throughout her life, she is basically making her wedding dress. Our translator, male translator, is translating it as the wedding suit, whereas the female translator is writing it as the wedding shroud. Because she is like writing it in the way that if a girl is not married off, She leaves her parental house in a shroud. The wedding dress itself becomes a shroud. Again, we have different, many sentences where we see the feminine voice in Tahira Naqvi. We have an instance where we have been given this idea that women are gossiping. It is written in Urdu as, Dono mein khusur khusur hui. The male translator simply writes that the women were whispering, but the female translator says, putting their heads together, the two women whispered conspiratorially. So the idea of capturing that female experience is very much visible in Tahira Naqvi. Again, we have one more story, that is Garwali. In Garwali, we have again a story. It is a story of a woman who is a kind of, she mixes with men very freely. She is born and brought up on streets, and she is, even if she is married, she continues her ways. So the attitude of the male translator and the female translator is entirely different. We have different sentences in the short story. When we compare them and we see the difference in attitude, difference in tone, and difference of kind of compassion and sympathy in female translator. I will read out 2-3 sentences. One sentence is, it is regarding Lajo. Lajo किसी के पेट से निकली, सड़कों पर रल कर पली. So the male translator writes, who begot her and left her on the street to fend for herself. But female translator translates, from whose womb she had emerged, how she had grown up in hardship. So she does not dare to she does not dare to kind of translate it like she is born and brought up in streets. She says that she had grown up in hardship. Again, we see a tone of sympathy. One more sentence is, Mirza ne Lajo, Mirza is Lajo's husband. Mirza ne Lajo को इतना मारा कि अगर वो दुनिया के सर्द गर्म ना झेले होते तो वो अल्लाह को प्यारी हो जाती. The male translator writes, Mirza beat Lajo so severely that she would have died hard had she not made of sterner stuff. So male translator translate it as Lajo is made up of sterner stuff. But when we look at the female translators, she says, Mirza gave Lajo such a thrashing that if it weren't for the fact that she had suffered so much in life, she would have been dead now. So many sentences, the tone of the story changes with the gender of the translator. This is what I am trying to put in my story, put in my paper. We can easily conclude that our female translators, she seems to interrupt the flow of translation. She interpolates her own voice. She gets her own message across. And she kind of shows that she can speak in her own person. Her translation, Tahira Naqvi's translation, is informed by her viewpoint. There is some feminine elegance. There is gendered identity. There is an attempt, if we look at the translations on her part, there is an attempt at feminization, which we called in translation theory, feminization of translation. So there were certain examples which I have given comparing the translations of the two translations of the male and the female translators. There are other things which I have compared and analyzed in the stories. We know that there are different approaches and different strategies which two translators can adopt in their translations. So coming to the translations, we see that there is an attempt of foreignizing or retaining the kind of the source text words in the translations of the male translator, and we have an attempt at domestication, where we find a cultural equivalent in the translations of the female translator. Again, if we look at, there are some other things. Again, if we look at the two translations, We also see difference in their attitude. We also see that the M. Asaduddin, he is basically literally translating culturally rooted proverbs, and he is also, but the other translator is trying to find a cultural equivalent for the same translations. I have also tabulated different cases where we see the translators omitting certain sentences, omitting certain words, and omitting certain paragraphs. So we have 65 cases of omissions in these 5 stories, where the Tahira Naqvi is omitting 58 words and expressions, and male translator is omitting 7 words. So we also have the male translator. There's a difference between the two translators in another aspect as well. We know that Ismat Chughta's writing has an acoustic quality. She uses a lot of onomatopoeic words. So when we think of the two translations, we see the omission of those sound. The sonic quality of the translation is not there in M. Asaduddin's translations, whereas Tahira Naqvi has retained that sonic quality. Am I audible?
Yes, Shahita, you can conclude your paper now. Hello?
Whatever points I have made, I have exemplified all these in different tables, which I will be sharing in the paper. This is just a working paper which I have read. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, sir. Aksa, is there any participant left out here?
Yes, ma'am.
Aksa, are you there? Yes. Please, next participant.
Hello.
Yes, Mukund Kumar.
Hello.
Yes. Thank you so much. We are moving ahead with the next speaker. Mukund Kumar, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for giving me opportunity to present my paper. My paper title is Intersemiotic Translation in Cinema, a study about the story into films for Tisri Kasam. Tisri Kasam story is written by Phaneshwar Nath Renu. And first, I want to discuss what is the semiotic and also the perspective of... Hello?
Sorry for interference. I just wish to know, are you presenting PPT, PowerPoint presentation?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Absolutely fine. You can go ahead.
फर्नांडो द सस्यूर सबसे पहले सिम्योटिक्स एनालिसिस के एक प्रणेता थे जिन्होंने सबसे पहली जो थॉट्स दी थी वो साइन लैंग्वेज को लेकर के. ही टोल्ड दैट एवरीथिंग इज साइन. माय बिहेवियर, माय स्पोकन लैंग्वेज, एनालिटिकल perspective and other things, all things are sign language. And after that, Fernando de Saussure, Charles Sanders Deverson add the one term that is interpretation, निर्वचन. उन्होंने कहा कि निर्वचन अगर हम किसी भाव को, हाव भाव को, बोली को या फिर किसी भी रूप को या किसी इशारे को अगर हम उसको जब तक निर्वचन करते हैं वो एक भावनाओं के प्रतिवेदन के रूप में प्रस्तुत होता है और वो एक तरह से जो है सो साइन लैंग्वेज का ही अगला रूप माना गया. तो फर्नांडो दे सस्यूर ने जो बातें कही थी कि सब कुछ साइन लैंग्वेज है और सैंडर डेवर्स उन्होंने निर्वचन पर जोर दिया था, इंटरप्रिटेशंस पे. तो सिम्योटिक्स एनालिसिस पे एक तीसरा प्रारूप आया जिसको इंटरसिम्योटिक ट्रांसलेशन कहा गया, अंतर प्रतीकात्मक अनुवाद. द टर्म इंटरसिम्योटिक ट्रांसलेशन वाज कॉइन्ड बाय द रशियन लिंग्विस्ट रोमन जैकबसन इन द 1959, रेफरिंग टू वन ऑफ द अप्रोचेज ऑफ टू ट्रांसलेशंस. उन्होंने कहा कि अगर जो एक लैंग्वेज है या लिटरेरी टेक्स्ट है, उस लिटरेरी टेक्स्ट को अगर हम किसी विजुअल टेक्स्ट के रूप में ट्रांसलेट करते हैं, लाइक अ स्टोरी, एक फिल्म के रूप में, एक इमेज के रूप में, एक एनिमेशन के रूप में जब हम इसको ट्रांसलेट करते हैं तो इस पर्सपेक्टिव को हम इंटरसिम्योटिक ट्रांसलेशन.
इनको भी जोश है ये.
हेलो,
डिपार्टमेंट में टेबल दिखाइए और मैं 2:30 बजे क्लासेस ले लूंगी, मुझे दिखाइए पहले.
क्या मुझे सुना जा रहा है? Am I audible?
Yes, Mr. Mukund Kumar, you
तो
are audible.
जस्ट
There
उसके
is
बाद
certain
इंटरसिम्योटिक
disturbances here.
टेक्स्ट को गढ़ा गया, जिसमें अंतर प्रतीकात्मक अनुवाद हिंदी में हम उसे कहते हैं। तो जो हमारा जो टॉपिक है वो है इंटरसिम्योटिक ट्रांसलेशन इन सिनेमा। फिल्म में अंतर प्रतीकात्मक अनुवाद को कैसे देखते हैं कि एक लिटरेरी टेक्स्ट को जब हम दूसरे विजुअल टेक्स्ट में रूपांतरित करते हैं तो उसमें अनुवाद का दृष्टिकोण क्या है। और मैंने इसके लिए तीसरी कसम फिल्म को लिया है कि तीसरी कसम की जो मूल लिटरेरी टेक्स्ट है, जो फणीश्वरनाथ, रिटन बाय फणीश्वरनाथ रेणु के द्वारा लिखी गई है, और उसी फिल्म को तीसरी कसम उर्फ मारे गए गुलफाम कहानी का नाम है। बट उसी स्टोरी को लेकर के वासु भट्टाचार्य द्वारा एक फिल्म निर्देशित की गई है जिसका नाम है तीसरी कसम। जब इन दोनों स्टोरी के बीच में जो अगर हम इंटरसिम्योटिक ट्रांसलेशन के दृष्टिकोण को देखते हैं तो हम पाते हैं कि स्टोरी को डेवलप करना एक फिल्म के रूप में एक नाटक की तुलना में कठिन टास्क है। लेकिन जो ये भावनात्मक स्तर होता है, ट्रांसलेशन का जो दृष्टिकोण है वो बतलाता है कि कोई भी ट्रांसलेशन जो मूल टेक्स्ट में लिखी जाती है और जब उसे हम सोर्स लैंग्वेज के
मतलब Mr. Mukund, just a minute. Miss Saita, please mute yourself. Yes, Mr. Mukund, please go ahead.
मैम जी आपको प्रिंसिपल सर ने क्लासेस रखे हैं।
जब एक भाषा के पाठ को हम लक्ष्य भाषा के पाठ में ट्रांसलेट करते हैं तो जाहिर सी बात है कि एक लेखक अपनी लैंग्वेज में अपनी बात को कह रहा होता है। जो लेखक उस भाषा को ट्रांसलेट करता है, जो अनुवादक उस भाषा को ट्रांसलेट करता है, वो अपनी भाषा के गहन जैसे परिवेश है या उसकी सांस्कृतिक कल्चर उसमें उस बात को कहता है। जब हम लिटरेरी टेक्स्ट को विजुअल टेक्स्ट में कन्वर्ट करते हैं तो जो फिल्म मेकर्स हैं, चूंकि वो एक अनुवादक की भूमिका में विजुअल टेक्स्ट के रूप में परिवर्तित कर रहे होते हैं, तो विजुअल टेक्स्ट में एक उसकी एक अलग कहानी होती है जिसमें अलग-अलग दृष्टिकोण है। जैसे सिनेमा इज द intentional and creative use of visual and audio
मैं कह रही हूँ आप बोल रहे हो ना ये क्लास आप नहीं,
Mr. Mukund,
आप बोल रहे हो ना आप ये क्लास नहीं लोगे। मैंने बोला आप लिख लीजिए, हम खुद ही लेंगे।
ये कौन है? इनको म्यूट कर दिया
Kindly wait, I'll just contact the host.
Please call
Give me
us.
1 minute.
Please call her.
संगीता खोंगरे, सफीफा अयूब, ये दोनों का लैंग्वेज आ रहा है।
May I know who is there and what is going on?
Please, others, keep yourselves mute. It disturbs the
Yes, madam, please keep yourself on mute.
तो सिनेमा इज द intentional and creative use of audio visual elements in films or visual storytelling to enhance the overall aesthetics, narratives and emotional impact. It is encompassing various aspects of filmmaking including the production of design, art direction, cinematography, costume design, makeup, lighting, sound design and visual effects. तो ये जो और उसमें बहुत सारी चीजें, the process involves carefully arranging and composing visual elements within a frame such as the actors, props and the set pieces, as well as the making choices regarding color, texture and visual style. It's also includes the selecting and arrangements of sound elements like the dialogues, music, ambient sounds to create a immersive audio visual experience. तो जब अगर हम ये कहानी को देखते हैं मारे गए गुलफाम तीसरी कसम को, तो इसको जब बनाया गया तो इसमें कई सारे टेक्स्ट इसके कई जो मूल भावनाएं हैं वो विजुअल टेक्स्ट के रूप में परिवर्तित हुई है। जैसे 3 कस्में खाते हैं हीरामन, पहली कसम की वो बांस को नहीं ला देगा, दूसरी की वो चोरी के माल को नहीं ला देगा, और तीसरी जो उनकी कहानी का एक बहुत ही भावनात्मक पक्ष है कि वो किसी भी कंपनी की वाइफ को अपने गाड़ी में नहीं बैठाएगा। जब हम पहली टेक्स्ट को देखते हैं तो बहुत ही एक अच्छे गाने के द्वारा जो है वो चोरी के सामान को नहीं लादा गया या जो पुलिस जो पकड़ते हैं उन सारी एस्थेटिक्स को एक स्क्रिप्ट के हिसाब से, कहानी के हिसाब से चलती है। लेकिन जब आप वही बांस लादने वाली जो कस्में होते हैं उसमें बताया गया है कि एक महाभकुआ नौकर है जिसका वो बांस लाद करके चल रहा है और वो उस बांस को आगे से पकड़ा हुआ होता है। लेकिन जब हम ओरिजिनल टेक्स्ट देखते हैं तो वहां ऐसी कोई परिदृश्य नहीं है जो दूसरी कस्में वो लेता है बांस वाली। अगर हम आगे चलते हैं तो जब कई सारे हैं, जैसे कि अगर हमने महुआ घटवारन की कहानी सुनते हैं, महुआ घटवारन की कहानी का एक विजुअल पर्सपेक्टिव कहानी में मारे गए गुलफाम में दिखाई गई है, जबकि वो एक स्टोरी टेलिंग इमेज के रूप में जो है मूल टेक्स्ट में या फिल्म में मूल टेक्स्ट के बदले फिल्म में दिखाई गई, जिसमें महुआ घटवारन के रूप सौंदर्य का जिक्र किया गया है, उसकी एक कहानी को टेक्स्ट किया गया है। लेकिन जिस प्रकार से नदियों में उसके कूदने की जो एक संवेदना है या फिर जो सौदागर उसे खरीद कर ले जा रहा होता है, उसका जो एक मजदूर होता है जो उस पर आसक्त होकर के वो भी पानी में कूद जाता है। इन सब परिदृश्यों की कहीं चर्चा नहीं की गई है। कहानी का एक अपना संवेग है, वो आगे बढ़ते चला जाता है। लेकिन इस टेक्स्ट में हम देखते हैं कि कहानी की मूल भावनाओं को या फिर डायलॉग्स जो कहानी में प्रस्तुत हुए उनके साथ ज्यादा छेड़छाड़ नहीं की गई है। तो जहां इम्पैक्ट हुआ एक बहुत ही मार्मिक परिदृश्य है कि विजुअल इंटरवेंशन में हम किस तरीके से चीजों को एक कल्चरल पर्सपेक्टिव में देखते हैं। 1970s के दशक की ये कहानी लिखी गई है और उसी समय ये फिल्म बनी है। तो जाहिर सी बात है कि विजुअल टेक्स्ट को लेने से पहले जो फिल्मकार था उस समय की मिट्टी के घर हैं या फिर उस समय की एक दृष्टिकोण है, उन सब चीजों को देखा गया। लेकिन जहाँ पे गाने की बातें हैं, जो फिल्मों में गाने डाले गए हैं, उस सभी गानों को कहीं ना कहीं एक तरीके से कहानी के रूप में लिखा गया है फणीश्वर नाथ रेणु के द्वारा, लेकिन उसके अलग लाइन्स को डेवलप किया गया है और उन चीजों को बताया गया है। तो एक कहानी को विजुअल फॉर्म्स में नरेट करने के लिए कुछ कहानी के साथ या उसके तारतम्यता के रूप में फिर छेड़छाड़ भी की गई है, जो एक फिल्म निर्माणकर्ता के रूप में बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण रूप से मेरी समझ से एक ट्रांसलेटर के रूप में तो ये काम नहीं होना चाहिए, लेकिन छेड़छाड़ की गई है जो हो सकता है कि एक सिनेमा के एक बिजनेस का पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू रहेगा। लेकिन जब हम एक समानांतर सिनेमा की बातें करते हैं, लाइक द मनी कॉल की फिल्में अगर हम देखें जिसमें कि आषाढ़ का एक दिन है या उसकी रोटी है, उन सब फिल्मों में डायलॉग्स के साथ कोई छेड़छाड़ नहीं की गई है। उस डायलॉग्स के अंतराल में एक विजुअल नैरेटिव्स को पेश करने की कोशिश की गई है, जो एक अनुवादक के लिए, अगर मनी कॉल के फिल्मों को देख करके एक अनुवादक जो विजुअल ट्रांसलेटर है, वो जो नैरेटिव्स गढ़ेगा वो कहानी के रूप में या नाटक की तुलना कहानी के रूप में फिल्मों में उसको परिवर्तन करना या उसको सिनेमैटिक डिजाइन करना, ये एक थोड़ी सी उस चीजों को वो डेवलप उस तरीके से नहीं किया जाता। मतलब ये कहा जा सकता है कि फिल्मों की या तो मजबूरी है, चाहे बिजनेस पोर्टफोलियो के रूप में, या फिर सांकेतिक पक्ष को, सिंबॉलिक पक्ष को, प्रतीकात्मक पक्ष को या साइन लैंग्वेज को उस रूप में नहीं देखा जाता, भाव अभिव्यक्ति के रूप में किया जाता है। और भाव भी जो है वो टेक्स्ट के उस मूल भावना के रूप में परिवर्तित बहुत फिल्मकारों के द्वारा नहीं किया जाता है। तीसरी कसम के रूप में देखें तो विजुअल टेक्स्ट ने, चूंकि उस समय की परिदृश्य वही रही है, 1970 के जो घर थे वहां के बोलने की जो शैली थी, खासकर पूर्णिया क्षेत्र की, या फिर जो जिक्र की गई है उधर फारबिसगंज वगैरह एरिया की, या
yes
फिर
sir,
मेला की।
thank
जी,
you. Actually I
बस
would,
मैं
I'm so
कंक्लूड
sorry for
करता हूँ।
disturbing. टाइम
हाँ
थोड़ा सा खत्म हो
हाँ, बस मैं खत्म करता हूँ। तो इन सब चीजों को लेकर के अगर हम इसका एक समरी निकालने की कोशिश करें तो विजुअल टेक्स्ट बहुत ही मजबूत पक्ष है एक अनुवाद का, किसी भी लिटरेरी टेक्स्ट को। लेकिन इसमें एक अनुवाद के रूप में इस पर एक गहन चिंतन भी होनी चाहिए कि मूल टेक्स्ट की धारणा को वैसे ही रखी जाए जैसा फिल्म की अवधारणा को व्यक्त की जा सकती है, विदाउट कोई डायलॉग्स को चेंज करने के बजाय। थैंक यू।
थैंक यू सो मच। मेरे सॉरी, हमारे पास वी हैव 2 more names of people who want to present. I think one message I have received here on Zoom with Shripad Samant sir, and there is another message that we've received for Chetan Bose, Devashish Bose. Yes. So
Yes,
first
ma'am.
we'll go ahead with Chetan sir, and second Shripad sir, you be ready. You can present after him. Is that okay?
Okay with me, ma'am. Shripad here. Okay, ma'am.
Okay. So we'll first move ahead with Chetan Devashish Bose sir. You may start your presentation.
Very good afternoon to all of you. Myself, Assistant Professor Chetan Devashish Bose, and I'm from University of Mumbai, Department of Management Studies. Well, my research paper is different from the theme. I'm extremely sorry for that, but I will try to make my paper as interesting as possible. Try to explain the concept in a layman's language. Well, the topic is all about comparative profitability analysis and employee cost analysis of food processing companies. And this is with reference to pre and during COVID period. So my study would like to give you an insight
I think he has left the meeting, madam. Probably he is facing some sort of
Yes. Actually,
network
it
issue.
went off when yeah, due to network issue. I'm back again. Am I audible?
Yes, you are, sir,
Am
but
I
your
audible?
voice
I'm
is
back.
breaking.
Okay.
I can hear you, but it's not very
Might be
clear.
because of net.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me restart and let me try to sum it up as quickly as possible. My topic is comparative profitability and employee cost analysis of select select food processing companies, and this is with reference to pre and during COVID-19 period. Well, what exactly food processing company is? My idea behind presenting this paper is to identify how COVID-19 has impacted the profitability of the food processing companies. Now, what is food processing companies? They are basically the companies who are in food industries, okay, and they were supplying groceries or the foods which are of daily needs and requirements. So I would just like to tell that what I wanted to, give you insight all as an investor. See, we all earn and we also save. So when we invest money, what are the things that we can, think across while investing money in any of the company? Well, there are three companies that I have taken for studies: Nestle company, Britannia, and Hudson's are the top three companies on the basis of their net sales. And I would like to show you some data. If you could see, this is the data of Nestle. The orange line indicates the performance after COVID-19, and the blue line indicates performance prior to COVID-19. In simple words, the net sales, profit, and sales and net profits of Nestle company was higher after COVID-19, and it was less prior to COVID. Similarly, the employee cost has okay. Moving to the next company, Britannia, the net sales was increased, profit had decreased a bit.
Chairperson, I think our speaker is unable to connect. Should we move ahead with the next speaker?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I would like to invite the next speaker here, Shripat Samant, sir.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Yeah.
Gratitude to all the organizers, and coming straight to the point, the name of my paper is Savitri in Mohan Rakesh's Ade Adure, Poland, a victim of translation, ? And I shall share my screen. Ma'am, kindly give me feedback if my screen is visible.
Yes, it's visible, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am. And one of the things that the English translation of Adhe Adhure by Bindu Batra, it's called The Halfway House, does is it keeps out the dramatis personae, from the translation. Now here is a note by the editor, and in the note he clearly accepts that this has been done. Just a second, ma'am. And then he says that it was brought to the notice of the translator, but the translator was not ready to make any changes to the translation or add the dramatis personae. I read, it's here on screen. Any reader of this play's original Hindi version will know that details of age, dress, mood, etc. etc. is pretty vague, but we'll take it. Of the play's characters are given where the dramatis personae are listed. This is in the original and by Rakesh before the actual play begins. This translation does not provide the reader with any such information in the corresponding section except as regards the character's age. So beyond that, it does not provide us with the details which Rakesh gives us. Now, this is my locus standi, and from this point, I am going to try and defend the character of Savitri through translations, both in English as well as in Marathi. Vijay Tendulkar has also done a translation, and even in that translation, the dramatis personae is missing. Now, what exactly is missing in the dramatis personae? I'll bring you to the original of the text written by Rakesh, and this is the original. And here is the word that he uses, Rakesh uses, and that is Kaiyapan. Now he uses this word Kaiyapan with respect to Purush Char, the fourth man. पतलून के साथ पुरानी कोट का, लंबा, चेहरे पर बुजुर्ग होने का खासा एहसास, and then a pause, period, दंडक, और फिर दंडक के बाद एक शब्द है और वो शब्द है कायापन, और फिर एक दंडक है. पुरुष चार के बारे में लेखक मोहन राकेश uses the word kayapan. Now, even a very loose translation of kayapan will take us to kutilta, slyness, okay, a person who is given to deceit. Yeah, I would have shown you some Google translations here, they would account to the same. Somebody who is sly, somebody who is prone to deceit, somebody who is a trickster and is aware of the fact that the person is a trickster. Just a second. Sorry. Yeah. New share.
Sir, screen is not shared.
Yeah, just a second, ma'am. Getting share. Is the screen visible now, ma'am?
Yes, it's visible, sir.
Yes.
Yes,
So
but
here-
it's
here
not
I
your
come to-
PPT.
Yeah, thank you so much, ma'am. I have come to Kayapan one more time. And from Kayapan, I'm going to launch into who is this fourth man. So as the readers of the text would very well know, the fourth man is a character called Juneja. And it is in connection with Juneja that Mohan Rakesh, who is the author and as such has the authority over his text, is going out of his way and giving us an authorial invention that this man is sly, he is deceitful, he is cunning. And while he says that, this is the same person who acts as and here is one of the directors of the text of the play. The name is Rajendranath. And this director of the play was very much there with Rakesh when the play was written by Rakesh in 1968, and eventually it was performed in 69. So Rajendranath was very much there among the coterie who discussed with Rakesh the play. And Rakesh says that, Rajendranath says that in almost all the productions which I have seen, Juneja has been played as a very forceful prosecution counsel. So here is a person who plays the prosecution counsel, who is the one who levies accusation after accusation against the central character, that is Savitri, and it is whose accusations that more or less create the image about Savitri, which has become a popular image. Let's see a few critics and what they feel about Savitri. So here is, in general, whenever you go on net and you try and look at the criticism, whether it is Hindi, English, it will usually be something on these lines. Savitri का इस प्रकार अपने पति से मिली निराशा के फलस्वरूप बाहर एक पूर्ण आदमी की लगातार तलाश करना, and here onwards I say quote unquote, स्त्रियों की अपने जीवन को लेकर एक नई आत्मकेंद्रित मनोवृत्ति का ये prakatikaran hai, pratik
Sir,
hai.
sorry to interrupt, but are you sharing your PPT? Because there is something else on the screen.
Savitri ka is prakar, weren't you able to see that?
No, we are having some Google link.
Sorry, one moment, please.
You have
New
shared
share.
one.
New
You have shared
share.
some different windows, sir.
One moment, ma'am. Just a second. Thank you. Ma'am, could you give me a feedback?
Yes. Now we are in the.
Now it is
Yeah.
visible.
So far, I have brought up 3 issues over here. Issue number 1, that in translation into English and Marathi, the 2 languages that I can access, I found that dramatis personae was missing as far as Aadhe Adhure or Halfway House is concerned. Number 2, that in the dramatis personae, there is pause, Kayyapan pause in the original that Rakesh writes with respect to his character Juneja, and which Kayyapan in translation is equal to a sly, a cunning, a deceitful person. And this is what this author tells us about Juneja. And then I took you to the director, Rajendra Nath ji, who says that in most productions, Juneja acts as like a public prosecutor who keeps on levying charges and accusations against Savitri, and that Savitri is made into a woman who now, as you can see on screen, popularly most critics will say स्त्रियों की अपने जीवन को लेकर एक नई आत्मकेंद्रित मनोवृत्ति का सावित्री प्रतीक है। तो सावित्री आत्मकेंद्रित है, वो घर के बाहर जाती है, वो फलस्वरूप बाहर के पूर्ण आदमी की तलाश करती है। Now that's in Hindi. Let's see what English critics say about her. Or this is another one who feels that it ought to be even more blunt. So he says दूसरी ओर वह भोगवादी कामुक नारी है जो अपनी अतृप्तता और उद्दाम काम वासना की तृप्ति के लिए अनेक पुरुषों का सहारा लेती है. That's Dr. Dvijram Yadav, Sahitya Lok, 1980. So historically this has been the perspective. What do people say in English about this?
Sripat sir, I'm sorry to interrupt, but you need to wind up.
Okay, ma'am. Just this would be my last slide, and I'll wind up. Yeah. Since her own husband fails to fulfill this inner emptiness, Savitri seeks marital happiness beyond conjugal relations in men who possess the qualities she has always aspired for. In Mahendranath, surviving BAenglish.wordpress.com, here and now, even in English, this woman is levied charges, okay, that are primarily put against her by somebody who has clearly been mentioned in the dramatis personae by the author as deceitful. So it is the reader's responsibility to challenge these accusations against Savitri, but they go unchallenged because translators, including those of the level of Bindu Batra and Vijay Tendulkar, skip the dramatis personae and especially the Kayyapan point in dramatic personae, perpetuation of women characters in addition to the women of this nation. Their character assassination continues endlessly. That is the moot point that I wish to draw through this presentation and the article. Thank you so much for the opportunity all.
Thank you so much, sir, for your presentation. With this, we have finished with all the members. Sangeeta madam, with your permission, and Preeti ma'am, you're here. A very good afternoon.
I think we can have chairperson's comments and objections.
Ma'am, I just wanted to ask if we can just call out. There were around 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 members who were unable to present in this particular session. So is it okay if I just call out their names in case they are available right now?
Maybe we need chairperson's permission.
Chairperson, Dr. Sangeeta madam.
Yes, sir. Just see whether participants are there.
I'll just call out in case they are there. Dr. Shilpa Namdev Rao, Sanobar madam, Sukhpreet Kaur madam, Dr. Shamoon, and Sampriti Bhattacharya, and Dr. Shoma. Are you all here? Anybody? Okay, I don't think so. They are here. So then Yes, I would like to invite Dr. Sangeeta Kongre, Madam, the chairperson, to kindly share your views and your comments about this technical session.
Ma'am Aksa, I guess one participant is there messaging us, I think. Just check the text.
Participant can unmute herself.
Mr. Amandeep, I guess. Amandeep.
Yes, ma'am. Hello.
Yes, I guess you are left for the presentation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so just with the chairperson's consent, Aksa ma'am, we can just put it.
Okay, okay, ma'am. Yes.
Okay.
You may start, Amandeep.
Okay, ma'am. Just. Hello.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Amandeep, you are audible. Please go ahead with your presentation.
Good afternoon, all the judges and chairperson. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I am Dr. Amandeep from Punjabi University, Patiala. I want to share my screen, but this is not.
Dr. Amandeep, you can go ahead with your oral presentation as well.
Okay,
Due to time constraints, yes. Please go ahead.
Okay, my topic is literal and conceptual translation with the special reference the language of Adi Granth. First, it is introduction note.
Are you sharing the screen? It's not being shared.
Yeah. I want to trying, but it's not. Maybe some network issue. Yes, this research work attempts briefly to explore the literal and anthropological translation. The problem of literal and conceptual translation of any language is a pervasive one in the writings of Western as well as Indian traditions, especially most sacred book of any religion. The study highlighted the major issues which most of the linguists or research scholars were facing. This study aims at examining the impact of philosophical as well as spiritual and cosmological factors. In semantics and in conceptual constructions, it is always an affair of perception and reflection. The main object of this study is to highlight the dialectical movement from anthropological to cosmological level of language. The language of the Adi Granth has shown numerous variations in orthographic notations. It is due primarily to the fact that language of this religious discourse of the 16th century has a number of interacting linguistic registers and musical interpolations. This speech has no recorded version. We have only fixed text with Gurmukhi orthographic notations. We have to reconstruct the phonological structure of 500 years old language, which is the language of the Adi Granth. This reconstruction is a highly complex affair. Musical notation further complicated in the overall semiotic universe of signification. The micro-conceptual constructs or compositions function as complementary semantic unit. Next is the translation studies. The interdisciplinary aspect of translation studies generally stems from linguistic, philology, philosophy, sociology, and cultural studies. Translation is concerned, as we all of us know, with putting a text into a language other than one into which it was originally written. However, in linguistics, we deal with literal and conceptual translations. When we differentiate literal and conceptual translation, the literal one is direct translation or word-to-word translation is a translation of a text done by translating each word separately without looking at how the words are used together in a phrase or sentence. It also known as a metaphrase. Whereas conceptual translation in semantics and conceptual constructs, it is always an affair of perceptions and reflections. It deals with the concept of ideas which are formed in mind. The analysis of this paper is the conceptual analysis followed by the phonological transcription. This completes the primary study of content and form. The discourse of here, Dukh Sukh, can be understood in the dialectic of two parameters of anthropology and cosmology. The anthropological level is the level of the social order or concrete manifest reality of the mundane world. At this level, the lexeme Dukh has a number of senses, seems such as sufferance, pain, misfortune, misery, alienation, etc. Similarly, these lexemes of Sukh has seems such as pleasure, plenty, prosperity, indulgence, passion, union, harmony. The discourse of this conceptual opposition is perceived within the cosmological order, like Dukh daru sukh rog paya, ja sukh tam na hoi, tu karta karna main nahi, jahu kari na hoi. Here, the discourse of Dukh Sukh can be understood in the dialect of the two parameters of anthropology and cosmology. The anthropological level is the level of the social order of concrete manifest reality of the mundane world. At this level, the lexeme Dukh has a number of seams such as pain, misery, misfortune, etc. Similarly, the lexeme Sukh has seams such as pleasure, plenty, prosperity, passion, etc. But here, the discourse of this conceptual opposition is perceived within the cosmological order. Here, Dukh, understanding of Dukh is perceived as blessing of the Creator that turns out to be a cure, a medicine, and a test of extreme hardship that leads to sublimation. Sufferance is, after all, a process, both physical and mental, that brings man closer to his Creator. As such, there is a certain integration and harmony that evolves from this painful experience. On the other hand, pleasure and passion lead to indulgence, disease, and decadence. In fact, both Dukh and Sukh are perceived as two different states of mind. In Dukh, there is sufferance, integration, and harmony. In Sukh, there is indulgence, disintegration, and disharmony. When we fall in the Sukh, then we forget to.
Little sorry to interrupt, Amandeep madam, but we are running out of time. So if you can just.
Yes, ma'am. I'm concluding. I'm going to conclude it. Yes. So here, in this article, the physical state of Sukh at the manifest level is a state of plenty and prosperity. The luxurious life provided by this prosperity leads to indulgence, disease, and decadence. The perceived reality of Sukh is just the opposite, but it seems to be at least manifest level. To conclude, we have seen that these different texts present the same discourse of Dukh Sukh. Those who follow the will of God and divine order, live in peace and harmony. For them, dukh and sukh are simply two states of mind. In union with the Creator, in love and devotion, there is sukh. In separation and alienation, there is dukh, misery and misfortune. The literal meaning of the word dukh is like a simple literal word, misery, misfortune. But in the context of Aaj Granth and in the language of Aaj Granth, here, dukh, when a man is in dukh, then uh, he is harmony with God, and it leads to integration and union with the God. But sukh and dukh both are same coins, and there was a state of mental and physical state of mind. In another composition, here Adi Granth states that even when man has all the places studded with diamonds and pearls, it lit with all most beautiful lamps, there can be no peace. All these luxuries are illusions and distraction. In meditation and reflection. In separation, the heart of being aches and the body burns. So thank you. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Hello.
Yes, thank you, madam. Thank you for your presentation.
Yes, thank you so much, Amandeep madam.
Thank you. My topic is literal and conceptual translation with a special reference of the language of Aaj Granth.
Okay.
Preeti madam, is there anybody else that we've missed out?
No, ma'am. I guess we have announced it twice. So from our side, we have clarified things, and we
Right.
can.
So
proceed.
should we move ahead with the chairperson's comments?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
thank you,
We have
Aksha.
twice, and then there is no one left.
Right. I would like to invite the chairperson for this particular session, Dr. Sangeeta Kongre, to please share your comments and your ideas about on this particular session. Over to you, madam.
Thank you. Thank you, Aksha. Thank you very much. At the outset, I'm very thankful to Grand Academic Portal and especially Dr. Preeti Oza madam to invite me as the chair to chair this particular last technical session of our 2 days international conference. Friends, as we all know, that translation is the need of the hour, and as Rabindranath Tagore rightly says, that translation bridges the gap between the cultures or across the cultures. In the same way, our conference for these 2 days has really bridged the gap because we have the paper presenters across the globe and across India as well. Just few observations about the paper presentation. First of all, I must congratulate to all the paper presenters for their best presentation. So we have here almost 9 to 10 presenters were there who have presented their papers. So first, Shailaja Vadikar madam, as I know her, she's one of the best linguists I have ever known about her. So madam's practical exposure to the slang words which have been used in Vijay Tendulkar's various dramas, especially as I have read Mitra Chigostar or Friend's story for that matter. Madam has given with special reference to Vijay Tendulkar's plays, which is really appreciable. And it has, the madam's presentation has really set the tone for this last technical session. Then we had Dipna Rao, Dr. Dipna Rao's presentation. Madam has focused on digital translation with respect to national education policy, which is one of the core areas of, topics for our conference today. She has also focused on the gap between the industry and academia and the challenges faced by the educators, which is going to be focused more on national education policy 2020. Then we have our very own Ms. Aksha, the moderator for today's session, today's entire all four sessions. She has presented translation in its cross-cultural context with reference to Karnad's Haivadana. She also tried to capture the other aspects as well, like environment and Indian mythology. Then we have Ikra and Sadia's presentation, where they have focused on religious texts in translation. Whereas both the presenters have pointed out how it is more difficult for the translators since it involves the sentiments of people. So religious text problems they have brought out in their paper presentation. Then we have Dr. Shefta. She talked about gender translation. Since 2008, I'm teaching this paper in my college. But then the way she has given this different aspect, different perception to look towards to the translation is really good. Madam has distinguished between a male translator and a female translator's perception towards a particular literary text. So it was really a good presentation. Then we have Mukund Kumar sir. I would suggest you please do try to make PowerPoint presentations, and you are running sort of. So we had 10 minutes time, but presentation was really good, which talked about translation in film studies, and you have really portrayed your own opinion how translation should not be that diverse from the SL text. So we are very happy with your presentation. Then Chetan Debashish was, to be very frank, I did not understand his topic because it relates to some food industry and somehow he got disconnected as well. Then yes, Shripad Samant sir's presentation was really good. I would really like to have your presentation, sir, because the way you are taking specific words and you are trying to show how they have been projected in different translations of Mohan Rakesh, Adhe Adhure, Half House. Thank you. Then we have Dr. Amandeep Madam. Yes, it was a good presentation. So yes, at the outset, and I'm sure that my co-chair, Dr. Saima Madam, will definitely agree with me that all our paper presenters for this session, they have really tried their best. So thank you very much. Thank you, Preeti Madam, for giving me this opportunity to share today's session. Thank you, Izaz sir. Thank you. Over to you, Aksa.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much for your illuminating words.
Thank you so much, madam.
So now we are back to the conveners. Thank you, Ms. Aksa, for very beautifully managing the show today.
Ma'am, the co-chair has not spoken. Maybe she.
Yes. So this is just a reminder to the audience to stay put for the valedictory, sir, and then we can have the observations and comments from the chair, co-chair.
Co-chair person, madam, are you here? Dr. Saima?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
Yeah. Can you please, I invite you to please share your comments and your views about this technical session.
Thank you, Aksa ma'am. Thank you. So I must say all the papers presented in the session were very good and they were worth appreciating. Presenters talked about different aspects of translation like digital technology and translation, barriers in translation, and there was gender translation as well, intersemiotic translation in cinema. All the papers were worth appreciating. And I would like to just talk about this thing, like one of the presenters, she talked about digital translation and NEP 2020. She said that there are a lot of available resources for foreign language translation, but it's very sad to know that we are having limited sources if we are going to translate in regional language. So there's one suggestion: we should just take a step in this direction and develop resources and enrich our regional language in this way. And there's one more suggestion: there should have been a question answer session after every talk, so that the session would have been more interactive, because I was myself preparing to just get one fact cleared from the paper she read about gendered languages, gender translation. So I just wanted to just clarify a few things in that paper, but there was no interactive session. So yes, and it was very good, interesting, and of course illuminating session where every one of us might have learned one or the other thing. So thank you all. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Saima ma'am, for your comments and your suggestion. We will definitely take note of this for our future endeavors or our future activities. With this, we conclude this particular session. Preeti ma'am.
Yes, I guess I would like to invite both the conveners, Professor Dr. Azaz sir and Professor Maithili ma'am.
I'm present, ma'am. I am there.
Yes, sir. Maithili ma'am. Okay.
I
So
believe she's not there, or
no, I guess she was not
I
there.
think she must be traveling, ma'am. She just left the college. She must be in the travel. So let's
So,
excuse.
Azaz sir, you can conclude about all these 4 sessions, so we can officially announce the valedictory now.
okay, ma'am. And I believe it was a really insightful and 2 very fruitful days as far as the conference is concerned. And as I told yesterday also, I will reiterate again that very short time and getting 50 papers and then covering different aspects of the topic. It was really exciting, and the paper readers, I believe they had done a commendable job and had worked on the themes they had chosen. And it covered different aspects as far as the translation is concerned. You see, we could see the papers which touched upon the loss of translation, which touched upon the gain, which touched upon even linguistic aspects were there, cultural aspects were there, and even the types of texts, religious texts and what you can call as literary texts were there. So it was really good, and I believe that the GAP and the other organizer, MD College, they did a wonderful job. I can acknowledge that I was mostly at the back end, but it was a privilege to be part of this seminar, and I should thank from the core of my heart the MD College of Arts, Science and Commerce for being with us in this seminar, and no words to thank GAP, especially Preeti ma'am and Gurudatta sir for the work they are doing, and I feel privileged to be associated with them, and I learn a lot from them and the dynamism they show, and try to follow and try to act as a good worker of GAP. Looking forward for more such activities. What do you, ma'am? And thank you.
Thank you for so many kind words. So before we start with the valedictory session, maybe just 1 or 2 announcements. Of course, we are going to announce it during the session also. So first of all, congratulations to everyone on a very successful completion of the international conference, and certain requirements from the organizers side. So this is something which I am sharing right now here on this platform, that we are going to share one feedback form here in this valedictory session. All the participants are required and requested to fill in that form. It will be used to issue your certificates. Kindly help us by not asking for certificates when you have not presented the paper. This is a very, it's a very ethical thing. Sometimes we are not able to do that. And in that case, I guess we will not be able to, provide the certificate. Next point is about the publications of these presentations. So now, within 2 or 3 days, you all will be getting the participants who have presented the papers will be getting an email with all these required, guidelines and instructions to submit the full length paper. It will be reviewed, and it will be after review, public papers will be published in UGC CARE Group 2 listed journal. The details of the journals are already there, given as a part of the brochure, so you can refer to that journal. The timeline usually goes into maybe 30 to 40 days minimum after submission of the paper and getting all the reviews and the publication of the special issue. So please do not leave your WhatsApp group. We'll be sharing some of the other updates on that group, and looking forward to working with you all again. Thank you so much. And with the same note, I am announcing the next session, that is the valedictory session. And I feel privileged to introduce our guest of honor for the valedictory speech today. And our own, very own, Dr. Professor Kishan Pawar, sir. Sir, we welcome you. If you are there, please open your video and then we can just share your profile with the audience. Good afternoon, sir. Namaste, sir. And I'm really privileged to share this profile here. So Dr. Professor Kishan Pawar, sir, is currently the professor at the Department of English, MD College, University of Mumbai, and PhD Research Supervisor in English at the PhD Center of the college also and the department also. Sir has UG, PG, and PhD degrees. Living life to the fullest is the passion of sir, and he performs his right through farming and poetry and writing and acting and films. And so it's a very, very, kind of a versatile personality, which we cannot get enough of Dr. Kishan Pawar in any one session. So this is something which comes from the personal experiences of dealing with him on so many other academic platforms. On his profile, very prominently sitting is painting, flute playing, flute marking, writing film scripts in English, Marathi, and Hindi, short story writing in English and Marathi, writing novels in English and Marathi, writing poems in English, Marathi, and Hindi. That means we cannot get any better person to be, our valedictory chief guest than sir himself. Now, to his credit, sir has following books and so many interesting versions. I mean, this is something which we all need to the actual practical applicable aspects of translation. So the plays and the poems of T.S. Eliot, The Hindu Perspective is the book. The plays and the poems of the T.S. Eliot, Buddhist Perspective. The plays and the poems of T.S. Eliot, The Christian Perspective. Then Age of Pace, volume of poems in English. Men and Women in T.S. Eliot's poem, A Heap of Broken Images. Then a Marathi translation of T.S. Eliot's Westland. And sir has also written feature films, Manthan, Ek Kashmakash, and the actual, epitome of the entire career is coming in the form of the film called Tara, The Journey of Love and Passion, which was released in 2013 and won more than 325 national and international awards. And this was also nominated for the 87th Oscar Awards, that is Academy Awards. And we are really privileged to have sir with us today. And sir, I think this is just in nutshell. Your profile goes in so many pages, but we have been following the timeline and would love to hear from you now about the entire culmination of our 2 days, efforts on the translation skill. Dr. Kishan Pawar, sir.
Well, good afternoon, ma'am. Respected Professor Farooq Ahmed Masoodi, sir, Dean Academic Affairs, University of Kashmir. Professor Dr. Phil I. Ketut Ardhana, Indonesian Historian Society, Bali, Indonesia. Professor Nestor Castro, University of Philippines, Diliman, Manila, the Philippines. Dr. Chaya Panse, ma'am, the principal of MD College. Dr. Gurudatta Japi, sir, founder chairman, Grand Academic Portal. Dr. Preeti Oja, madam, founder and trustee, Grand Academic Portal. Professor Maid Adi Vidyatmika, University or Universitas Hindu Indonesia. Professor Dr. Aizaz Ahmad Sheikh, Head Department of Linguistics, University of Kashmir. Professor Maithili Mukundarajan, Head Department of English, MD College. And my colleague, Dr. Sangeeta Kongre, and all the participants, my dear friends, research scholars, and students. I take this opportunity to express my heartfelt gratitude for having me here as the valedictory speaker. And of course, I have another work here to present a vote of thanks as well, and that I shall do afterwards. Coming to my experience as a translator of T.S. Eliot, the most complex and very difficult poet to understand, into Marathi and Hindi, I would share certain experiences which really troubled me a lot. And sometimes I used to feel that why did I start this translation? It's going to end up as a madness. But then somehow I finalized, somehow I finished, and I got it published too. My first book that I translated of T.S. Eliot is this one, that was Jirna Bhumi, as the translation of Wasteland into Marathi. The book named as Jirna Bhumi because Jirna means waste, unproductive. Right from the title to the end, Shanti, 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 this poem's translation was an experience to grow up more within, to understand T.S. Eliot better, and to be a human being even in a better way. Because having understood T.S. Eliot fully, I may claim it because I have spent now more than 25 years on studying T.S. Eliot's texts, all his poems, his dramas. I would say that it has been an experience of growing up. It has been an experience of learning more. Every time I read him, I get something more to know. Now, I have heard so many papers. I have heard Farooq Ahmad Masoodi sir, and I have heard Aizaz Mohammad Sheikh sir. Many of my friends also have mentioned that the journey of translation is losing something and gaining something. Losing because we cannot bring out 100% from the text into a translated language, and losing because we lose too many things in the translation, and we gain, that is, we add something new from the translated language. We create something new which was not there in the original text at all. And there have been many experiences as well. You might have also read the texts. I had written a paper long back, I think it was in 2014, on the translation of Gina Amutso, means the life that we lived, or the life that we lead. This is the exact translation. But that was translated as, by the translator, as the shackles we broke. Gina Amutso cannot be translated into exactly as shackles we broke. I wrote a paper on that, on that book, the translated book. There were too many words as it is used from Marathi into English, like my azoba, my ai, my kaki, my kaku, the rasta that led to the field. Now, if there are subordinate words, if there are perfect words in the translated language, why do we use the original language words? And how will the reader of the translated book understand? Because he is reading the translated version to understand the original text. At least 90%, 95% he can claim to understand it after reading that. But you are more complicating the process of the translating and understanding the text by using the original words as it is. We should avoid that, I think. In the search of gaining, in the search of recreating something new in the name of translation, a translator should avoid. This is what I personally believe. There are too many theories also on translation. I'm not going to refer to them. The reason is because when you translate, you are in the battlefield and you cannot move your weapons as per the theory. You have to be practical. The words, the meanings, the texts, the phrases, and the meanings of the words and phrases come to you, and you have to make a move. Depending on the way they are coming to you, depending on the way you absorb them and bring it to the reader. Now, I'll give you one example. While doing my PhD, while writing the thesis on T.S. Eliot, interpreting his poetry from Hindu point of view, I interpreted the word unreal city. The unreal city comes in the ending part of the first part of the wasteland, that is the burial of the dead. In the burial of the dead, the last paragraph begins with this phrase, unreal city. In my PhD thesis, I interpreted that as Maya. Maya means the shadow of the real world. The world is not real. It is the shadow of the original. It is the shadow of the original world, which cannot be seen with your physical eyes, but we can be lived and experienced after your birth. That is what I interpreted that. But you will be surprised to know when the report of the referee came, my guide especially called me, because we as the researcher cannot see the report of the referee, but guides can see. So my guide told me that the referee has especially mentioned that how can you interpret unreal city as the Maya or the shadow of the original? I mean, what made you interpret that? I said, sir, I'll answer the lady if she comes in my viva, or if you want the answer from me. No. He said, I know the answer because I have read your thesis, but she may grill you in your presentation. I said, sir, I want to be grilled. I love to be grilled. Ask her to please come and ask me this. I have volumes of my answers to that. Now, what I want to say here is that your interpretation as a translator, your interpretation as a translator cannot be a last interpretation. And you cannot impose your interpretation on the reader. Who are we, the translators, to impose upon the reader what we understand of the text? We may be wrong, we may be incomplete, we may be confused. So what I prefer as a translator is, personally, and I believe and I practice, that try to take the message of the original text as much as we can to the reader. Now the interpretation part, leave it to the reader, please. Do never impose anything upon the reader. Or else what will happen? The reader will look at the text from your glance, from your point of view, from your view. And your view may be mistaken, your view may be misunderstood, your view may not be a complete view at all. Therefore, while translating the same text into Marathi, after the award of my PhD, I translated this after 3 years of the award. I was awarded in 2008 and I published this book in 2011. So yes, 3 years. I translated it as Avastav Shahar. Maya Vaya ke main jhamele mein pada hi nahi. I just translated it, unreal city, Avastav Shahar. Now let the reader understand what exactly T.S. Eliot meant by unreal city or Avastav Shahar. Although he has a reference of Dante Alighieri and other references from the history, let the reader find it out. Let the reader interpret it the way they want. We should not impose any meaning on them. So I'll just read this one paragraph of 10, 12 lines into Marathi, the way I translated that. And then I'll take you to another experiences and how I felt and what exactly I saw myself as a translator in the texts. Unreal city, under the brown fog of a winter dawn, a crowd flown over London Bridge, so many. I had not thought death had undone so many. Sighs, short and infrequent, were exhaled, and each man fixed his eyes before his feet, flowed up the hill and down King William Street to where St. Mary Woolnoth kept the hours with a dead sound on the final stroke of 9. There I saw one I knew and stopped him, crying, "Stetson, you who were with me in the ship at Miley, that corpse you planted last year in your garden, has it begun to sprout? Will it bloom this year? Or has the sudden frost disturbed its bed? Oh, keep the dog for hens, that's friend to men. Or with his nails, he will dig it up again. You hypocrite lecture, mon semblane, mon frere." Now this I have translated into Marathi as अवास्तव शहर. हिवाळी पहाटेच्या तपकिरी धुक्याखाली एका जनसमूहानं गर्दी केलीये लंडन सेतूवर एवढ्या साऱ्यांनी. मला कधीच वाटलं नव्हतं की मृत्यूनं नष्ट केलं एवढ्या साऱ्यांना. श्वास लघु व अनियमित, उच्छवासित, आणि प्रत्येकाचे डोळे आपल्या पायांसमोर. गर्दी टेकड्यांवर आणि खाली राजा विल्यम मार्गावरून. ते संत मेरी उल्नाथचा एक मृत आवाज सहित 9च्या शेवटच्या ठोक्याला घंटानाद होतो तिथपर्यंत. तिथे मी पाहिलं एकाला, ज्याला मी ओळखलं आणि आवाज देत थांबवलं, "स्टेटसन, तू जो माझ्यासोबत मायलीमध्ये जहाजांवर होतास, तो मृतदेह ज्याचे गतवर्षी तू तुझ्या बागेत रोपण केलेस, तो अंकुरतोय का? येतील का फुले त्याला ह्या वर्षी? की ह्या अवेळी हिमवृष्टीनं अडथळा आणलाय त्याच्या शय्येला? अरे त्या कुत्र्याला येथून दूर ठेवा, तो मानवी मित्र आहे, नाहीतर तो त्याच्या नखानी त्याला पुन्हा उघडे करीन. अरे दुतोंडी अभ्यासू प्रेक्षका, माझ्या मित्रा, माझ्या बंधू." This is the translation that I did in Marathi. Now, I'm very happy to share with you that this book translated into Marathi is also prescribed at MA English translations paper, MA English Part 2 at the University of Mumbai. And this has been, of course, reviewed by many translators and my friends and critics as well. And it has been accepted and taken as a very daring attempt. And I also accept this as a daring attempt because there is a sentence, if you see in the very next part, game of chess. The first sentence of game of chess, part 2 of the Westland, has 20 lines. Now the grammar of T.S. Eliot and the way he has used a perfection, his mastery over the language can be seen in this 20 lines sentence. So many subjects, so many verbs, so many predicates. Yes, V, O, C, A, all the elements have been used in it. And translating the same sentence, I wanted to translate that in a single sentence only. I actually tended in the beginning to break that sentence into at least 7-8 sentences. But later on, I thought it will be an injustice to the original text. If T.S. Eliot has made 20 lines, I also have to make a single sentence only. How many lines, that doesn't matter, 1 or 2 more or less, that is okay. But his one sentence should be translated into one sentence only. I have not even done it into 2 sentences. It's a very long sentence. If you have read T.S. Eliot's The Wasteland, you will remember this. I'll quickly go through that sentence. The chair she sat in, like a burnished throne, glowed on the marble where the glass held up by standards wrought with fruited vines, from which a golden Cupidon peeped out in bracket. Another hid his eyes behind his wing, bracket closed, doubled the flame of 7-branched candelabra, reflecting light upon the table as the glitter of her jewels rose to meet it. From satin cases poured in rich profusion in veils of ivory and colored glass, unstopped, lurked her strange synthetic perfumes, unguent, powdered, or liquid, troubled, confused, and drowned the sense in odors stirred by the air that freshened from the window. This ascended in flattening the prolonged candle flames, flung their smoke into the Lanqueria, stirring the pattern on the coffered ceiling, huge sea-wooded fade with copper, burned green and orange, framed by the colored stone in which sad light a carved dolphin swam. This is the sentence. And I translated that into the same one single sentence. And my translation is, एक खुर्ची ती जी मध्ये बसली होती, एका चकचकीत सिंहासमान संगमरवरावर झळकत होती. तिथे उच्च प्रतीचा आरसा ज्यावर फळयुक्त लतान मागून एक क्युपिडान डोकावतोय आणि कंसामध्ये इन ब्रॅकेट दुसरा त्याचे डोळे लपवतोय त्याच्या पंखांमागे, ब्रॅकेट क्लोज्ड, द्विगुणित करतो सप्तशाखायुक्त चिरंग दाण्याच्या ज्वाला मेजावरील प्रकाश परावर्तित करीत सॅटिनच्या खणांमध्ये भरलेल्या तिच्या दागिन्यांची चमक उठते त्यास स्पर्शण्यासाठी. अत्तराने भरलेल्या हस्तिदंती रंगीन व काचेरी प्याल्यांमधून तिच्या तरल अत्तरांचे व पावडरचे सुगंधी इंद्रियांना बोचतात, गोंधळात पाडतात. खिडकीतून येणाऱ्या ताज्या हवेने प्रज्वलित होतात. दीर्घ वेळ जळणाऱ्या त्या मेणबत्त्यांच्या ज्वाळा उधळतात त्यांच्या नक्षीदार धुरांच्या लाटा सजवलेल्या छताकडे. विशाल समुद्रीत लाकडाचा ताम्र हिरवा सेंद्री अग्नी दगडांच्या चौकटी मंद जाळतोय. रंगीन दगडावर कोरलेला उदास डॉल्फिन पोहताना दिसतोय. One sentence. Now, mixing up the grammar and playing with the grammar, I realized why the world is so scared. The literary scholars, why so much are they scared of T.S. Eliot? I realized after translating the sentence that took 15 days, around 15 days. Because every time I translated, I was not happy. I thought I'm missing something, I'm gaining something, I'm adding something. I did not want to add anything from my mind. Now it is up to the reader. Let the reader find out the meaning of the original text. That is what I did with T.S. Eliot's The Wasteland. Now, dear friends, this was my experience, which was actually a trouble, which was actually a Herculean task, but I somehow finished. Another more difficult task was while translating Four Quartets. Four Quartet, I call Four Quartet as the most difficult and complex poem after Ulysses. Ulysses, the novel, not Ulysses, the poem. Ulysses, the novel by, who is the writer of Ulysses? Very complicated, very difficult to understand, right?
James Joyce.
James Joyce, yeah, the most dangerous man. We friends of literature, I mean the teachers sometimes challenge each other that, and the challenge is still there. For last 10 years, we have been going through the challenge and nobody has completed that. We just have challenged that we have to read that text once, whether we understand it or not, leave it. But let's begin to read the text of Ulysses and finish it. I have tried to start it so many times, but in between I feel so fed up, I just throw it away. I mean, I think now I will try after my retirement only. I don't have that much time now. After the second most complicated text is this one, Four Quartets. Why difficult? Because T.S. Eliot does not speak what he actually means to speak. And he actually does not mean what he is saying. He says something else. He wants to mean something else. And there also we have to stick up to the original text, being honest to his own meaning, not adding anything from our mind. I'll share one very small experience. The epigraph of this poem by Heraclitus. Heraclitus's epigraph is the original one. If you Heraclitus writes, although logos is common to all, most people live as if they had a wisdom of their own. The way upward and the way downward are the same. Now, logos is a word. Logos means a word. शब्द. अब ये शब्द का मीनिंग क्या है? As a translator, I have known it. As a student of literature, I know it. इस्लाम में, क्रिश्चियनिटी में, हिंदुइज्म में सबने माना है कि ब्रह्मांड की शुरुआत में सिर्फ आवाज था. उस आवाज को किसी ने ओम कहा, किसी ने आमीन कहा, जिसमें म, न, अ सब में कॉमन ही आता है. तो क्या ये शब्द जो है या ये आवाज जो है उसके तरफ इशारा कर रहा है कि शुरू में सिर्फ एक आवाज थी जिसे साइंटिस्ट्स ने क्या कहा है? बिग बैंग कहा है कि बिग बैंग से ही ब्रह्मांड की शुरुआत हो गई थी. क्या ये आवाज उस बिग बैंग का आवाज तो नहीं है? ओम, आमीन, आमेन, इसमें अ, म, न तीनों में कॉमन आता है. अरे ये लोगोस जो ये बंदा बोल रहा है, क्या ये वही तो नहीं? अबे as a student of literature, I may have this interpretation, but as a translator, I have to be very, very careful. I cannot impose this meaning on you as the reader, because I give you the freedom to reach out to your own meaning. I'm not taking you to the meaning. I am only showing you the way which is made by the original writer. So my translation of this is logos. यह ईश्वर का शब्द. सब जानते हैं, फिर भी बहुत सारे लोग इस तरह जीते हैं जैसे कि उनकी अपनी ज्ञान की धारा हो. जो मार्ग आकाश की ओर जाता है वही पाताल की ओर भी चल देता है. That is how I have translated it. Now, I could have said what I just explained it to you the way I wanted, if I wanted to impose my meaning on my readers. But I have avoided that, and the translation and the translator, I personally request and I personally believe that the translator should actually follow this. There was one lady, Shaifta Ayub, who mentioned a sentence by a very renowned thinker. I'm forgetting his name now. That popular sentence is, translation is like, it's a popular sentence. I don't call it a famous sentence because I somehow do not like that interpretation of a translation. It's a very racist view. It's a very racist and objectionable interpretation of translation and translator. That sentence says, a good translation, a translation is like a beautiful lady or a lady. If it is beautiful, she is not, or the translation is not honest. And if it is ugly, it is honest. Now, what does it mean? Are we trying to say that no beautiful woman is an honest woman, or no beautiful translation is an honest translation? This is somehow a very, very shallow and very immature kind of a interpretation by the original thinker, whoever is. I am referring to this because we, the translators and the teachers, should avoid such kind of incomplete and shallow statements on translation, because translation is something which is a service to human society. It bridges human society. It helps us to understand each other. Even if we cannot justify a translation 100%, even if we are doing our job 75%, it's well and good. I request all the participants, instead of writing research papers on translation, please translate the texts in your languages. Translate the text from English into your languages, the text from your language into English, and let the world know your literature. Let your people know the literature of the world. This is a better service than writing the research papers. I personally believe that. And there you will understand why this sentence is so cheap. I also used to admire this kind of interpretation, but I somehow now, after doing so much work on translation, I do not like such interpretations. Anyways, this is what I wanted to share. There is one more, just 10 lines quickly, and then I'll wind up, and I'll come to the second part of the program. The beginning of 4 quartets, time present and time past, and just that one paragraph. The original text in English is time present and time past are both perhaps present in time future, and time future contained in time past. If all the time is eternally present, all time is unredeemable. What might have been is an abstraction, remaining a perpetual possibility, only a world of speculation. Only in a world of speculation. What might have been and what has been point to one end, which is always present. Footfalls echo in the memory down the passage which we did not take, towards the door we never opened, into the rose garden. My words echo thus in your mind. But to what purpose disturbing the dust on a bowl of a rose leaves? I do not know. Now this opening lines of 4 quartets, Burnt Norton, I have translated like this. वर्तमान और अतीत दोनों शायद स्थित है भविष्य में, और भविष्य समाया है भूत में. यदि संपूर्ण समय अनंत वर्तमान है, तो सारा समय अमोचनीय है. जो कुछ शायद हो चुका है एक धारणा है, और जो रहती है एक अनंत संभावना बनकर, वह भी सिर्फ अनुमान की दुनिया में. जो कुछ हो सकता था और जो हो चुका है, वे दोनों एक ही बिंदु की ओर निर्देश करते हैं, जो नित्य वर्तमान है. स्मृति में गूंजते हैं पगचिन्ह उस पथ पर जो हमने लिया ही नहीं, और निर्देश करते हैं उस द्वार की ओर जो हमने खोला ही नहीं, जो निकलता एक गुलशन में. मेरे शब्द इस तरह प्रतिध्वनित होते हैं तुम्हारे मन में, पर मैं खुद अनभिज्ञ हूं कि क्यों कर गुल पत्तों के चार पर बैठी इस धूल को मैं उछाल रहा हूं. But to what purpose disturbing the dust on a bowl of rose leaves, I do not know. पर मैं खुद अनभिज्ञ हूं कि क्यों कर गुल पत्तों की जार पर बैठी इस धूल को मैं उछाल रहा हूं. ये टिपिकल टी.एस. इलियट का स्वभाव है, जो आपको याद है लव सॉन्ग ऑफ जे अल्फ्रेड प्रूफ्रॉक में. जे अल्फ्रेड प्रूफ्रॉक बीच बीच में खुद ही को पूछता रहता है कि इज इट वर्थ इट, इज इट वर्थ इट, should I shock the world by asking the question to the lady, do you love me? This is T.S. Eliot. खुद ही पूछ रहा है कि क्यों कर गुल पत्तों की जार पर बैठी इस धूल को मैं खुद ही उड़ा रहा हूं. मतलब सीधा इसका ये है कि मैं ये क्यों कविता लिख रहा हूं, मुझे खुद नहीं मालूम है, मैं खुद अनभिज्ञ हूं. This is the beauty of T.S. Eliot. But anyways, this is how I enjoyed the translation, the process that led me to understand him more, that led me deeper into all these three religions, Hinduism, Buddhism, and Christianity. And of course, T.S. Eliot was a master. That is why people say he had actually digested the philosophy of all these three religions. And he still had his own philosophy too, the practical philosophy, you know. So with this, I conclude my valedictory presentation. And dear my friends, your presentations, your interpretations, your understanding of translation as an art is actually your own way of beginning your career as a translator. Do not stop there. And please carry it on. Go further, read the texts, and try to understand the text in your own language and then translate it. So I congratulate for you for having presented so many papers so beautifully all these 2 days, yesterday and today too. And I thank you, all of you, to having participated in our 2 days international conference. I take this opportunity to again thank all the participants, the chairpersons, Mr. Professor Farooq Ahmed, Professor Dr. Phil, Professor Nest Castro, Professor Professor Chaya Panse Madam, Gurudatta Japi Sir, Professor Maid Adi Vidyatmika, Professor Ezaz Mohammad Sheikh Sir, Professor Maithili Madam, Dr. Preeti Oja Madam, Sangeeta Madam, Grand Academic Portal, and University of Kashmir, and all the participants, which are more than 50, I think, which is at a very, very short period of time they have presented, they have participated and presented. I thank you so much. I thank MD College, my college, to having given us this permission. And I especially thank Dr. Preeti Oja Madam, because she is the real backbone behind this conference. And there are so many conferences she has single-handedly carried on her shoulders. Ladies and gentlemen, this lady is the lady of substance.
No, sir.
Yeah.
but sir, 1 minute. They should know the best part of it. The best part of it is Dr. Kishan Pawar sir is my PhD guide. So with all due respect, sir.
I had nothing to teach her actually. I am her PhD guide is a technical formality which I just signed.
And sir, I always take this.
No,
sir, I always take this, consent with Dr. Gurudatta Japi, the other partner of Grand Academic Portal. And it is always a teamwork. It is always, a kind of a like-minded people started something and going ahead. So we decided to work on something, and then hum chalte gaye, karwa banta gaya, sir. Bas yahi hai. So thank you so very much. And sir, it was a wonderful, first-hand experience. जैसे बोलते हैं दिल से निकली हुई, comments about your journey from a, English language professor to translator to critic. And sir, it seems like a never-ending journey, and we all wish to go ahead with whatever you have said. Just one takeaway, if we can, think of today: translate more and more. From which language to what, we don't know, but just keep translating. So this is something which is a very, very important line for all our young research scholars here. So with this 2 days thing come to an end, and I would like to invite Professor Azaz sir, our other co-partner and very, very illuminated dignitary. Sir, would you like to just wind it up the session? Meanwhile, requesting all of you to please fill the form. It is there in the chat box. It's a feedback form. Professor Azaz sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. I can say it is a privilege to have listened to Dr. Pawar sir, and very illuminating, and I could sort of connect myself with whatever he was saying. Translate. And I have been somehow also in this business, and that I have been teaching this paper in my university, in my department, to the PG students from last almost 20 years. That was by chance. I was asked to teach this paper by the head at that point of time. But then I got into the business, and not only taught, I have also got into practical translation like Pawar sir, and translated some things, little bit here and there, and feel privileged to tell that I did translate APJ Abdul Kalam's Wings of Fire into Kashmiri. It was published by J&K Academy of Art, Culture and Language. So I could connect myself to what sir was saying. Really illuminating talk, and it has been a privilege again to be part of this seminar. And the young scholars who presented the papers, really good. And I look forward to GAP to bring out whatever you deem fit, maybe proceedings, maybe the UGC care journals we have. And I will also urge the scholars to be in touch with GAP, look at our website, and there's a lot they can do, and they can get associated with GAP and be part of what you said, Karwan Banta Gaya. So they can be part of that Karwan. And thank you also for urging me, sort of pushing me to do certain things. And I also feel privileged.
Sir,
So
we have
really
got
nice.
a very, not pushing, sir, sorry to interrupt, but we have got a very beautiful word given by Dr. Jappi to all of us. We call it nudging. And we nudge people to little bit, go ahead with things. And we are seeing some beautiful results when we have started nudging people into this thing. So today's conference is another example.
Right.
The forum is open now. We are keeping this line open for maybe another 5-10 minutes so that people can fill the feedback form. If anyone would like to share their views, criticism, comments, we are open to accept all your observations and things. So feel free to share your
one comment. My own colleague Dr. Saima had said that there was little time she had some, but I will say that we were having a paucity of time because of so many papers. And today also I got a call from one that I want to register. So it was good that we got a very, very wonderful conference. And I congratulate GAP, I congratulate the SDM College, and of course myself also.
So that is much more needed.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
So thank you so very much. We are keeping this form open for next 5 to 10 minutes. And those who have filled the form may leave the meeting. We will keep you updated about all these other proceedings, about certificates and all, and would look forward to work with you, all of you, in your future. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Anas British Tahiri Kanas